they want to force, they absolutely can. You have the Bear, you have Soul Rifts, you can drop a Tombstone, you have a Solar Crest on safe, who's currently queuing up a Vlad's as well. You know, just all the little types of buffs and armor and physical amp you can pump into your Bear. Let's see what ViCi are up to here. Looking for a smoke. But overall, BB team have done a very good job when it comes to the map. Like, only giving up 3 kills, it's not like ViCi aren't looking for them. They have a Winter Wyvern with an Orchid, a Tusk with a Blink Dagger, and a Desolator on their Klings.
Well, they might run into the Bear. Can they even kill the Bear, though, is the question at this point.
Well, they can try, but if there's any counterplay...
It feels like they would need to expend a good amount at this stage of the game, and you can just resummon it. Like, you're not really gaining that much.
There's a big chance that ViCi might just wait for the BB squad to potentially overplay onto them in the map. And Shiro can look for him.
The real hero?
Yeah.
Might not look like a real hero with a single branch in his inventory.
I think Heritage may have spotted that some camps were dead that just respawned around his Bear. So potentially knowing,
look at
okay,
this farm speed. That is impressive. You think he's even looking at that hero?
honestly, it's at this point, like, Lone Druid has to be one of the best farmers, and like Naga, Siren, Alchemist, and all of these heroes. I also like that you can just get like the same neutral item with the same enchantment. Like Nimble Serrated Shiv is incredibly good to farm.
Yeah.
So of course the rest of the boys in the team will, you know, rack up their greedy enchantments. So a Blink on Jin Q is what he currently is eyeing up. You also got a Blink on Y, so you at least are getting a little bit of mobility on the supports here. I mean, I wonder what Bak is going to buy. He's saving a lot of gold on the Beast. Maybe just like a straight-up AC. I think that could be quite good. Like, try to just overwhelm them with minus armor on the Deso and the Beast here.
And not often you see somebody with 4k gold in this position.
Yeah. Just goes to show that, you know, you have to find those moments and opportunities in the game to be creative. Maybe find some of those items that in other games you would never entertain buying at this position, but maybe here you have to.
Yep. And you can see BB team just farming the map. They can go for Roche anytime they want. And then that's when
that's a Bear.
Roar onto the Bear. Might be able to get life number 1. They will not. So that's the state that ViCi Gaming are in right now.
Yep.
In fact, they're just going to go blow up the Clinks instead. That is what a kill looks like, says BB team. An Ice Curse, though, onto the puck with the Orchid to fall. It's a lot of damage. Gets off the Yule's going to dodge the Snowball as a result. The Tusk just drops as a random member. 3 dead for ViCi. And Barry Bursting team just continue the pressure here.
They are kind of just owning through this entire map, right? Like, Bak couldn't really connect, like, XM as well. I don't even know if he really looked at this play. He's just, you know, staying in the top lane, trying to farm up, waiting for a better opportunity. Definitely a bit of a misplay earlier, not having any detection against the Bear, and then just getting counterplayed.
They're doing this without Aegis. They realize how ahead they are. Gonna force out the fortification.
Well, you can try to force them all to base and then still play. You can play for Roche anytime you want here.
Yeah, they're gonna back away, play discipline, which has been the thing I've been most impressed with BB team is they don't really throw leads all too often anymore. If you go back, I mean, I know the roster has slightly changed, but even just GPK alone, they had a propensity to do so like no other team, I feel like.
No, these guys have all improved massively, not just individually, but I think as a team. And not just gameplay-wise or like your, you know, the skill. It's also like the mentality and what you're working on, what's important in the game. When is the last time ViCi got a kill in this game? Like 10, 15 minutes
ago? It's been a hot minute. And even the Bear, we'll count that as a kill at this point in the game.
This could be something. This could be an opening for ViCi.
They are smoked up.
The board.
You can see GPK popping the smoke on a couple members, and BB team going to play it a little bit safe. Wait for ViCi to make a move, potentially. Still not in any huge hurry. Don't want to take any chances for the bucket barfing team. 19k lead with the smoke.
Oh, good stun. Well, ViCi should be happier if Roche ends up going to the top side of the map. I think maybe if you want to like play with some buybacks or do something. We have a smoke on smoke action. They are dodging each other for now. And need to see where ViCi go here. Are you going to go through the gate to like end up top? Are they just waiting for some Tormentor play? Is it like to go all the way around?
Yeah. Well, Roche,
the belch.
He does belch. He's going to go to the top in 10 seconds as a double tap onto Y. Holy Jesus, this is absurd. And now the creep for Bach, not going to live too much longer. They get the coil onto the single target. As the Ghost Shroud going to keep him safe for now as XM starting to do a little bit of damage. They're going to get the roar at the last moment, but this damage is just too much. They are just dropping like flies. This is not remotely close. GG's called. BB team take it. 30-3 is the scoreline.
Wow.
Not remotely close.
No, that is a very unexpected stomp. Like from what we've seen from ViCi in the last couple days, they look so good. But here, I have to say, I think there's a big outskill going on because I didn't mind the draft at all. But GPK putting on a show, you know, the whole blockbuster team here kind of just showing up together, winning all the lanes, perfect movements, giving up only 3 kills in 30 minutes. And I think XM, he got outskilled in his mid lane.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the highlights to see if there's a single kill from ViCi Gaming on that, because that is, yeah, hard to watch if I'm being honest. From the BB team side, 7-0 for GPK,
Godlike on the
8-0
Hoodwink.
for Miero, and 9-0 for the support Hoodwink, Mr. Save. Absolute beast mode activated for him.
Not just getting some kills, and this is one of the signs of like a top tier team. They get an advantage, and it gets more and more. One small play leads into the other. They do well in the off lane, save TPs to the top lane. They get a kill there. Somehow GPK is overplaying in the mid lane, and it's all just leading into the next play. One of the more clean wins that I've seen in this entire tournament.
There's a kill for ViCi. That was 33% of their kills. That was a 5-second clip.
That was the second kill at minute 7. In the next 25 minutes, they got 1 kill.
Yeah.
1.
Oh my God. Haven't seen destruction like this in quite some time.
Not just making perfect use. And this team has been scary. It happens at a lot of tournaments where BB teams just get, you know, a little bit underrated, a little bit underestimated of overall how good they are. Oh, you know, they're gonna get top 4, someone's gonna tilt. Not today, son. Not today. They're showing up in full force. That was incredibly clean.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked as good as anybody in this tournament, and they've been, I would argue, to be the most consistent team at the tournament overall. So on some level, can't be that surprised, but to the level, like 30-3, I don't think we're going to see that again this season. I hope we don't, Cheever.
Same, absolutely same. This was, I think, the biggest stomp we've seen on this stage thus far. Wow. And that is also not entirely what I was told by my panelists. I'm here at BSJ and 7. I was told it's going to be an even game. It was going to be 50-50. Wow.
I mean, I was pretty hopeful for the draft, but I think you know what we mentioned, like the execution in the laning phase and what happened after the laning phase, like they knew they were going to be walking a thin line, and I think they definitely slipped, you know. Like there were a few moments where you're like, okay, the test is coming, you know, can they weather the storm? Can they like dodge this fight? And I think they didn't. Like, obviously, massive props to BB team. I think they played a stellar game. It was pretty much perfection from laning phase execution to applying pressure to rotations. They played extremely fast, deadly moves. But I also feel like ViCi Gaming, like I don't know if you agree with that, Brian. Like there were moments where you're like, maybe they're not warmed up or something. Like it felt a little bit sloppy at times.
Yeah, I mean, I always try to teeter along the lines of explanations versus excuses. There is no excuse to, I think, show up like that for ViCi Gaming, and I think, for me at least, there's a level of disappointment because of how well they've been playing throughout the last couple days. They did show signs of what we just saw in the group stage, and that was why I thought they might go out a bit earlier. But then all of a sudden, the vibe seemed there, the execution was there against top-tier teams. It's not like they haven't been tested throughout the course of this playoffs, but that probably also makes me want to tip my hat to BB team for they've done this to other teams as well. So there must be something special about them. I think for a game like this to happen in a series with 2 teams of this caliber, one team does have to step up while the other team has to step down, at least a little bit on both directions. And I do think, man, that was a clean game from BB team.
And you know, it might be a bit surprising, but it doesn't worry me as much as like a fair loss would have worried me. I'm not saying this was unfair, but it's like they didn't get to play the game. Like there was a point where after they made several mistakes in a row, the game is literally unplayable. I feel like at this point it's like you need BB team to make a mistake or to overplay their hand, which we know this is not the team to do it. Like this team knows exactly what the limits are. Like they push the aggression exactly to the point where it's supposed to be pushed, and they don't take a single step forward, like beyond that line. So in that sense, I feel like ViCi at some point it was just too much, and the game was going in a direction that they couldn't stop anymore. So, I wouldn't count them out for game 2, is what I'm trying to say.
A flawless game for BB Team. On the other side, I do want to... I mean, okay, we can be critical on ViCi Gaming, of course, because we are expecting a higher level of play than what we saw. But the reason it was this one-sided is because BB Team, they don't make mistakes. They don't allow you to come back once they got a good lead like that, and especially not with the draft they had as well. And I think that just has to credit how well they were playing, Ryan. Any player in particular you'd like to highlight?
I want to highlight Save, especially. We were talking about like the pace of BB Team's draft. Slardar wants to farm it up. Puck wants to farm it up. They all, Lone Druid especially, wants to farm it up. All three of these heroes need a little bit of time to come online. And yeah, as the casters were reading off those stat lines, 9-0 on a support Hoodwink, it felt like he was a part of so many of the crucial engagements in like the early to mid game that allowed BB Team to snowball. And there's just something about players like Save that are just always in the right place at the right time. And Hoodwink's an example of a hero that, yeah, she has burst kill potential, but she's so much about catching people off guard, flanking them, and there are a lot of instances of that in this game, and hats off to him. But yeah, obviously the rest of BB Team performed great as well.
Yeah, they really did. Now, we talked about how ViCi Gaming underperformed BB Team. Incredibly strong. We've got examples of both of those situations, starting with the unfortunate underperformance for ViCi Gaming, I believe.
Yeah, so we were talking about it before the game started, but this is a clip of ViCi Gaming basically making the type of mistakes that we can't afford to make in a series like this. So they get the curse off really nicely where the Lone Druid Bear is going to be hitting GPK, but then right after, Bach roars, which then not only layers the stuns, but also knocked the bear back so that it wasn't attacking and killing GPK. This is only a 3K lead at 13 minutes. We've seen plenty of games stall out from this moment and the team can level it out, but that did not happen in this game because
of plays like that. As you showed, I think like this was a kill on Puck. Like honestly, it would have been the biggest kill they got the entire game. Literally.
Yeah, it would have been like step one to making this a much more even game. And then you mentioned like stepping it up for BB Team. This is one of the coolest plays that I've seen throughout this entire tournament. So as we're going to get to the Roshan, I'm going to pause in just a second here because it takes a sec. Okay, so at this moment, every team in the world has like this idea of when the enemy kills Roshan, they're then going to be traveling across the map and looking to kill us afterwards. But BB Team's going to do something really cool where they're going to pause, they're going to have Miro leave, and then Kiritich is going to wait to kill Rosh. He's literally just AFKing, so you in their head, ViCi's like, oh, they haven't left the Rosh pit yet. But no, Save has already left, Miro's already on his way, and Shiro then gets caught out of position. So for me, this was just such a small but like cool idea that I've never witnessed, the intentional stalling of killing Roshan, and those type of plays are them stepping it up where that creativity in that sort of situation is quite unmatched.
Yeah, that's the team that's vibing. I think these are signs of like a team that is just like so like on, you know, sync to each other's where like it's really quick. It's like, hey, you know, like what, you know, second, wait, you know, we were not ready to catch. They stop, they pause the rush, they kill. Save is using chat wheels, you know, because he's also feeling. It's the kind of play that leaves you feeling really good. It's like, oh, we're really on top of our game right now. And yeah, you see the difference between them and ViCi Gaming in that game one, where like things that usually should be executed properly and that they have executed better than average. Like they have been, you know, stellar with their plays yesterday. Rough start to the day, you know, warm-up day, wash your face kind of situation. I don't know, but this is definitely it can happen, you know. They're gonna pay the price of now being put, you know, back against the wall, one game away from getting knocked out. But they kind of did this to themselves.
Yeah, I wonder if it also changes in our perception when we see ViCi Gaming. Overlapping stuns is like, it's a base level mistake, right? On one side, if you're gonna try to play better, it's the little things that you do right, meaning don't overlap stuns. You know, it's a basic concept. Whereas on the other side, the example that you gave, right, it's the little things not just done right, but done methodical and very promising. The difference in the one mistake versus the one good play feels very large, and I wonder if that worries us or should worry us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried in the sense that, you know, the point of showing those clips wasn't like ViCi Gaming bad, BB Team good. It's meant to, like, it does give you a glimpse into the mindset. Like you said, that you have to be a team that's vibing if you make a play like BB Team did at the Roche Pit. I also think you have to be a team that's a little bit nervous, a little bit chaotic in the comms to make the overlapping of stuns that they did. And I think that tells a pretty telltale story of that game as a whole, just in those 2 clips.
I mean, to me, it's like showing the misplays, and I would even maybe show the misplays to my own teammates with a smile, in a sense, because like, it's just to realize, hey, like this game doesn't count, if you know what I mean. It's like if we're not able to kill heroes we're supposed to kill, we create that situation, we're clicking our spells wrong, and the heroes aren't dying, well, it's just an off game, and it happens. It's like, why would you keep that game on your mind going into game 2 instead of keeping the series versus Falcons, the series versus 1W? Because I can promise you that to knock out both these teams, they had to make not only just stable plays, they had to make exceptional plays. So in that sense, you know, an off game, it can happen. You know, it's behind you now. Just move on, reset. Remember how good you are, what brought you here in the first place, and you know, get ready for game 2. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're really hoping that it is indeed an off game, not an off day. And we'll see if ViCi Gaming can strike back in game 2 of this best of 3 in the semi-finals. So it is incredibly important. And VB team, of course, one step closer to those grand finals tomorrow. Before we get to game 2, though, we are gonna check in with a couple players who are doing the Remco Power Rankings.
Hello everyone, this is Seb. I'm joined with BZM and Ari. There's been many rosters in OG. It became a joke at this point. We're gonna remind ourselves some of them and we are gonna rate them on the tier list. I suggest we pick one of them up and we'll say who's on that team and we rate. What is that? TI 2021 OG.
I remember that.
Okay. What rating would you give this one?
I would give it an A.
You would give it an A?
High?
They were closest to beating Team Spirit.
We were 15k lead on them.
And they had insane strats.
B is fine, yeah.
You agree
Fine
with
for
B? Let's agree on B.
Yeah, B's fine.
Another one. What are you choosing? EWC 2026 OG. Well, what do you guys think?
I
mean, they didn't make it out of the group, so it cannot be high. I do think the potential, if I had to rate the potential, I think it could be B, I think it could be A.
Whoa, C or D?
We can do C. Results matter. No result today.
OG.
Okay, OG.
Too old for me, it's on you.
Moon Meander, Miracle.
Miracle, No Tail, Moon Meander, Crit, and Fly. This is like the Frankfurt major winners.
At least A.
It will be an A.
Of course.
Alright, one more. TI7 OG.
I mean, I would put them lower only because they're competing against Miracle.
So they go on A, one tier below. That's it. Wait, 2020 OG? What was that even? That was with Saxa?
Mid one, Thompson, Sep, Saxa.
Okay, that's the LA major. I'd give it a C. I'll pick 2024 or too early?
Yeah,
That's ours.
it's that one, yeah. Of course, we don't have any wins to our name, but I do think we're better than the ones below it.
You know what? I'll put us above. It's the three of us. What are they gonna say anyway? They're retired. They're washed. Like, nobody cares.
2025.
Name the roster.
Oh, that's your choice. We have
Chat, Stormstormer, Mixer, Deskita.
Next.
Seb's not happy about that one.
2022. Wait, Yuragi BZM, Taiga,
ATF Misha.
ATF Misha. Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, you stood in for one of the wins.
Yeah, I stood in.
But it was that roster.
You won 2 tournaments.
We did.
So you have to rate it quite highly for the 2 wins.
I mean,
okay.
A. I think that's reasonable. You got two wins, that was a good team.
We're missing 2.
Just put it.
Just put it.
So would you say this was the strongest OG roster,
Yeah,
or it just got the best results when it counted?
In TI8, no. In TI8, this roster was stronger, and this
Okay.
roster was stronger, but this roster was more fit for pressure, in
Yeah.
a sense.
And then
But TI9
it
is
was
not
just
even
the best
close.
roster.
Yeah, not
You
even
guys
close.
just persevered. The last one.
2023.
Riyadh Masters specifically.
Why is BZM laughing?
So what were your results in Riyadh Masters that year?
We lost in group. It's a D. Come on.
You just put it.
You guys describe it like very badly. Describe it like it was a really
It was
rough
not
one.
good. It was
It was not good. But the thing is, I don't remember.
This is too harsh. I'll do this.
This is quite balanced.
I think this looks fine.
Yeah.
Well, great job, BZM. Thank you. A pleasure working with you, as usual. Great
too.
job, Ari.
Pretty good.
That was it from us. Hope you agree. And if you don't, well, I mean, not much I can do about it. Bye-bye.
He thinks thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. House from blow the house down. This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
ViCi Gaming versus BB Team Game 2 coming your way, and we've seen ViCi Gaming as one of the teams that has made large adaptations from the group stage onto this semi-finals, but they need to adapt more now than ever, as that first game was not close. BB Team ran away with that one, and we're about to get into the draft of Game 2, and there's one elephant in the room that I must address, because both my panelists said, well, you know what, Lone Druid's overrated, and then he got paired up with an Undying. You can't let that happen, Seb, please.
I mean, I deserve to be called out. I disrespected the hero, but I'll stand my ground, Shiver. You know what? I'll stand my ground. I still believe Lone Druid is, you know...
Yes.
This one is hard, huh? Maybe I should have backed off, actually. I'll reflect on that for tomorrow, but for today, I'll stand my ground. I do believe Lone Druid will not be the, you know, part of the first, you know, line of contested heroes for the grand finals, but we'll have to see. It looked absolutely dominant in game 1. Maybe I am completely wrong. I would be surprised if they don't readjust it for that game, though, because it must have felt that bad to play that game that you just want to play another game no matter what.
Yeah, when I was looking at the draft, like obviously the Lone Druid Undying lane is about as scary as it gets, the Undyings and the SFs and all that kind of stuff, but the thing for me is I think that Slardar pick was relatively genius from BB Team. When there's been times, I think it's really important to note that there's times where people block pick, and we saw that yesterday from Nigma Galaxy where they block picked BB Team with a puck, because they didn't want GPK to get it on last pick, but they picked the puck into a shaman. So you're block picking in order, you're making the sacrifice of basically picking a hero into counters in order to not get it picked against you. But they also had Slardar into Clinks, which is a very good matchup for Slardar. So you're simultaneously block picking while also counter picking at the same time. And I just think those sort of things will absolutely win you drafts on top of execution. I think the drafts were relatively even, but that was, for me, the highlight strategically from game 1.
Did it feel to you that Necro was like comfort enough for ViCi, or do you feel like they were, you know, maybe like going for it because it made sense, but didn't feel, you know, good playing the hero?
It was really tough to say, because that one rotation at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine where he dies, like, we talked about Necro being a vacuum of pressure in the mid lane, and literally one play like that can nullify that entire presence that you have. Suddenly GPK is like even with you on net worth. And so is that an individual mistake from XM? Is that a team misunderstanding of Necro? It's hard to say for sure. Like, if it's just an individual mistake to learn from, that's fine. But if it is like a team thing, then I think it did look a bit off, I guess would be my answer to your question. But I do think that one mistake says a lot about their understanding of the hero as well.
Yeah. ViCi Gaming, they go back for something, you know, that brought them a lot of success yesterday, obviously in the cuddle, most likely to be played by Xinkyu and BB. I mean, they just, you know, keep on the Undying train. Like they remain there. This hero has been incredibly successful. Like every game we've watched it, I don't think there's a single game where we were like, yeah, you know, this Undying really got countered, and it, because there were metas where Undying could also just be a burden. Like it just does nothing. Sometimes it would even lose its lane, and then you're just there, and all you do is just like frontlining, dying, you know, eventually getting the tombstone off. It feels like a completely different hero right now. It's just so hard to deal with. Like, it starts with the laning phase, the early game presence. We've seen, you know, wisdom fights with Tombstone. Like, Malady is probably the specialist of this one. At every stage, it gives you Roche. Also, it gives you like objectives with the Flesh Golem. This hero is just incredibly strong right now, and I'm hoping that ViCi Gaming will just put enough respect on it.
How important is it to have a tombstone hitter when you're up against Undying, even if it is a +5?
I think it's crucial. I think it's one of these heroes like Phoenix, for instance. It's like you just can't ignore that spell. You just can't pretend it's not just another spell. Especially now that they're willing to buy the shard early and abuse the save, which I think is like one of the best shards like in the game. So in that sense, I think you always need to have a tombstone hitter. You also need to be able to take down this Undying. You know, for free, we would say, in the sense like without using key resources, because he's not a core hero. But you know, we heard players complain about playing versus Undying, like we have to deal with 4 core heroes, because that's how it feels at times. Like, he's just standing there in the front and you feel like you need to click spells on him, but you don't want to use Necro ulti, for instance. You don't want to use like certain items or abilities, so it's tricky.
Yeah, there's usually 2 options, or I'd say 3 options for Undying. One is obviously be able to kill the tombstone. 2 is be able to like force out defensive spells without committing. Like heroes like Hoodwink are a great example, where you represent a lot of long range bursts that might need to be saved from before they even go in. And then you also have heroes like Storm Spirit that can go on the target and then easily disengage. And that's what I think they were going for, is this poke and prod disengage strategy. And then when you look at the counter from BB team, I think it addresses that near flawlessly. You have the Shadow Shaman that they already picked for save yesterday. The best, like him and Lion are the 2 best support disablers against the Spirit heroes. And then Ember Spirit, also one of the hardest heroes to disengage from. So it's like, if I'm Storm Spirit and I'm thinking my job is to force out a reaction and then disengage, what item am I buying? Like, yeah. I think BKB is the only one that addresses both of these. Some Storms in the past feel like they have to go for Greaves against the Ember Spirit in order to dispel the chains and the Spirit Vessel and the Mage Slayer. But in this case, I think already, I mean, Storm has not had good results so far this tournament. XM, signature hero for him for sure. And also now you have like the Terrorblade that hits the tomb. But just something about this draft, like obviously maybe it's a bit of bias coming from game 1, but something feels like BB has the better answers thus far. What do you think, Seb?
I mean, yeah, I see where you're coming from. They have some incredible heroes, like you mentioned it, like the Rasta versus Storm. There's the great synergy also between Ember and Largo. We've seen that combo really decimate like team fights. It's amazing. But you know, I'm a Coddle fan at heart, and like Coddle Storm is still like a menace in the early game. Like this Undying, this Rasta, like where they can walk on the map is going to be so restricted. It's like the second you're like a little bit too far away from a tower or like slightly out of position, you're just dead to Storm. Like, you need your Ember to be with you and hug you all the time to protect you. There's also the Coddle TB, which I think is like one of the strongest Coddle combos. Like meta's in the mid game, meta's gonna be up all the time. Like, there's gonna be no downtime. This TB is like acceleration, and the farm is just gonna skyrocket because of Chakra Magic. TB Illus like everywhere around the map, shoving every wave into you with the threat of Storm Hoodwink attacking you and making you pay for trying to deep push waves. So I think the ViCi Gaming draft, again, like so far I've been a big fan of all their drafts, even though, you know, sometimes it didn't really pay off. Like, I see where they're heading with this one too, and it's quite interesting. You talked about Tombstone hitter. TB is definitely one. Like, you think of TB, Manta, like he's just hitting down everything that's close to him, right? So this Undying will just explode, and the Tombstone will die, all like will get taken down too. So, but again, it's gonna be, you know, you mentioned it, Brian, like they have this early game presence on BB, and they can cause a lot of issues. And could it be a repeat of game 1? It's not impossible if you look at the heroes.
And wasn't really up to the heroes in the previous game though, per se, right? It was also a lot of outplay.
It was, but it's like you kind of need to have the tools to push your advantage in a sense. Like, and I feel like they have it this time around again. Like this Ember, Largo, Undying lineup, it can accelerate really fast.
What do we make of this Night Stalker overall last pick? I believe we've mostly seen it as an answer to the Puck. Is it as strong of an answer to the Shadow Shaman Ember?
It'll definitely make Shadow Shaman's job a lot harder. He is a support that relies on catching somebody, and then the difference between him and Lion is that he's channeling his long disable. So I see what they're going for with it. It is blind into Kiritich's hero. You're also against an Undying off lane. You're probably going to play some lane shenanigans. I think the cool thing about it is that once 5 minutes hits, you're probably not going to have too bad of a start. Like you're probably going to lose the first 5 minutes for sure, but then you're going to be relatively self-sufficient because most Undying lanes operate on chase potential, and obviously Night Stalker, one of the most innately fastest heroes in the game. Once nighttime hits, I'm wondering if he goes for like the carry-to-carry matchup counter, like a Phantom Lancer, for instance, for Kiritich, or if he's going to go more like shut down the Night Stalker and play out the momentum that they're already representing in the other lanes. Do you have a preferred approach, Seb?
I think it's very okay. He goes for something a little bit more active, I guess, with the Wind Ranger, which also is considered like a good matchup against TB. Until a point, anyway. Like you just have an overwhelming amount of magic damage, and you just take down the TB, especially with the help of like Largo, Undying. Like they have so much like sustain and save on BB side. I like the Night Stalker pick. I think it synergizes really well with ViCi's lineup. I'm just afraid of the matchup versus Undying, because Undying has always been considered one of the best Night Stalker counters in the game because of, you know, the night vision you get from Tombstone, and all of a sudden, you know, there's like zombies everywhere. Every hero, you can keep track of everybody. I also think that it's, even though Night Stalker is in a great place as a hero, there's like this Essence Distiller item, which I think ruins Night Stalker's game completely. Like you essentially, they also have your vision, like the night vision, for 8 seconds, which is very unfortunate if you're an NS enjoyer. So we'll have to see. I think it's a risky pick. Like it makes a lot of sense. It could work, but it's brave.
Ooh, it's brave. That is not really a convincing answer. Let's put it that way.
I mean, bravery is good, no? Isn't it?
True.
It's worked out for them, like with the Slark pick yesterday and stuff like this. I mean, I think the sad reality for me at least is I think there's potential of a rerun of Game 1. Like the snowball effect of BB Team's draft is immense based on the heroes that they have. They have very similarly paced lineup, but if ViCi can get past that first 10 minutes on even footing, I think they have a lot of good map play. They have the vision game from Night Stalker. And I'll just give a shout out. The Tombstone night vision got nerfed a little bit at some point, so it's not at least, maybe the Essence of the Distiller still counters you, but at least you have the vision. I hope you have the vision advantage coming from ViCi, because then the Storm can also jump. And at the end of the day, I'm a ViCi fan right now because I want a Game 3 in this playoff Shiver, and we're yet to have one.
I'm a believer. You know, you go back to the TI finals, you know, the Wash Your Face meme. It's like it started off this way and they brought it to Game 5, and it was incredibly close. So I think you got this.
We all want to believe, but let's find out if ViCi Gaming's key will still be in one piece at the end of this one, or if BB will be allowed to crush it. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Sunsfan and Kezu.
Yo, yo, yo. Sunsfan in the house with Kezu. What's up? Hey, that was not a good Game 1. We're just going to be straight with you here. I want to know, is that ViCi Gaming's worst loss? Have they had a loss with 3 or less kills before?
I will check that out for you with our Lenovo Legion, Shannon, which is important to note. Let me check that out. www.stupidstats.sunsfan asks for. They have never in their history lost this badly.
Wow.
They've always had either 4 kills or more. So GGing at 33 minutes with 3 kills, I'm expecting a better game this time around.
Oh, it literally has to be, unless...
it's not a given.
I think it is. We're going to see a better game number 2 here between ViCi Gaming and BB Team. And remember, whoever wins this series goes to the grand finals. Loser goes to the 3rd place decider.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be there.
No.
That's the toilet bowl match. We'll be casting that, so it's going to be a perfect cast
perfect
for us, at least.
Perfect cast. Just right down our alley. But the thing is, yeah, you don't want to be in that position. You want to punch back here if you're ViCi. I am a little surprised that they let Kateomi have Undying again. For I don't know how many times this guy has played the zombie in this tournament, but he does seem like one of the best Undying players.
Yeah, it has been quite solid, and it's been a big move with the Wisdom Shrine.
Yes.
It feels like every single time it's this hero, regardless of the team.
It's the Malady script.
Absolutely.
Minute 7, execute, walk to the Wisdom Shrine.
Malady started it, and, well, Kateomi trying to finish it here, at least for this series on the Undying. We're going to see some new picks, though. We see Miero picking up the Largo. He's been, I want to say, one of the most consistent Largos in, I mean, since the hero's been in Captain's mode.
Yeah.
I feel like I rarely see him have a poor game. GPK on the Ember Spirit, and Kiritich on the Windrunner as the carry.
Both teams have a very good draft. I would assume that what ViCi are going for this time around. So I like Caudle against Undying. You can kind of split the lane, right? You can always just push. Undying wants to run you down, your super high movement speed yourself with the Caudle. And Caudle drafts generally don't play on high commit, right? Like what Undying is very good against. He has very good team fight with the Tombstone. If you commit, he saves. But Caudle has a lot of heals. He's very fast. You can like maybe bait the Tombstone, maybe go on someone, you know, back up your Storm with mana and keep going. So I like their approach here. Jinkyu though,
oh, he's taking a lot of decay damage and the right clicks from Kiritich. That's first blood already going the way of BB Team. Another good start for them, and they're against Bach on the Night Stalker, which is, for me, the topic of discussion.
Yeah.
Because, not to sound like a broken record, this hero is either setting the tempo and getting you off to a good mid-game, or it's just trash the whole game. Yeah. Which are we going to see?
I hope that we're going to see a good game. The good thing for them is, though, like, and how ViCi have won games in the past couple days is like early aggression and very good map play, right? When you have Night Stalker, you have crazy vision in the mid game. TB fixes your lanes, and Caudle deals with your cooldowns. And there's also a world, I think, where Night Stalker can build like a somewhat earlier shard in the mid game. If you get Chakra Magic, you have like double AoE on, you know, on your Void, which is quite good. But yes, definitely a hero that can be shut down early on.
I mean, where would you rate the Caudle pick versus other games? Because usually we see it coupled with like a Beastmaster. You talked about the Void. It's okay. Storm Spirit obviously quite decent just to get the mana back, and then Metamorphosis, which is essentially his ultimate, but not an actual ultimate.
I still think it's very good, right? You're playing with Storm and with TB, so you have two very good matchups there. You can see that XM is taking a lot of pressure. This time around, doing a lot better, though, when it comes to the CS. Currently having a slight lead here on the denies. Shiro.
See the Shackle onto Shiro, taking a ton of damage as Miero can't quite finish it. Nice bushwhack coming out from Y. Shiro obviously with, I mean, this hero picked because of the high armor gain that you're going to have throughout the entire game, but magic damage is a pretty damn good counter, and I'm looking at their lineup. Do you think that they have enough to burn through this guy?
Windranger has a lot of magic damage quite early on, right? Once you have like Maelstrom or later with some Mjolnir BKB. Also, Ember Largo is a crazy good combo. Also need to remember that Largo amplifies a lot of magic damage, which is very good against TB, towards like, especially in the mid game. So we'll have to see what Shiro can get, because later you will need an MKB this game to deal with this Kiritich Windranger.
It looks like BB Team will get both Lotuses on each respective side of the map.
Well, this bottom lane is quite a disaster. I do think that is a adequate description currently.
I mean, they picked Night Stalker very late in the draft, knowing that you're going to go against Undying, which feels just bad. Like, is there something else I'm missing here?
So the thing is that obviously you don't have facets anymore. You don't choose that it's nighttime to start the game. And Save just taking a little bit of pressure. So you're supposed to lose in the first 5 minutes. It's okay. The problem is there's a difference in losing and then there's getting demolished. And this currently is a little bit over the top. As of course also Kiritich had the first blood. As they are pressuring Bach.
Yeah, gets off the crippling fear as he runs, scurries behind the tier 1 tower. Still only 8 CS to his name thus far. Which Jinkyu, you can see, is almost the same. In this lane.
We'll need to see how they go about it, because Night Stalker will always give you a lot in the mid game. If you have other cores that you can play around, you're still very useful, right? With the silence and the overall vision you're giving.
This feels so bad for Faith Beyond, although creeps are going to be under his tier 1 soon. And they're going to be softened up by this Illuminate.
That's still a lot of denies. This is another couple of CS that he's... Because when you get when you play Night Stalker and it hits early nighttime, you want to be like kind of close to your phase boots or like have some double bracer, but he only is getting his boots and he's on low HP.
Yeah, XM making a little damage here onto GPK, although XM is the one taking the brunt of it. Nice bushwhack rotation coming out from Y. The slide up fist from GPK. Is he now on the run? Getting slowed to a crawl though, and that's going to be enough. Jinkyu getting the kill there. But that means Bach all alone, which... means that Kataomi can just go absolute ham on him. Another decay to his name, and should be able to finish it off with another. If he wants to actually dive here, yep, power shot from afar. Kiritich, beautiful aim. And that's just putting more pressure on Faith Beyond to try to get back in this game. It is nighttime now, so hopefully for his sake, he can try to stabilize his game, but this is an atrocious start.
Yeah, they can look for a bit of counter pressure now potentially. Jinkyu though, very aggressive to kill the courier.
Yeah, he's just dead. Straight up dead. Tombstone place from Kataomi, so Faith Beyond gonna get some solo XP, but See how much he can do with this nighttime being on his side now. I actually wish that the facet...
That it just starts?
It just started with nighttime, yeah.
Yeah, maybe like...
Oh, that's big. He gets the tombstone.
Yeah, definitely big recovery, but I have to say that the battle bots in the bottom lane are getting way too much. Like some of the kills they're getting. It also means, again, when you have such good a laning stage, your Undying can move around. You can also look into the triangle. You're playing against a Kato. You're gonna have a tombstone later. You can potentially aggress into the triangle as well.
Yeah.
XM, even with the help they give him, he's not level 6 yet.
Right into the TP. They get the Hex into the Shackle. Is there enough damage with the Decay? Not quite. Searing Chains is there, and the Remnants actually are enough as XM still not level. He was literally 1 creep from 6. And that would have been enough for him to get away, surely, but instead, he has to make the walk back of shame. That is rough in the mid lane.
Yeah, and not just that. Look what GPK is drawing on the minimap. 6-minute active rune on the haste. You have Undying. You know the script at minute 7. It's going to be executed on the Wisdom Shrine. And Storm, he will not have a TP. It will be up like 5 to 10 seconds after the Wisdom Shrine is available. Can you ask for a better game on Ember? You're getting kills, you're getting first rune, and now you're dragging a wave into a double stack.
Yeah, this is dirty. And Bleeding Blisters are off to yet another good start in this game number 2. ViCi, you're going to have to find a way to somewhat stabilize, or else they're going to find themselves in similar position to the last game.
They're looking for their own pressure, so now it's important, how do the BB squad react to this? Because if you know that Kataomi will take the bottom Wisdom Shrine on his own, you can TP everyone to this top side.
Yeah, and they are attempting to contest as Miero inside. He's going to end up getting it for free. And Kataomi gets the other one, so yet another game where BB team get both Wisdom Shrines. And ViCi, I mean, you can't even blame them. You have an offlaner. What is Night Stalker supposed to do in a Wisdom Shrine fight? He has to get back and
potentially, like... You definitely need to find a way to like maybe have, like you want to aggress on one side, and once you can kind of see the idea of where are they bringing which type of heroes to find an outnumbering, because you are now gonna lack levels on both your supports, and both Storm and Night Stalker, they don't have the most damage on themselves. They need Hoodwink level 6, they need Caudal level 6. So this is very, very big here for the BB squad.
And are we looking at similar situation? When it comes to the Roche, it looks like a worse lineup by a long shot than last game.
It's still on BB's favor, right? Undying will nearly, like, Undying and Slaughter are some of my favorite Roche-taking heroes. Of course, with, like, Ursa. Wind Ranger also quite good with the Maelstrom.
Yeah, GPK actually gets the regen room. Man, his timing is impeccable. And Bulbous Bison still able to get all these little trades left and right.
They are at least doing a very good job when it comes to Shiro's net worth. And honestly, the scaling for ViCi is not weak at all. I can see TB, you know, be the big guy in this game. If later on you get to stand your ground with like an MKB and hit into the Wind Ranger, you will of course do very, very well. And you have a Caudal to back you up. You're going to have the vision from the Night Stalker. The only thing will be getting there and then still playing into the Ember Largo combo, which is incredibly strong.
Heritage focus firing this tier 1 tower. And Box still level 5. Not able to do too much. Will be pressured out by Kataomi yet again. GPK is going to join the party and ensure that this tier 1 does in fact fall.
Yeah, just
BB team.
It's like the overall macro movement is very, very solid for a BB team. While they're hitting this bottom tier 1 tower with a lane ward, GPK is moving over. He has a Remnant in the mid lane. Safe is sacking the triangle. And Miero is farming so safe, there's no counterplay on this Largo.
Yeah.
So everyone isn't able to do the exact play that they want to go for.
I wonder what Faith Beyond is thinking right now. Why did I pick Night Stalker? Who convinced me of such a thing? He does have his Dark Ascension now.
Well, he has always been a player who reminds me a lot of, you know, in terms, I would say Zai and him and like maybe Ice Ice Ice. These players are incredibly good with low net worth. You know, even though they're shut down, they're very capable of making correct calls, understanding one of the few openings in the game that you can go for. Heritage
gets opened up on by XM to get the Crippling Fear right on top of him as well. This would be an enormous kill for ViCi, and it looks like they'll find him in the end. Nice shackle to delay it, but it's not enough. So Faith Beyond on the board with that kill. He's going to need a lot more. That came from.
Oh, that's the big one. And you still have Dark Ascension to play for any of the next fights if you want to. Yeah, this will be another active rune, of course, for the BB squad, as they have pretty much full mid control. Right? Like GPK is continuously pushing in the lane, getting the active runes. Haven't, of course, talked about the Miero Largo yet. Gonna need to get some levels up for the Croak to then help out GPK. Let's see if they can get this tower. You know, the threat of the Dark Ascension might be good enough.
And we have some action mid. It's going to be a shackle and a free kill onto Y. And a siege is still alive here. As you can see, BB Team trying to finish it. Fortification comes out from ViCi, but doesn't look like, from our perspective, they're going to try to defend it.
Yeah, they are just taking the 1-for-1 trade at the moment. Of course, this is better for the BB Team squad. They have a Vessel flying out, which is great against the Caudal Heals. And once you take an early enemy mid-tier 1 tower, I mean, GPK already had all the runes. Now it's even easier. Very, very hard to contest that deep into the river this early on.
Now they group up towards the top for BB Team, save level 5, so actually just hits level 6. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Serpent Wars place right here.
Well, to go back to the Roche that you talked about earlier, Undying and Rasa has always been a very good combo. Right, you kind of, Undying wants to take team fights, and Rasa kind of forces you to either take it or give up an objective for free.
Yeah.
So very, very nice support duo.
And Miero going to be going for the Meteor Hammer build, as GPK forcing Y out. Has the Spirit Vessel applied. XM just slowing him up, though, so can't pursue any further.
It's not a kill, but look what he's doing on his own. Right, he's pushing back 2 heroes in the mid lane. Y doesn't have any resources. This will mean, again, Active Rune will be yours, and they're currently looking for a smoke. Looks like Bach has a decent read, but remember that it is daytime. He doesn't really see much.
Yeah, now slowed up a bit. Shackle, not going to hit, but they get the connection, and they're going to get the easy kill. So yet another one for BBT. I mean, the lead is not growing that much in their favor, so that's good news for ViCi. It's very, it's not reminiscent of last game at all, which is good.
Well, especially considering that they did lose the double Wisdom Shrine early. They are doing a good job. Jin-Q also now with the Holy Locket completed. Because can never count out a TB, especially a TB Caudal draft. More illusions, less cooldown on the Metamorphosis. So definitely eyes on Shiro and his net worth.
XM working on his Witchblade right now, and for Shiro, which we haven't really talked about too much, has his Yasha working towards the Manta style, so nothing too crazy. And it will be a blink first for Bach, and only a couple hundred out for that.
Okay, that is...
I feel like that is when they need to really imprint something in this game, especially, I mean, Crippling Fear against GPK, that's probably one of the main reasons that they picked the Night Stalker.
Well, the blink will be very good. But you do need to get some stuff going with that, because it does hurt your scaling. You're not going some Echo Saber that helps you hit creeps. You're not getting, you know, a Midas that helps you keep scaling. But once they have the blink, they can absolutely look for a couple of moves, maybe with the Witchblade and the Solarbind combo.
Now we're seeing a smoke from Big Brownie team, but you see the blink now picked up from Bach. See if he can put that to good work. It's GPK leading the way.
It's the 40-minute timing again. If ViCi are available, I don't think their team fighting is that weak, right? You have heals, you have Dark Ascension.
Y is going to be spotted first. A Dark Ascension used as Bach comes in with a Crippling Fear, looking to finish off Y. They're going to be close as GPK looking to do that. Looks like you'll find it eventually, but they get the Hex, and now they get the Shackle and the Focus Fire. Bach is dead. Searing Chains now on to Shiro, already at half health. We have to play around a bit because of the Sunder potential. So in the end, the support actually did live, but again, Faith Beyond is the one suffering the consequences.
It was good counterplay, right? BB Team, they were around already. There's so many people you want to stay on top of here as the Night Stalker. If you're not staying on Miero, he keeps giving them heals or maybe move speed. If you're not staying on Kateomi, there's a Tombstone. You kind of have to follow save as well. But it did look like that was perhaps a bit rushed. They do need Shiro to be around, or at least a Solar Bind with XM to dish out any follow-up damage. And this is a big moment on the map. This is like 80 seconds on both Dark Ascension and Meta, where the Boba team can just go ham.
GPK has a Spirit Vessel going for the Mage Slayer next. And I guess we haven't really talked about the items from BB Team too much yet. Kiritich has the Maelstrom, and it'll be the full Mjolnir first from him. I love these players that just queue up like 20 items in their
It's like the good old the Yatoro style.
Yeah.
You just kind of know what you want. You can always just press whatever you want anyway.
And Miero opting for the Lotus as his first main item after this Meteor Hammer. So good reflection for the, well, a lot of spells, I suppose.
Honestly, very good. like especially against Solar Bind. You can also screw around with the Sunder later, which they definitely may be needing. But ViCi still very much holding on nicely when it comes to the game. And I do also like the Largo Wind Ranger combo, you know, out of like a lot of carries. She dishes out a lot of magic damage, which is quite good with Largo as well. Same with move speed. Another hero that uses it very nicely.
Damage room from XM. See how aggressive that they want to be here. I assume that the next item for Bach is going to be the BKB. Indeed, that is the case. But he is just so underfarmed. It is crazy.
Yeah, he is.
You can see Jin Q is just shadowing him in the farm right now.
He is suffering. The only thing is that at least what is good for them is that his 4 is a Caudle. So, you know, the net worth you're kind of lacking, Caudle can make up for it. They're looking for a play around the mid tier 1. We'll find the Observer Ward. And remember also that they are, of course, playing with Night Stalker, so the vision should overall be in their favor.
Bach looking for an opening. Not smoked up, though. Going to wrap around through the triangle, as GPK would be an incredible kill for them. He's going to Remnant out before this even becomes an issue.
It's a very good scan, but you can tell that, you know, while the game has felt like that BB are in overall control, ViCi are currently finding a pretty good foothold on the map. They were holding the mid lane quite nicely, now a lot of top control, triangle control as well. And of course, anytime they keep scaling, Shiro may soon overtake Kiritich here on the network department.
Yep, Searing Chains into the power shot. More than enough damage for GPK and company. I mean, beatboxing team, again, 8-2 advantage to start this game, but the net worth not like last game. Now, ViCi, at the very least, are keeping up in the farm department to some degree, and a lot of it is on the back of Shiro's Terrorblade.
And they're going to use this opening to take out Roche, which then will help them to, of course, furthermore take the map. I want to see how ViCi go about this, right? You have Dark Ascension, you have most of your spells ready, and long fights could be quite good for you. Caudle heals, you see everything with your Night Stalker. This is a big moment.
Yeah, smoke's going to be popped. GPK's going to run right into them, into the potential. Yes, he's going to get Crippling Feared. Bach going to get help. There's the Tombstone to help him out. Kiritich already has the Aegis, though. Pops right back out, and GPK's more than fine. Getting slowed up a bit. Kataomi with a nice decay in that Flesh Golem form as GPK completely resetting. They might just leave Kataomi to his fate, which is the death. But if they get out with everyone else and he just auto-spawns thanks to that innate, BB team still relatively happy with this exchange. ViCi Gaming just did not have the damage.
They actually got to squeeze in the Roche kill right before the fight started. And same with GPK, even got the Remnant off the small lick out and the Tombstone save. Let's see what ViCi can get out of this. Honestly, if they get the mid-tier 1 here as well, they should be quite happy with the overall affair of what happened.
The Illusion's doing quite a bit of damage right now, and looks like they will indeed clean that tower up. So ViCi Gaming, evening up the game in terms of net worth. How much damage can the BB team do with this first Aegis of the game? Like, can they apply a lot of pressure, or is this more trying to get farm outside on the map?
Should definitely use this to close out the map a little bit, maybe a tier 2. I would say one of the first things on your list should be the Tormentor. And then also any moments where, you know, it's going to be nighttime on minute 20. If you get the Dark Ascension out of Faith Beyond, of course, it's always going to be a very, very big way and a very big cooldown that you can play around.
Kiritich, oh, the shackle on that too. As XM coming to try to help out, the support has already dropped as Kiritich looking for the secondary in the form of Jin Q. Taking a lot of damage to that Illuminate, does have to be careful, doesn't want to burn this first life of Aegis, might not have a choice though. So XM gets the trade, Hoodwink for Aegis, not the worst.
Absolutely not, they will take that. Jin Q was quite lucky there. Just before this play, he unlocked his level 10 talent with the Blinding Light Mischance, which we'll have to see later. It's definitely something Kiritich will have to talk about, because he missed a lot of attacks in this play. It's like an 85% mischance.
Yeah, that's true.
Was a beautiful shackle though. Did have to give up the Aegis, because it kind of looked like initially maybe he just cleans up 2 heroes on his own.
Now the focus fire onto the tier 2. Surely ViCi will try to defend this if needed. It is not. Mjolnir for Kiritich. And GPK, he does have an Arcane Rune at the moment. Yeah, but the 20-minute mark approaches, so Tormentor on the menu. It looks to be a free one.
While GPK is very strong right now, right, with the Mage Slayer and the Vessel, it's more annoyance rather than high damage. As Caudle always has like a pretty stale and slow mid-game around like the 20 to 30 minute mark. If it's a dragged out fight, you're of course very happy.
Anaconda! Ooh. How would you rate this shard?
I feel like it's okay. It's not that great, but you're happy having it. You can get a bit more scale, a bit more gold, push on waves.
50-second cooldown. I didn't realize that. That's pretty long.
I mean, I guess, of course, Kateomi already had his shard.
Yeah. I mean, it was either that or... Who's the third in net worth? Is it Largo?
Probably Largo.
No, it's GPK, actually.
Yeah, honestly, the Ember shard is nice, but even if you don't have the Aghanims yet, it's not that incredible. Okay, 21-minute Wisdom Shrine. Definitely the script that BB are looking for here.
Tombstone already placed. They're ready to go. Kateomi already half HP. Bach is going to jump right on top of the Ember Spirit, but the Lick is there to save him, and now Bach just getting destroyed. And that is way too much damage. They trade the Undying for a Night Stalker. GPK, though, getting pressured by Shiro. Quite a bit of damage. And actually, Remnant's back in, and it's absolutely punished. As ViCi Gaming, they get more than 3 kills in this game. Already good sign from them.
No, incredible. Definitely a little bit of a mishap, right? Just going to the wrong Remnant. But also Kateomi, walking in quite aggressively there, drops the Tombstone. But TB, he doesn't care. And I think this is why eventually this can be a very, very good TB game. If you can just hold your ground, like at this point, you're not only going to shred the Tombstone, but look how fast Kateomi dies here.
Yeah, I feel like it was just a matter of time before. I mean, surely teams are watching the replays that BB team participate in, because they're doing the exact same thing every game at the 7, 14, and 21-minute mark, it feels like. And finally punished, and this is a rare mistake from GPK. And as a whole, Bikini Bottom team lose this fight.
Well, very, very important here for ViCi. They have a small lead now in the game. And I have quite high faith when it comes to their overall course, because Bach, this was a fight right before his BKB. Next time around, if that fight happens again, with half HP, he can get his BKB off. And it's not that easy for the BB squad to stand their ground. If Bach goes in, gives vision to everyone, there's a storm zipping, suddenly 5 TB illusions and a meta is running at you. Maybe you save someone with the tomb, but then what? It's not like they committed anything.
Yeah. Good signs from ViCi. And the Aegis was burned relatively early into the timer, so there's going to be this kind of awkward silence, if you want to call it that, this awkward period in between. As BKB, who was that just picked it up?
Should be Bach. Right, he's getting it. XM also just finished his, and it's this type of game where in the mid game it matters a lot when you think about it. Who's getting like more impactful items? You're getting a double BKB on Bach and XM, whereas if you look at like the BB squad, they're getting like way more defensive items. Like obviously Pi can help you. The next item on GPK is quite far away. Same for Miero. So while BKB can be seen as a defensive item for Night Stalker and Storm, it's what allows them to play so aggressively.
There you have the Lotus now for Miero and the Shard, so crazy combination for him.
I definitely need it. Right now you have multiple Lotuses. You can also croak up not yourself, but also one of your other cores. And you need this influx of magic damage, especially against the Shiro TV.
Feels like the first time in quite a while that we've been casting Breaking Bad team where they have met some resistance, because it has been just snowball after snowball. And ViCi definitely figuring something out in between game 1 and 2 here.
Yeah, definitely intrigued to see how the BB squad want to kind of deal with the state of the game. Because while TB is very strong and he will outscale a Wind Ranger, absolutely for sure, we've seen what a Largo and Ember can do. When they have a dragged out fight with Croak of Genius and they're just floating around, there's some catalysts, there's an abundance of magic damage.
Interesting. Radiance for Bach? Potentially, I guess he would use that for a little bit and then turn it into a nullifier, I assume.
You definitely can. Evasion is quite good. I do feel like also there could be other items that are quite nice, maybe even like an AC, but I guess at this point you can kind of just buy whatever you feel like is necessary. Gonna threaten the tier 2 tower. Looks like BB team don't really want to do too much about this one. And again, it's a TB Kato, so it's not like you're committing a hefty cooldown.
Yeah.
You'll just keep putting down the CD, maybe with like a 30 to 40 second downtime if you just keep pumping it in there.
Yeah, things have definitely slowed down a bit, which I think... I actually don't know if that favors ViCi, does it? Because this Night Stalker feels like he wants to be active all the time.
as long as they are getting map control, which they are, I don't think they mind at all. He'll be fine. Sure, he's not like high up on the net worth, but again, I think we need to look more at the combo of him and the Caudle, because Jinkyu has quite a lot of net worth in this game. He's got a Lotus, he's got a Holy Locket, now working on the Aghanim Scepter, at least for now. Hold some people more in place, give yourself some more team fight.
He's definitely picked up the slack as...
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's one good thing about having a position 4 that can actually farm. Caudle can... We've seen him as core, right? So definitely not outside of the norm.
And we know what Jinkyu can do with farm. One of the goats of the post 4s when it comes to using your network aggressively.
And Scotty online for Shiro. So he is starting to pack a punch, finally.
It's like now he's strong and very tanky. And mind you, there's a 20 stick, there's a Caudle behind him, there's anti-team fighting with the Night Stalker where you constantly get all the vision that you want. And I think killing this TV from full to 0 is really not easy for the Radiant draft. You need to stick on that guy for quite a while if you're Kiritich, and until you have a BKB, I don't see how that's going to happen.
Yeah. Still a recipe away for Kiritich.
Will be a pretty early Roshan spawn. So while I think that Shiro is very strong now with the Skadi, rightfully so, right? Use the TV with top network. When he gets his next item, which is the MKB against the Wind Ranger, Kiritich has to pay a lot of attention how you play around this TV, because if you walk in, you are dying incredibly fast.
Another tier 2 is going to go the way of ViCi Gaming as Bach going to open things up onto the Frogman. Has the Lotus applied, but they have the damage along with XM. Going to get the double Electric Vortex. Matters not. Bach gets the kill. Well, ViCi Gaming getting some nice momentum and fighting Brontosaurus team. Again, they have not been put in this position very often in this tournament.
No, not really. And now, they're bleeding a little bit on the gold lead. Down 3k gold. You can see also very nice wards overall from ViCi on the map. One on the bottom gate, one mid lane ward, and this top lane ward that did spot up Miero on the start of this play. And when when the map turns into this, it is incredibly annoying to play against this draft, right? All the maps are pushed in. If there's one Night Stalker seeing you at nighttime, the storm zips over just like that.
Yeah, more pressure with the illusions. Shiro, Demon Zeal. They're actually going to get another tower going their way, and this is without Roche on their side. Is that every tier 2?
Yep, absolutely.
ViCi mounting a comeback after that game number 1 debacle. We can call it nothing less. 5k lead now. Looking quite good.
I feel a lot more comfortable, and I think it is how they beat all the previous teams. 1W and Falcons, they found a nice draft with vision, overall map play. You have Ghost Push, and then you abuse it to find a pickup into a team fight. Honestly, all eyes are now on the secondary Roche in this draft. BKB completed on Kiritich, so you have a huge item timing for the Bibbidi Bobbidi squad here. Whereas ViCi, if they can delay perhaps until this MKB, I don't think they would mind at all. Of course, it is a little bit away, but you farm incredibly fast.
Yeah, the Radiance is not too far off for Bach. Just the Talisman away. GPK going to run into the illusions of Shiro, reminating to the high ground. Won't find a target, though.
Not finding much, at least for now.
And looking into the pit, so Bilbo Baggins' team will try to go for this Roche.
I was going to use that one. I love that one. So they go for the Belch. I don't know if they're going to be around in time, because you definitely want to contest, right? You have Night Stalker, you've got the illusions to scout it out.
Yeah, it's going to be close. ViCi smoked
Ascension.
Up. Very close indeed. The zip in from XM, but Kiritich gets the Aegis. Pop the BKB as XM does the same. Trying to create some pressure here. The Shackle onto the Terrorblade. Getting it the Solar up. No! The Hex is there, and Shiro takes a tumble. And with that, BB team going to try to chase out the rest of ViCi. Although now they're actually resetting. Did they get everything? The Aegis and, yeah, they got the Roche banner as well. So everything going the way of BB team.
Oh, they needed that. But this is all, sometimes you have to go for somewhat of the higher risky plays. I think if you're ViCi, you're going to be highly kicking yourself that you left the area with so much distance between you and BB team. By the time you get close by, they didn't even have vision yet.
So close.
Look at the Shackle that's coming up. That is so pretty from Kiritich.
Yeah, that's the scary part of having these illusions next to you. More targets to get a Shackle that is potentially game-defining. So BB team punching back in this game number 2. The Hex into the Shackle. Focus Fire will finish it. Ernaconda, yeah, that's a sexy snake right there.
Nice, Kiritich definitely now, with the Aegis, queuing up a Daedalus, can definitely turn around and kind of change the one-to-one matchup that he has going against Shiro's TB.
Man, they should be able to get Tormentor, so that's going to be Gale Force for Kiritich because everybody else has Shard.
Yeah, honestly, they'll be pretty happy about that. It's just nice, especially against all like the illusions, maybe push some of the people away. So, ViCi, this is you should know how you want to fight with a Night Stalker, right? You want to kind of go around, pop the Dark Ascension, and start the fight nicely yourself. You don't really want to be the ones that get pressured first. But I do have to commend BB Team for finding such a moment.
Still in the network, quite even. ViCi Gaming. I mean, the top net worths in the game are basically interchangeable at this point between Kiritich and Shiro. And I assume he's going to have to go MKB at some point. Yeah, in fact, that is the case now.
They will have to wait for it. It's the only way that you can deal with the Wind Ranger.
All right, so Radiance online for Bach. Tell me what this does for him. Obviously, the evasion is nice. It allows him to farm, and then he can take it apart, I assume, at some point for Nullfire, but right now he's going AC.
It's kind of nice to help you like scale a little bit, like maybe get through some of this like more quiet time, then later up, you know, just end with the Nullifier like you're saying. So you can go the Radiance AC. I mean, evasion is still quite good, right, against the Radiant Draft, or most importantly, against the Wind Ranger. I don't think any of the other stuff is really that important. But it was a big deal because Kiritich was about to play potentially into a TV who had an MKB with an Aegis. Now suddenly you get to match the MKB timing with an Aegis of your own and a near full Daedalus.
Trying to maybe poke at that tier 2 tower as we see a smoke coming out from Bearded Beaver team. As Jin Q is going to get run into. Hex.
He's dead.
This will be the death of the old man and the horse.
See if they're going to do anything with this, because in the meantime, Kiritich freely taking the mid tier 2 tower. Might just want to wait out this Aegis. There is the MKB completed for Shiro.
A lull before the storm. It's only 13-6 in terms of the kills, so relatively low kill count. If you're from League of Legends, is like 5 times more kills than you're used to seeing, probably.
I mean, both teams are just playing a lot. There's a lot of respect going on when it comes to how the map is being played. Where can they pick you off? Because ViCi, even with this kill deficit, just a very, very even game. Why? With the Glimmer and TP.
And he's out.
I'm a little bit surprised that ViCi are not playing with any Force Staffs against the Radiant Draft. You know, trying to squeeze people out of like a Shackle or a Chains, or just create a little bit of distance between their cores and Kiritich.
Tier 2 tower, but the Shackle is actually reflected, but they have the silence under the wind, are able to get the Force Staff onto the other side, but they're still pursuing as XM gets life number 1. So you can see Bach taking a ton of damage, going to get healed. Tombstone finally killed off as Kiritich pops the BKB in retreat. The Gale Force doing a pretty good work. Gets the Shackle onto the Terror Blade. Do they have the damage? Are they going to be able to clean up Y? GPK gets that kill, but Bach absolutely deletes Kiritich. Gets to the south, into the pit he goes with that ult. And the Terror Blade, unfortunately, was the big kill coming out from BB Team. As Bach looks like he'll eventually be found, so it ends up being a 1-for-3. Carries trade lives, but ViCi bled a little bit more.
The Boom Boys will definitely take that type of fight, right? Your Aegis, it was expiring anyway in like 30 to 40 seconds, and even with some very clutch heals from Jin Q to keep Bach alive initially. Otherwise, Kiritich would have just maybe gotten out from, you know, scot-free. Had another incredible Shackle onto the Shiro TB. And, you know,
he's been getting screwed by his illusions, I'll tell you what.
Now, BB Team, they're finding good fights, and this is while TB is at one of his strongest moments in the game. Like, they're looking here. Of course, they kind of get Kiritich once nearly for free. But even so, he still has the BKB once he respawns. And you can see the damage from Shiro. Like, if Kiritich isn't, you know, careful here, or doesn't even land the Shackle on the main hero, he would have died way earlier in this fight.
Yeah, both carries die simultaneously. Good job from Bach to create that extra pressure, but in the end, the fight did technically go the way of BB Team. Aghanim Scepter there for Jin Q. I'm not sure if he had it in that last fight, but
I don't think so. No, we definitely would have seen it.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp is insanely strong.
Not the 7-minute script.
Yeah, this one's not that important. The Lotus.
Good Lotus.
Onto the Storm, already taking heavy damage. They get the Frog, the Silence on top of him. GPK creating pressure on the high ground onto Y. Meanwhile, XM doing the same for ViCi Gaming. Tombstone save, as XM has to use all his mana to retreat. So again, another Shrine likely to go the way
Bach as well.
Bach gets focus fired into the grave. So 2 dead for ViCi. And Bleeding Blisters team win another fight, and they're going to likely get this tier 2, in addition to that Shrine that Save ended up grabbing for himself.
Even though you know this play is coming, like they just get a correct play going. Shiro didn't have the meta or didn't feel comfortable using it. I think he really wants this BKB before he's fighting. I don't know if I really blame him, right? Like if I'm looking at like the Radiant heroes overall, Ember now has an Aghanim Scepter. He's constantly Croak of Genius. You have an Aghanim Scepter on the Largo as well. A lot of problems to deal with here against the Baobon Terminators.
What? A focus fire and the Arnaconda used to take out the tier 3 bot. Can they get the full set of racks? 20 seconds for Faith Beyond to come back in this game. So it looks like they'll sacrifice it without their Night Stalker. So first lane to BB team. Back in control.
It is a big one. Also, if either team gets their sight on the active runes, there's a damage rune in the top area. And it's also going to be tier 4 item timing. And here is where a lot of illusion matchups can also swing against the magic heroes. If you get a couple of catalysts, you get some timeless enchantments to get some more spell amp your way. Shiro, if anyone on the Dire side looked at the minimap, they know there's an amp rune. Yatoro would be quite disappointed if they will not go here to get it.
Yeah, GPK is going to snag it instead.
Yep.
Are you surprised that Shiro went for BKB so late?
No, I honestly think his item build was fine. There's a world where maybe you could skip Skadi and then you went for MKB, BKB straight up. I think where their game faltered a lot was the secondary Roche, where they had a 5k gold lead, they leave the area, and the BB squad just kind of got to fully attack them, win the fight, and steal the Aegis. Because I feel like this Aegis could have been his BKB until he completed it. There's the Timeless Conjurer's Catalyst for 1. That's Mr. Miero, who will be very happy about this one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is... it's just the type of timing. 35 to 40 minute mark. Nice catch from GPK. Freebie.
Yeah, and Brown Briefcase team. I've been in this position before, and we've seen them with these leads with... And again, we've said it many a time, they do not throw these leads very often. ViCi were in the game for quite a while. They still are, but if this next Roche goes the way of BB team, it's going to be really hard to recover for ViCi.
Yeah, because you have a Satanic from Kiritich as well.
GPK trying to get the Shrine as XM coming in right on top of the Undying. Uses his BKB already as a Will-O-Wisp onto the high ground into the Gale Force. Jin Q now on the run, but he can't go anywhere. Shiro popping the BKB along with the meta, trying to run away, gets focus fired, looking for the Sunder, but it's not to be. Down goes the carry for ViCi Gaming as the rest retreat in shame. And that, if it's a fast Roach, which it is, 20 seconds away if they spot it. And this will be a freebie for BB team.
It's still 1 minute where Shiro isn't even on the board. BB team, they're just finding the fights that they want. Miro has got the double lick talent, just getting Kataomi out of all the pressure, baiting them further in. And I do think that Kiritich got to skip a couple of item timings with some of the fights that they have won. Like earlier, this MKB timing, he matched it with the Daedalus. Now he's got a Satanic. He can stand his ground against Shiro.
And they still had the Serpent Wards. They're going to get the connection onto the Hoodwink as well. Miro gets that kill. They're going to get the tier 3 with the Arnaconda on top. And a second set of barracks going the way of BB team as they are in firm control now. GPK creating some annoyance for Bach and company as Shiro will respawn here shortly. So bustling Barracudas, I think they can just go for Roche.
They absolutely can. I wonder if they would just hold the area maybe a little bit until they know, okay, it's free, now we can go for it. Obviously, they kill Roche incredibly fast. Yep, there you go. Get some Flesh Golem. Because they're just getting baited in like way too far. Like even like this full Aghanim Scepter that Jin Q has doesn't get to use it.
Everyone has BKB there. He cannot sunder anything. Just such a hard position to be in for Shiro. As we see Kiritich get yet another Aegis, they're going to have the Refresher Shard, Cheese, and Roche Banner. All the goodies. Maybe the most valuable Roche in the game. this third one.
Oh, definitely. It's got the cheese. You have a banner with the 40-minute waves if you want. I mean, you have only one lane left to go. Do you really have to wait for anything here? If you're the BB squad? I don't know if you're close to any items. You know, GPK has got a couple K gold. Can maybe buy out a full item onto Kataomi on the Undying if you want. Close to the Lotus.
Octarine core being built for Miero. I mean, let's see if they're waiting for anything specific. I mean, he's pretty damn close to the Octarine, so they probably wait for that. 3.4K for GPK right now as Kiritich can go for a blink. As they're going to be able to take yet another Tormy. This one is only gold, though.
This is where, if you're ViCi Gaming, you're going to have to come up with the plan and how you take the fight. Because this next fight could be the last one of this entire game. They have only one last lane to go for. Could see a world where you want to smoke up, go from the back line, you know, use the Night Stalker ult, maybe get some eyes on the Shadow Shaman, and also on the Kataomi Undying, who's incredibly annoying. He's got a Ghost Scepter as well. If that gets popped, could even be the reason why he stays alive.
And now the smoke coming out for BB. Octarine officially picked up, as we talked about. Miero super strong on the Frogman.
4K HP with the G's, Octarine core.
Now Kiritich actually opting for the Aghanim Scepter, so yet another power spike for BB team.
Why not?
Put the Roach banner down, and now the focus fire. This is where ViCi have to stand their ground. Serpent wards placed, as well as the illusions. Try to make quick work of it. Already the tier 3 tower is dead, though. ViCi have to make something work. The Will-O-Wisp is just going to be cleaned up very easily. As Shiro just getting control from the back line. They're going to pop that fortification. Now a soft reset from BB team.
Already
Flight
used
assist
this
from
glyph.
GPK. And that's likely the last glyph they're going to have this entire game. They don't try to defend here. They get the range barracks. The melee racks is now being focused. There's the Night Stalker ult. As now Kiritich just focus firing. They're going to get mega creeps. Not even defended at all.
Just indecisiveness. I think they were maybe hoping to wait for this Daedalus on Shiro, but yet now, well, you will have to play into Megas. There's no way around it.
That is shocking that they did not try to defend that. Felt like they were going to go once Bach popped that ultimate.
Just didn't really find a connection.
And with that, BB team can just wait for the mega creeps to show up in their base, or they can just go for a snipe.
Well, it's daytime without Night Stalker ult. This is very easy.
Why? You're dead. Zip in. Not a whole lot of damage to work with. They don't have any back. They're going to buy back onto the Hoodwink as XM now getting focused by Kiritich. Will have to zip away. Very little mana to work with as GPK was forced to use his BKB and retreats. Going to pop the cheese back to full HP. The mega creeps haven't quite made it to the base yet, as the Urnaconda is going to be placed in between the tier 4 towers. Big zip to try to kill off the creeps to create some backdoor protection, but again, it's mega creeps coming.
And this is a Largo stream. You just stay behind your carry, you buff him up, you allow Kiritich to just keep shooting away. And he has not been missing this game at all on the Wind Ranger, whether it's the power shots, right clicks, or the shackles.
It looks like they're going to retreat for the time being. No mana on the Largo right now. I mean, they still have a minute on Aegis, so likely to just get some mana and get right back into the fray.
Well, let's see if ViCi can come up with a better plan than what they had in the last fight, because I don't really know if there was that much of a plan. Perhaps, you know, there's a lot of pressure going on. You're 18k down, now you're playing into Megas. But at some point, you will have to come up with something.
I mean, they have gotten 10 total kills in this series. That's crazy.
And they had quite, like, their kill score wasn't that bad, like, early on, right? Again, it's been a very quiet, like, 10 to 15 minutes here. As if you look at Bugs Bunny scorelines, 0-0-13 on save, hasn't even died a single time on the roster.
Yeah.
He hasn't died a single time in a series.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's against a Night Stalker Storm lineup.
Yeah. That's a yikes. As ViCi, their last defense, but the focus fire now applied. As Save with a BKB is going to get the full shackle onto Shiro. Controlled up and killed off. 80 seconds, down and out. No way to get back in with a buyback. as they're just going to call it. GG's come out as BB Team absolutely destroy and dismantle ViCi Gaming as they head to the grand finals.
These guys are looking very good, right? You see them in game one, kind of stomping, not giving up anything. Then this game, quite different. ViCi look good. They look good throughout the entire tournament. Today, maybe not as much, but even in this game, they had a good lead. It was all about that second roach, and I think this is the important and good things from BB Team. It doesn't matter if they're ahead or behind. They kind of know how to just execute their game plan.
Yeah, it was a lot closer, at least through the mid-game this time for ViCi Gaming. But Burger Belchers, they just came out swinging so hard after that mid-game. GPK ends the game 9-3. Kiritich, I mean, I love this Windrunner pick. Usually I'm kind of iffy with it, but against the Terrorblade, it looks really, really good. I mean, Shiro ends the game 0-4. That's crazy. He's so farmed this game, too.
Honestly, they had some timings that they just didn't get to execute together. And sometimes it's hard to tell from, like, you know, it's easy for us. We have, like, the full vision. But what is it exactly that BB Team is doing that is making it so hard to execute? Like, when on the second roach, they get to squeeze in this early fight, and you just see that ViCi are a little bit late. I do really think that's where they dropped this game. But yeah, Kiritich on his Wind Ranger, insane performance, and kind of all around, everyone just playing their heart out.
Yeah, and Save, again, just to reiterate, in a two games played, he died 0 times on a support. That is absurd. Actually absurd.
At the end, he even gets like a game-winning full duration shackle on the enemy hard carry.
It was a BKB letting him channel that, and when you get to that point with Rasta, it is very hard to deal with.
Still, overall, I think ViCi should be quite happy with the overall performance, right? It's leading up to TI, you're doing very good, you're getting top 4 at a major tournament, maybe even 3rd place, potentially tomorrow. So definitely nothing to be too unhappy about with the overall performance.
Yeah, these shackles, though, using the illusions against Shiro, that was, felt like 2 or 3 deaths, like pivotal deaths as well throughout the game for him. As we see the last shackle coming out from Save is BB Team absolutely destroying. Let's go to the stage for an interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please introduce you to our first grand finalist. Here we go, give it up for Kiritich and BB Team. What an absolute honor and pleasure to see you guys just have a clinic that series. Extremely impressive. Did you know, fun fact, you have only lost games this tournament on Rangers. 1 Drow Ranger, 1 Wind Ranger, yet you pick it in game 2. What was that dedication like? How did you know you were going to win with the world's best Wind Ranger? You.
I don't know, Vitaly trusts me. He coached me how to play Wind Ranger, how to shackle, how to use power shot. That's it.
All right, fair enough. Your support did not die that entire series. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. How does the support not die? That's their job, if you will. What is going on with Mr. Save?
He's super prime.
Super Save Prime, I can take that. In an interview earlier this year, you stated that you did not know how painful it would be to be 2nd place. You are in another final, and I gotta tell you, before you joined the team, BB Team was kind of known for choking in moments like this. Not any longer. Now you've been a champion. Are you ready for this grand final? Do you think that there is even a slight chance you might go through that pain of 2nd place?
Of course, we're ready to destroy them.
That's what I like to hear. They're ready to destroy whoever dares to be on that stage. But I have to ask you, who do you think is going to be on that stage along there with you?
What?
Who will be fighting you in the grand finals?
To be honest, PV and Yandex team, very good team. They're very strong. It's for me 50-50 matchup. To be honest, I don't know. It's just coin flip. My coin flip, it's Yandex.
all right. But either way, you're going to crush whoever comes, right?
Of course.
Okay, and last question for you. You have spoken so much this year about your personal dedication, you know, gymming every day, practicing every day, the slow increase. Do you have too much left to prove? Do you have to win this one? Or is it just another way down your path?
It's another way, just casual day of my life.
Damn, all right, a casual winner, fantastic. Well, let's get some casual teammates up here. Gentlemen, please join us. You do know what time it is here at EWC. You don't just beat your opponents, you crush them, baby. And one of you has to crush. Let's get that crusher ready. Open those doors. And who is gonna be my crusher here today? I need one of you to elect. Okay, Miero wants it. Gentlemen, to the key crusher, my friends. Not only do you crush a key, you crush an entire region here today. They are going down. Say goodnight to Chinese Dota. Not as back as we thought. Goodbye, brothers. Here we go. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, that was a blow. Oh, my God. That one blowed the hell up. That's what I like to see. All right, my friend, excellent crush. Let us take a look at the key and see if it lives up to your standards. I gotta be real, I don't think we could crush that key to represent how much you crushed them in that series. Take a look, sir, examine. Is it crushed enough?
Fine, yes.
That is fine, but they're ready to crush whoever goes to that grand finals coming up tomorrow. Let's head to the panel and see what they think about that series.
A fine crushing was done by BB Team against ViCi Gaming. It was a closer game, game 2. We can make the claim that ViCi Gaming actually did get to play Dota in this one, but it was still not good enough to come close to beating BB Team, who will be our first grand finalist here. Congratulations to them. We're gonna break this game down, Seb. This was at least a closer game. Hey, Brian, this was at least a closer game. No, you guys gotta turn on your microphone. This is great. I'll just hold a monologue. It was a closer game. That is for sure.
Am I working now?
Seb?
Oh,
yes.
Perfect. Yes. I mean, this was a series for me where, you know, when we heard Kiratic's interview afterwards, he says it's just another day. I know, like, to some degree, we want the players to be heavily emotionally invested in this, but I also have such deep respect for the fact that it doesn't matter what day it is, it doesn't matter what the situation is, if it's practice day, if it's off time, if it's championship day, that they have the same mindset and they're able to put the same amount of effort and conviction to their craft. And I feel like for Kiratic, when he talked about every day just being a slow grind in the right direction, it's displayed in his gameplay throughout the entire course of this year. And for a player like him, I think this is truly his moment. So, you know, he's going to have quite the formidable opponent tomorrow, regardless of who wins. But I believe in him personally.
Test. Okay, I thought you muted my mic before as a punishment for believing to ViCi Gaming draft both, 2 games in a row and they end up losing. You're like, yeah, okay, this guy doesn't get to.
He said enough.
He's done. But no, impressive performance by BB. I think I don't want to say expected and make it sound like less rewarding than it should be for them, because honestly it was a very tough challenge for them. They showed up big time. They played, I think, 2 of the best games they've played so far. Everything was just, executed to perfection. Like the team fights especially, I think, is the most impressive part. Like how they position themselves, how they're able to, how well they understand fight conditions. Because sometimes, you see the fight, like it's starting to settle in and they're taking positions, and all of a sudden they just rush into ViCi. Like they understand that there's an angle to kill TB, and it's like a 1 second. We're talking 1 second angle, and they find the opening. It's really impressive, like how well they execute team fights together and how in sync they are with each other. It's really.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I'm watching ViCi, they looked much better in game 2 than they did in game 1. So I'm happy to see that they put on a bit more of a showing, but it was kind of like they got past the hurdle of the 10 to 15 minute mark. They didn't have the little bit of sloppy mistakes there, and we got to see that side of them, the better side. But then, like you said, it's just BB Team. Oh man, I feel like you're throwing a punch at them and you're vulnerable for that split second, and they just gut punch you the second that you do it. And yeah, for me, it's a combination of fight execution that's made teams like BB make it this far, and it's also that creativity and the drafting and the strategies and the next level of that. I feel like they have such a deep understanding of the picks going in, but then also how that plays out in the game. I feel like they're almost able to visualize it from minute 0 and then have it manifest itself later on, and it is like a painter, on their canvas.
Yeah, and we're not done yet breaking down this game. We are going to take a slight break because right now we are going to check in at the Alliance Vault with Chris and Rose.
Thank you very much, Sheaves. We are down here once again at the Alliance Vault, and I am here with Rose, just discussing kind of what's going on down here. Rose, MLBB, we've had the Women's Invitational here. How's it been for you guys?
It's great. We are currently in the grand finals where we have Na'Vi going up against Team Vitality. And for a little bit of context, Na'Vi won it all in 2024 MWI. And on the side of Team Vitality, they won it all in 2025. So 2024, 2025, and right now they're battling it out for 2026.
And for these guys as well, club championship points on the line, all that kind of thing. I have to make sure I get that bit in. That's my job. It's all right though. But yeah, for these guys, big important moments for them to go well in the club championship. But we've got you guys actually coming over to stage 3 next week as well.
Correct. Next week, you guys will be seeing me on the main stage because I will be hosting instead of reporting.
I know. So we've got MLBB, we've got the mid-season invitational kind of coming up for them, mid-season cup, I should say, coming up for those guys next week. What are we going to expect from that when we do get there, though?
Ooh, that one's going to be exciting. We're going to have the best teams in the world coming down to Paris, battling it out for a lot of money, a lot of club championship points, and of course, the pride of their nations. Yes. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing. Thank you very much, Rose, for the chat. We'll be checking in with you next week. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Chris and Rose. And yeah, next week, this stage will be in the hands of MLBB. But for now, it is still old Dota 2. And we do still want to break down the game 2 we just witnessed. Just a little bit more, Seb. What you got for us?
What do I have? I mean, I have 2 sequences that kind of show the difference of execution and like the end result of a team fight when it's, I guess, well executed and when it isn't. So we'll see here one of the first like aggressive move. I'll play it on half speed that BB team is doing and trying to contest ViCi Gaming with them. And you have to look at the position. You might think this is a great tombstone placement. Kataomi, he's kind of baiting. And what I want you to focus on is look at the fight entry for ViCi Gaming. So you have TB very well positioned as we could see there. You know, like on their high ground, basically killing heroes, and Storm enters the fight as TB is ready to kill the targets that are being stunned, right? And on the other side of the fight, you have the Night Stalker that is like creating chaos in the backline, forcing them to look at him and basically giving free reins to his TB. Like Wind Ranger is not allowed to focus the TB because she has to deal with Night Stalker. His support, like Heritage supports, are probably making the call, or Ember in that case, that hey, oh, Night Stalker is jumping me, I need some help. So everything just happens together for ViCi Gaming. It's very well rounded, and this is like a draft that is really hard to deal with because you can't really get through the TB because Coddle's positioning is also kept very safe because they are, you know, offense is the best defense. It is true in Dota. Coddle has been, if you look at the Coddle, he's been untouched the entire team fight. Like if you pay close attention to the Coddle, he spent all the fight hitting his allies, you know, replenishing their mana, reducing the cooldown spells, and this fight did not look even close. And these heroes are late game heroes. Like Night Stalker suffered a really poor laning phase. TB, obviously, everybody understands why TB needs items, and the same can be said about Storm. Now, a different situation is the Roche contest, where ViCi Gaming, you know, you could blame them for maybe being a little bit late and not understanding that Roche is being taken by BB. This will lead into like a Roche team fight, which they will have to pay a very high price for. Because if you look at the difference between the fight I just showed you and this one, now, NS doesn't give vision in the Roche pit anymore, so that is obviously a big factor. Storm jumped in, started the fight, and you know, you kind of wonder, where is TB? Like, TB is not there yet. TB has just entered the fight a little bit above, so this allowed for, like, essentially BB team to completely ignore the Storm, completely ignore the NS that are not creating any issues. They get to turn their attention to the TB fully and focusing down, and to also mess with the Coddle, forcing him to reposition. So it comes down to very little, like, aspects of the fight. This is why you have to enter the fight together as a unit. It has to be structured, and we've seen, like, the best teams in the tournament, they don't rush these sequences. Under no circumstances will they give up on how their fight has to be executed. They will give you the Roche. They will, you know, we've seen the Falcons, the Yandexes of the world, like, they will give you 1 Aegis, 2 Aegises. At no point will they put themselves in a situation they don't control or that their drafts cannot really serve. So in that sense, I think it really showed the difference between both teams, where on one side you have like very crisp execution and discipline, and on the other side you have ViCi Gaming with like very creative concepts and honestly like great showing, but just they're missing, you know, the surgical aspect of the highest level of Dota.
Yeah, and of course we will see them again tomorrow in the 3rd, 4th place decider, so hopefully they will be having some time to get that in order, and otherwise later down the line they will have another shot in China with TI. But for now, they are not making it to the grand finals. It is BB team that is just one step ahead. And they look very good, but we had to give the MVP to one person, and it's not the first time we give it to this person, Brian. It's Kiritic once again.
I'll just say, with Save's performance in that series, this means so much for how well Kiritic also played during the series, because there were so many pop-off plays on the side of BB team as a whole unit, and Kiritic, I think I've probably said this 10 times this tournament, but he's one of my favorite carry players ever since seeing his interview earlier this year where he had just joined BB team, and he was just excited talking about the opportunity to get to play with such amazing players, and that was such a different vibe from the player that he replaced. And this guy, at first, you could tell that he was a bit nervous and uncomfortable with this team, not because of like problems within them, but he's put in an environment he's unfamiliar with. But over the course of this year, this guy has leveled up non-stop, and we even saw him like 1v3 killing people with an Aegis. We see hit like, oh, it's right here, where he's literally by himself and gets the two-man shackle, a little bonus on the coddle there, taking the clutch Roche plays where like there's been countless Aegis snatches throughout the course of this tournament. This guy performs well in the early game in the laning stage, fitting in well with BB team, and then also has that clutch factor where he's just reliable, and I think that's the most important thing a carry can be.
Reliable, stable, and clutching it out when it matters. That seems like a perfect recipe for success here for BB team.
Yeah, anything else you need? Reliable, stable, clutch, like what else you need?
I don't know.
Like, he
nice
guy. Yes, he provides.
The vibes. I think the one thing that maybe some other carry players that we're still going to see later, pocket picks, unusual picks. Is he a meepo player? I don't think so.
I mean, I don't know if he's a meepo player, but he definitely has restricted his hero pool, like in accordance to what the meta dictates. But he has a very wide hero pool, so this guy can definitely go out of the structure, think outside the box, if he needs to. So I think he has a lot more to show. That is like the good news also for BB team and how exceptional he is as a player indeed.
Yeah, he's gonna need it because he is in the grand finals with his team, and they still need an opponent because our first semifinals, it was a quite quick one, I'll say that. But we have another semifinals coming your way. Yandex versus PVISION is going to be a super hype one. Can't wait for that one. But I'll be honest, I also have something else that I am very curious about and that I'm very excited about to finally get to watch. I did not know I needed this in my life. And maybe in hindsight, I'll say that I did not. But we did put Tyler1 and Slacks in a room. See what happens.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey everybody, we are here to solve the debate once and for all. What is better, League or Dota? I'm here with Tyler1. How you doing, Tyler?
I'm absolutely awesome as always.
Wow, that is fantastic. All right, great. Well, I guess we should just get things started here. I could probably start so you can steal all of my ideas and claim that they're yours. League of Legends. Oh, no, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. League of Legends obviously exists, but Dota is a superior game. You guys took everything about Dota, copied it, did it worse.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut him off. I'm not.
All right, go ahead. Go
I cannot bear to see this guy talk.
Please, go.
He's lanky, pale, bald, unlike me.
True.
Terrible at games, I can tell. Brother, Dota has built-in lag.
Built-in lag.
Turn rate is built-in lag.
Wow, that is actually impressive.
It is a clown game.
That's
You know why they have built-in lag?
Why is that?
People always like, oh, it's to balance the range and the melee characters. It's just you guys don't have hands. You have no micro. You have no mechanics.
Oh, that's really so.
Turn fast. You get click fast.
That makes a lot of sense that you don't like turning. I mean, your traps are so big you can barely turn your goddamn head.
Is that an insult?
That's not an insult. I'm a big fan. I think you look great. Listen, turn rate is a big deal. It's called skill, my friend. You got to be planning stuff. Being able to follow stuff, look at stuff, it's a big deal. You know?
Okay.
Yo,
and then
he didn't even turn. This guy has no idea how to turn at all.
Oh, this guy.
I'm not turning.
Okay, bro.
Your ability to follow action is not good because you're a league player. You don't get it, and that's okay.
Okay, that's turn rate. Terrible. Horrible, by the way. Turn rate's terrible. There's no argument. It's why
Wait.
I played Dota.
I'm
not done yet.
All right, go ahead.
I played Dota.
Yeah.
And I got almost to gold.
Wait.
As a Pudge player.
Why are you defending League? Didn't you get banned from that game?
Yes, but I'm grown, I've matured, and my actions were unreasonable.
You played Dota when you got banned from League, am I right?
Yeah, that's the only way I'd play that game. There was nothing else.
Why did you stop playing Dota? I forget. Can you tell that story?
There was nothing else because
Write and contact you and say stop playing this game?
That is not what happened. I just got bored of it because it's a terrible game.
Okay, I'm sure you would get bored of it. Not as interesting for you. Not enough
He's rage baiting.
clad female characters with.
I'm not saying League.
Hey, I'm not saying that either.
I'm not saying League of Legends is perfect, but
listen,
I will say this.
Yeah.
Dota has a mechanic where you can buy back as well.
You can. It's called spending money.
Yeah, it's called you made a misplay. Here's a get out of jail free card.
Well, no. In Dota, our players spend money in the game instead of out of the game to buy a $500 autograph that they never wanted.
Yeah.
Now, I get it. Turn rate is a big deal, but I heard League has turn.
Turn what?
Oh, sorry. It's not turn rate. It's turnover rate of their talent.
Okay, this guy has rehearsed this.
He has
rehearsed it, by the way.
It's okay.
Yes, maybe the staff, but people play the game well.
Which one?
League of Legends. It's one of the most popular games in the world for years.
Yeah, until Mobile Legends Bang Bang came out, it was great.
The only people, that's not true. That's not true. The only people that play Dota are like European players.
That is true. I mean, Dota does not have a lot of players, and you guys are so much bigger than us. I completely agree. There's a lot of people that eat fast food instead of going to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. I'm sure it's better.
Wait, now you're insulting America as a whole.
I'm not insulting America.
These aren't even League players.
No.
Okay, how about the League players in like Korea?
Where?
Korea. Probably played.
Oh my God, that's where Faker is from, right?
Yes.
Faker. Oh my God. What other pros do you guys have?
Okay, do you know what? I don't know a namesake pro Dota player.
Huh?
Who's a shelf Dota player?
We don't want you to know. Everyone's always like, Dota doesn't have enough players.
Because nobody watches the game.
Good. Dude, if a lot of people advertise Dota 2, then we'd have a bunch of goddamn League players. You think I want to play with those guys?
Yeah, you need some players in your game to even queue up. You're probably scraping the bottom of the barrel right now.
I mean, you do have me.
Your queue time is probably 25, 30 minutes.
Yes. All right, you got me there. You know, here I would probably surrender, but unlike a League player, I'm not a so I'll keep going. I'm surprised. You are so good at debating for a guy that has no ability to talk in his game.
I can talk about game.
No, you can't.
They're gonna have voice. Yeah, but they said it's coming.
Oh, is that coming?
It's coming soon.
Oh, like the replay system? Is that coming? Hell yeah.
It's coming soon. Soon.
Guys, just spend a little bit more money unlocking heroes. When they're done with the fighting game.
They're called champions.
When they're done with the card game.
They're called champions.
They'll get to that.
Because League of Legends is like their owners they can take over the industry in different fields other than just.
That's really interesting.
That's a claim.
The industry.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me retract that because I forgot who made that. Okay, let's retract that. Never mind.
No, it's fine.
Never mind.
Yo, if it goes bad, you could just re-release Jinx for the 40th time. I'm sure that will
not even
back.
They're just lying for camera.
Now put him back in. Put him back in the card game.
How about Arcane? Arcane did well.
Arcane.
Where's Dota's show?
That is
nobody knows what Dota is.
You got us there? I mean, our anime was not as good. It is so surprising how much League players love League when they don't have to play that game. It was huge, dude.
Okay, that's
all right.
Fair.
Hey, you know what? You got some great points. I got some great points. I got to say, though, at least we can agree we both hate FPS.
This guy drives me crazy.
We hate FPS, am I right?
Lucky there's camera crew and people here, or else we might be in a physical...
All right, we are fine. We are fine. We both hate FPSs, though.
True.
Absolute garbage. We're men of class, baby. We're MOBA players. All right. Thank you very much. It's solved.
Bro, you rehearsed these fucking...
I didn't rehearse anything.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5. Okay, if 5 gets down. Not bad.
Et nous allons gagner.
We are once again here at the sold-out STC Arena for League of Legends semi-final day. The French are playing up against SKT here, Ginny. It is a hell of an atmosphere.
No, it is incredible. The KC fans have joined. It is a very important match. T1 against KC in the semi-finals. And just to really put it into perspective, I'm going to need a little pan around of the audience because it's sold out. 7,000 seats and the blue wall, which is the KC fandom, is present. But also for the club championship points, this is quite an important one.
Yeah, honestly, don't know what you said, Ginny, but I agree with absolutely everything that you did. It is absolutely packed out in here. I'm going to be hanging out a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Dota fans, please don't hit me. Please don't hit me.
Come here, guys. Come here.
for our second semi-finals here on stage. You're watching Dota 2 at Esports World Cup, and we got ourselves Yandex versus PVISION coming your way. A lot of people would have expected to see these two teams already both in the grand finals, but there will be only space for the one. We also had a slight change here on the panel. Still Seb, and we have Lacoste now as well. Lacoste, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Shiver. Absolutely excited to see this one because this is the grand finals before the actual grand finals, because both of these teams, I think they showed so far the best Dota that we've seen. Kudos to BB team, but I think these two teams just a tiny bit better. So unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing both of them in the grand finals because both of them only dropped one game so far, and it's going to be very interesting. And it's going to come down to the tiniest things when it comes down to execution, to the drafts, and what these teams have prepared so far.
Yeah, Seb, this is the grand semi-finals, as they call it, as we call it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It definitely is. I think it's kind of crazy to think that every player we got to hear from literally every group, every team, they are naming, Yandex or PVISION. All of them. They're one step ahead. Everybody knows. I think they have terrified everybody in practice, also in scrims. Both of them, they have pretty different playstyle, in my opinion, and different hero kits. So I think that's the most interesting part, where they have different reads on the meta. So you always love to see idea clashes, knowing that it's going to be executed to the best of its abilities. And therefore, we'll get the truth,
who's better?
Who's better? Which ideas are better? Which heroes are better? How to break meta heroes? What is it that you cannot deal with and you should be banning, and whatnot? Obviously, they're both backed with great coaches. Poppy is involved in this game somehow. He's always there. So you love to see it. And some of these faces, no one. Poppy, look at this. These guys have been around for what? 10 years, 15
Longer
years.
than that, yeah.
And they're here, on their way to the grand finals, and we talk about them as being absolute favorites. You have to put some respect on that.
Oh, absolutely. I think one interesting thing is both of the offlaners, they played for other teams as well, so they kind of swapped, and this is also going to give them, I would say both of them will have the upper hand in terms of understanding how the other team wants to play, because they have also been very successful. They have been on the top with the different rosters as well. So it's going to be very interesting, especially the duo from the offlane, how they're going to approach this, because I feel like having inside info from some of these teams definitely going to benefit them, but we rarely see where both of the players kind of played for the team. So it's going to be very cool.
Yeah, they've been very open about talking about that, and that it wasn't even a player skill thing. It's synergy and vibes. And those are very important to get the right team together. And both of these offlaners, they found their right team, respectively, by just swapping around. So we're focusing our attention on Yandex first, and we are going to hear DM talk about how he feels being integrated in Yandex.
It feels amazing to join the Yandex because I play in a team which is full of high school players and great personalities. So I'm really happy for this opportunity. The difference of a Yandex team compared to my all other teams is that here people are the most professional in terms of communicating to each other, in terms of playing, in terms of approaching the game. I think I learned a lot being in this team already, even though it was only 2 months or something, because when you play Dota with really good players, you're improving every single day, and I think that's what's happening here. I'm getting new concepts, getting new ideas, and empowering the ideas I have. I think I'm getting better.
A backstab.
That state time
up in 3 seconds. Big crush comes out with a Luna Blade. Lone Druid dead right off the bat. 3 dead, in fact, for 1W with no recovery in sight.
For me, it feels better to not think about any team. I don't care the nickname who it's gonna be, Kitor or Nightfall, playing the Terrorblade or It's just better play against heroes and don't give a damn about which you're gonna play against. We did not win this type of event yet. It's too early to think about winning the event. For now, we need to be focused on playing the playoffs. I'm just focused on doing my best, and if it's gonna be enough, well, that's great.
Yeah, they have not faced an event like this before, but they have been in the grand finals. They took 3 titles this year, so no stranger to being in that best of 5 and coming out on top as well. this is a team that hasn't been around for that long. This is the first season they're together, and especially, of course, with DM joining only towards the second half of the season, these 5 players, because how far they've come is quite incredible.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the players that are on the squad, like, for example, DM, he has been on multiple teams, but didn't really find much success. I think for me, personally, he was the most improved player of the previous season. Like, he was just a shining star of the team. And also Watson, like, he has been grinding for a really long time, but was unable to find a really cool spot for him. He was unable to win the tournaments, and like, you could definitely feel that he was there always, but like just needed that extra bit of oomph. And I think ever since this team has been formed him, like, this is his new home. This is where he gets to shine.
I like the synergy a lot with this team. Like, in terms of playstyle, to me, like, I know DM really well. He's been on OG. I've actually been a teammate of his for a while, and he's the kind of person that. Actually, the same with Saxa. Like, I realize I have a lot of inside information because I've played with most of these players. But like, DM, basically, he has a clear understanding of what he wants to see happen for his own game, and it's not like he's taking space. He's actually making space, but he's very clear-headed, and I think it gives a lot of freedom to supports, and especially you give that freedom to someone like Saxa, which really excels at understanding, hey, how do I impact the map as much as possible? Like, he's always going to be doing the right thing, whether it's because that's support life in Dota now. You could be stacking, you could be playing for your lane, you could be gating. You could be checking runes, you could be doing a million different things. So understanding, having this clear and high level of understanding of Dota of like, hey, this is how I utilize my time the best. And I think DM really enables that. So there's like a lot of synergy in that team in really putting these players in the best conditions to kind of express their potential.
Yeah, I think also for all the players involved on Yandex, some of them know peaking at the right time is important, and they have done so in the past. And I also feel like they are peaking right now at the same time, because I feel like they have an incredibly high baseline.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the team that, like, Saxa, he brings a lot experience to the team. He won TIs, This is the guy that also just, I think, stabilizes most of the lineups every single time that he joins. Like, when he first joined at the last, like, at the end of 2025, he was just a stand-in for the team, but you can definitely feel like the magic already happening within the team. And they're like, you know what, Saxa pretty good. We're gonna decide to pick him up.
He's kind of okay.
He's kind of good, okay player. So yeah, I can't really blame them for that, because like he just has success. Like he's definitely, when we talk about the position 4 with the GOAT status, he is definitely up there.
Yeah, we got PVISION on the other side. And speaking of success, this team is having some success this year as well. Now, they only took 1 title, but they are also very much peaking at the right time. And of course, we heard from one offlaner before. We're hearing from the other one now. Let's listen to Noticed.
In this team, I feel really good because, a lot of good players in this team, and I know these guys, and I'm really happy to join in the end of this season. This is not my first tournament and first season in Pro Scene. We wanna play better every day, and for win this tournament, we need to play better because we know our mistakes and we need to fix it.
This Satanic gonna get help with a nice back wall from Notice on the 3 here.
Every day we learn something new. We play scrims, we play official games, we play pubs, and we watch games. And sometimes, we have something new because everything in Dota changed. You try hard for this, you win this, and that's really big tournament like TI now, I will be just happy. We can beat every team can beat us, and everything decided in your gameplay, individual gameplay decisions, and hard moments. Prepare to every team like our last chance.
We can beat every team, and every team can beat us. Well, I looked at the stats a little bit, and Seb, PVISION has never beaten Yandex.
Oh, that's where you're going. I was gonna say first half of the statement, very true. Second half, just him being humble. But no, you're actually going there. Well, again, whatever happened in the past isn't relevant anymore as far as I'm concerned. This is like, EWC semifinals. Everything can happen. To me, the big difference between these two teams, if I had to pinpoint it, is I think on PVISION side, it's a little bit more like star roster, like the raw power of what they can bring to a game, I think the ceiling is a little bit higher. That is my take. You know, I think of players like No One or Satanic, 9 Class. I mean, all of them really, but so I feel like sometimes they can like perform above expectations. You can get these moments where you're like, what the hell just happened? Like, this is just crazy. Like, they're not supposed to get out of the chokehold, but they will. But you can also have the counterpart of it, which is like they will sometimes go for plays or make mistakes that you're not gonna see on Yandex's side. So to me, I feel like you kind of know where Yandex is going to be, and it's going to be very, very high. PVISION, they could either top it or just not be even close to challenging it. So, and I don't know what we're getting today.
A little more variable.
Yeah, but that's what we like about this team, because like even with the previous squad, they also had this issue where sometimes they're like 5-10k gold ahead and suddenly they are dropping the ball and the game is like extending for another 20-30 minutes. They're still gonna win that game, but a lot of the times like this is something that shouldn't happen. I think they got much better as time progressed, especially under Poppy's coaching. And something that Poppy also said during one of his interviews is, you know, back when he was a player, he was very stubborn, something that he was like, you know what, I'll try to beat it. If something's broken, I'll try to find a way how to beat it. Now as a coach, he's like, you know what, let's just ban it. So maybe one of the reasons why they also have like so much success because they do realize what's really good, like what's really imba, and they take care of it by just removing it. I think this is going to be very interesting overall series to see like the drafting approach, because seems like they've been on top of the game. Like seems like they understand meta better than anybody else so far in the tournament, and it's going to be like very interesting to see like all these small things. They also talked about it yesterday about maybe, you know, throwing in some extra heroes, but we'll have to see what's going to happen, because we see teams actually bringing in some new stuff, like maybe exchanging, not like necessarily the whole squad, like not what they want to go for with the draft. It's just like one piece of equation is removed, but they kind of replace it with pretty much the same hero. So gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. Also, I think PVISION, this is a squad that has had highs, very high highs, and also a couple of lows here and there. It's something that they're also been very vocal about, that stability that maybe that Yandex has, that PVISION is searching for. They are actively searching for it, and it comes to fruition with 9 Class being, per their words, caged in, Seb.
Yeah, I think this player to me is, you know, I used to play with Jerex, and to me he reminds me of him in a sense. Like, they have their own thing going on, and you know, back in the days, Johan kind of described Jerex with like, you know, he's like, it's like a dog chasing a ball, except you don't see the ball. You just have to go after the dog and just believe that he's taking you there. And I mean this in the most, like, as the biggest compliment ever. It's like, don't even try to understand what's going on in his mind. Like, it's just too elaborate, too complex. To just go on, like, jump on board with him, you know, and he will take you there. He will take you to places you've never seen in Dota. To me, he's exceptionally good at the game, and he can always be their X factor. He can be the difference maker in any game, any scenario.
We're going to find out if he is the X Factor for PVISION in our upcoming series. And with that also, if PVISION does end up winning the series, it means that 9 Class will play the grand finals on his birthday. And that's always kind of special, I would imagine. But getting way ahead of myself, we got the grand semifinals coming your way. And to get it started, we're heading over to the stage.
Thank you, Mo, so much, Shiver and friends. Yes, the grand semi-finals. I gotta say, that's a great way to put it. 2 teams that everybody thought would be in that grand finals, now here fighting with only 1 game lost between them. Crazy.
Yeah, we get like a little taste of what could happen in the grand final, but that's what you expect when you see teams at this level of competition, is that every single game is a tough fight to get to that eventual end to the whole tournament. Honestly, though, Slacks, I just have to really flame you there for a moment, because you told me that semifinal just before was going to be a bloodbath.
Well, it was a bloodbath. not the competitive kind of bloodbath, but it certainly... One team did get bloodied. But hey, you know what? The dreams of the underdogs are all done. And you know what? This is Dota. This ain't no fairy tale. You know the best players are going to be the top 3 teams, and we have the best of the best here today. You ready to get this party started, Mr. Milos?
Let's get it going. Who's our first team?
Our first team, my friends. You know them. You love them. You said that they would win this tournament, and they are on the path. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Yandex. Team Yandex has looked unstoppable before this tournament. They looked unstoppable in the groups. And now, the only time you're going to see this team stop is when they stop right next to me. That's it. These guys are on a roller coaster right now with no end in sight. Absolutely incredible play so far. And there might only be one team that people think might be able to stop them.
That's basically the best way that I could put it, because on the other side, it is a team that has only been going up. Please join me in welcoming to our stage, PVISION! Well, last year, the Esports World Cup, you saw these guys bow out at third place. Yes, they were knocked out, but eventually in the semis by the winners of the entire tournament. Team Spirit, though, they are done. They're dusted. They're goodbye. Not even a word about them. And look who survives here on our stage. Ever since that third place, they have hungered for more. And look at that, a year later, they're back in on the main stage, and this time only one little hurdle away from the grand final.
Absolutely. Very cute. They did lose to Team Spirit last year, but who beat Team Spirit this year, I must say? Almost like it meant nothing to them. Yes, indeed. So this will be quite a battle between two very tested teams. Gentlemen, we ready to go? All right, got some nods. We're good. Please, your keys to your stations. Off you go to the races. We will see if we can get that handshake here today. There's a lot of respect they've looks like the teams are set, my friend.
All I can tell you is we're going to go all 3 games, 95 minutes per game. And that's what I'm expecting out of this, because these two are going to go blow for blow. That is it from us. Let's get this party started. Back to the panel.
PVISION, I think they're like one of the toughest teams obviously lately. People have been rating them like as the best. I think they're a good matchup for us. I think usually done pretty well against, even if they're in a good shape. So I think we feel like maybe a bit confident, but not like cocky or anything like that.
Try to backstab.
That state line.
Up in 3 seconds. Big crush comes out with the Luna Blade. Lone Druid dead right off the bat. 3 dead, in fact, for 1W with no recovery in sight. 33 attempting to run, but the zombies are catching up.
I think we can always play better, but I mean, we didn't face a real opponent kinda this tournament, to be true. We didn't meet some like real team. Maybe we're just good, I don't know.
No one infested. There's a big backroll onto 4 heroes with the global silence to follow, and no one is destroying everyone.
I think if we talk about this event and our chances, it's all about the match against Team Yandex. I think we are the 2 strongest teams of the tournament, so I guess it's like the match for the grand final winner.
Looks like they're fully committing. There goes inside the pit is Chira Jr. Malady comes out, and the snatch comes out from Chira. They're going to kill off Malady in the meantime as Chira does get out with his life.
If I had to rate us between PVISION and us, I think 50-50 I would say. I'm not sure. It just depends which team is better on that day, which team has better ideas going into the match, and I think that's gonna decide a lot.
It's 50-50. You either win or lose.
Make a Rolling Thunder initiation, still hit Coffee. All the train protectors in trouble, gonna be silenced up, no chance for an overgrowth, which means he's kind of stuck, battling it out, hoping for an Aegis kill. That's it. Foul of the map. I mean, what a perfect block. Oh, it's beautiful. Rampage across the map for Satanic.
It is 50-50 apparently, as our players said it themselves, and as Saxa says, confident, not cocky going into this one. And I think also both teams would say the same. For this upcoming best of 3, we're also got an extra voice to the mix. Hello, Effie. Welcome to the grand semifinals.
Hey Sheebs, I'm super excited. I've been watching these players and how they talk about each other and how much they respect each other. We're in for a treat here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can definitely feel the respect. But I also want to go back something that DM said in an interview. He said that he doesn't see the players, he sees kind of heroes, which I can definitely like see what he meant by it, because like in every single game, you don't really care like whether this is some like guy named X, whether that's like whatever his name is. You're like, how do we counter certain heroes? Maybe you need to, you know, it's pretty basic, but definitely something to like make yourself easier when you're playing on the stage, to relieve yourself off the pressure, is also gonna be kind of cool to see because they seem to be putting quite a lot of respect onto each other, and they say like, yeah, anybody who has a better draft, maybe just a better Dota day that day is going to be winning this one.
Yeah, I would say these two teams are pretty evenly matched in terms of individual skill, in terms of them being timing-based teams who understand when they're strong and when they need to sit back and farm. And I would say Yandex have been a little bit faster in terms of tempo than PVISION and any other team in this tournament. But like Zoxa said, it's just who comes in with the better ideas this draft.
Well, let's find out. We are in the draft for game one of this best of three of these semifinals. We got Undying already banned right out the gate, so Malady cannot get his hands on that one. It's first pick going the way of Yandex, and they have banned out the Kez, the Largo, and the Lone Druid. With the second pick going then PVISION, and we have Undying, Treants, and Centaur removed there.
Yeah, Centaur is probably going to be removed by whoever doesn't have the first pick because both of the offlaners, they kind of shine. The DM maybe slightly more because he just loves the hero. Like ever since he entered the pro scene, this was his go-to hero. If things didn't go too well, like especially now in this current meta with this new build with the heart, it just feels like the hero provides you with so much. It's a bit of a global save, but also very farm-oriented hero that a lot of the times DM, he tends to do really well on. Like I think Enigma also is going to be in a conversation for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think that's a big one for him that has been consistently banned out against DM. And typically that's because teams want to get that Lone Druid start if they can, but it's just become a respect ban even without the Lone Druid. He looks really solid on it. Any kind of summons hero that can take the tower early and pressure the lane.
Yeah, a little surprised that he didn't play Lycan so far because this is also, I would say, one of his better heroes. Like we talk about these heroes that have quite a lot of momentum with the Helm of the Dominator, Beastmaster, Enigma, something that can take over the certain area of the map, but we haven't really seen him play it.
Yeah, and Darkseer picked up here explains the Largo ban. I was wondering why they prioritize it so heavily in that first phase, but they let the SF through and they just preemptively took the Darkseer. So now they're saying, PVISION, are you taking this SF or not? Because we're comfortable to play against it. Also, by having the Darkseer, they break half of the Earth Spirit plus Darkseer combination that PVISION are so good at.
Yeah, a lot of the teams don't really respect Darkseer when it comes down to picking SF straight away. It is not a counter in lane, it is countered throughout the whole game because you are creating a strong illusion, you are, we've also seen different builds from Shadowfiend going for Yashikaya, try to counter this so you can like blow up the illusions. Your right click is not as strong, playing off of your ulti slightly more. But Tiny is a good response because Tiny is a hero that you can't really kill. You can't really threaten in the lane to be killed with the Darkseer +1. He's way too tanky. His strength gain is 4 per level, which is pretty insane. And also the illusion that you make out of Tiny is very, very bad.
Yeah, he can defend himself as well, like just in terms of lane CS. But I do think that picking Tiny early, I know that it's not a popular support hero, but I would hope that if a hard counter comes out, like a Titan Blade or something for Watson, that they're talking about maybe this Tiny being played mid with the Keeper of the Light potentially, or maybe just being played as a support.
Yeah, but as a 4, I mean, you have one of the best pairing. This has been the go-to lane. We did mention Enigma that could come out. With the Tiny 4, it's still doable. This is not a strong position 4 by any means, but you've also seen, as you mentioned, good amount of Tinies played from the mid lane. Maybe not so much here. I'd say quite a lot more in TI qualifiers where people were picking up a Blink Dagger into Aghanim Scepter build and then like casual Crystallis into BKB, try to scale off of that Tree Wally.
Yeah, and the Coddle ban pretty solid here because that would have been the hero to enable this Tiny being played on different lanes.
Yeah, overall not a lot of supports left in that are very popular other than the Hoodwink, of course, which is still one of the most picked heroes here, as she is very good, just not good enough to be banned that often.
I think she's still very solid. Like, if we're talking about lane enablers, Hoodwink and Dark Willow are the best in this tournament in terms of we're just going to secure it without really seeing what we're up against. And 9 Class has looked really good on his Dark Willow in particular, outside of Earth Spirit being his standout hero.
Is there any particular hero you would want to pair up with the Darkseer that you'd want to ban out? Because PVISION has the chance to ban out the Earth Spirit if they don't want to pick it, which is of course a combo with the Darkseer. Is that a strong enough combo to ban if you're not planning on picking it?
I think Earth Spirit in and of itself can be addressed. Like if we've seen if Earth Spirit gets picked without a Darkseer, it's a weaker support, so then it gets thrown on that mid lane, and then if you're playing Earth Spirit mid, you can get Slardard, for example, you could get Huskguard. There's potential there. I do think for this Darkseer though, you can seek to take it for yourself or take a Clockwork or a Tusk.
Yeah, so far, Saksa didn't really play any melee heroes. He has been playing exclusively range supports, which also works with Darkseer, not in a sense where you're going to be rushing in with the Ion Shell on you, but also just to stabilize lane instead of just completely pulling it. But yeah, if you go for more like position force melee-oriented heroes, definitely going to be Clockwork, definitely going to be Tusk. Maybe I'm just a believer in Tusk as a hero because the hero has everything. Hoodwink, this hero just stabilizes quite a lot of off lanes. It gives you everything, good laning stage, good scaling, break mechanic against some more annoying heroes as well.
Yeah, you pick her blind, and now you have this kill combo between the Tiny and Hoodwink, where if your Tiny goes in with that Avalanche after that laning stage, you know you're going to have follow-up damage. Make it easier. It does feel like this tournament, whichever team has that first easy play after the laning stage gets a big lead, because they'll take the mid tower off of it or the top tier one. Like we saw Bane and Mirana be so effective because one good movement would just equal a tower in the early game.
Yeah, you kind of want to have that 1-2 combo that you can always like have something to play with post laning stage. Well, quite a lot of times we do see Snapfire Clockworks just being paired up together, Beastmaster Caudle in the lane that also transitions well into the game. So you like Ember plus Caudle, any kind of these 1-2 combos is going to feel nice, and this is going to be the kill combo for PVISION. Because you're never going to lack damage between these two.
Yeah, PVISION has banned out the Lina, and they took a long time to think about that. I can only imagine that maybe Shadowfiend was in that same conversation. It does seem like both teams are kind of, maybe not necessarily thrown off guard, but definitely are taking their time to come up with proper answers to what they throw at each other. As we got the Mirana picked up by Yandex.
Yeah, Sox has looked incredibly good on this hero, more so than any other Mirana in this tournament, in my opinion. Maybe with Save as well being in that conversation, but there's no setup right now for her, and she does look best when she's played with a Centaur, she's played with any kind of setup, and Darkseer doesn't do that for her.
Yeah, Ember Spirit's still in the pool. Big fan with, of course, combo with the Mirana, but also you have Ion Shell on you, you buy Mage Slayer with your Flame Guard. You're dealing quite a lot of damage over time, and I feel like whether they want to straight up pick it, no. This is the other hero that we did mention. Just one of the best pairings overall with the Darkseer. It has everything. Like, this hero has been very, very good for a very long time. Slightly underrated, in my opinion, because of what the hero does. Like, his scale, ability to take down any tanky hero. Tiny is one of the tankiest heroes in the game, sitting at 5,000-6,000 HP in the super late game. With the tag team, that's never going to be a problem.
Yeah. I do feel like Watson has to be thinking about Terrorblade now that he has this Tusk, just that immense burst damage against the Tiny later on, because it's just such a good one-to-one carry matchup. I mean, you could throw in any ranged hero, but Watson does love his Terrorblade on 18, his PL on 18 if it's possible. Maybe not with the Ember coming up.
And we've seen, like, Yandex picked up Tusk plus Mirana. This is something that ViCi Gaming utilized very well against Falcons yesterday. It looked extremely strong because of the hero pairing, because you can always play together. You have the combination between two of you. You can always play with the mid laner. It does feel nice. On the other side, Dark Willow, a hero that maybe coming into this tournament, we didn't really expect the hero to be as popular, but definitely has risen in popularity due to her strong laning stage. And also, she did receive some of the buffs with the bigger AoE on Terrorize. Not so much in terms of scaling, like the way she deals damage, but it's one of the best position 4s with the AoE control.
You would rather see Willow as 4 rather than Hoodwink as 4?
Yes, I think this Hoodwink is going to be played as a position 5 most likely.
Okay.
I think 9 class has just looked better on the Willow, but it is funny to see Willow and Hoodwink on the same team. I don't think that happens very
No, not often. It's pretty similar to what was happening in the previous patch where we had Hoodwink and Rubik, so some teams were like, you know what, these two are so good that we might even take them together in the same lineup.
And CJ's mid Slardar comes out. When you see this Ember Spirit at this stage, you just have to counterpick it. And honestly, people have been moved away from Huskar as an idea for counterpicks and just moved towards the Slardar to punish the spirits from the mid lane. And CJ has looked the best out of all of the mid Slardars in this tournament.
Well, we got 2 picks needed still At the end of it all, as we are now in the final ban phase, on the side of Yandex, it looks like we are still needing a hero for Watson, and if he's gonna lane with a Tusk, we're probably gonna see some ranged carries being banned out. Shadowfiend and Drow both still in the pool for now. On the other side, we are looking for a hero for Notice, the offlaner of PVISION, and we already have Dawnbreaker removed from the pool to make sure he doesn't get his hands on that.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker would have been a great hero for him because it counters a lot of the ranged heroes on lane, like the SFs and the Drows. I do wonder if Terrorblade is in contention. I mean, I feel like every carry player who sees an enemy play Tiny is thinking, can I fit TB into this draft?
Probably, but they also watched couple of games, especially the last one, where TV he doesn't really have a really strong timing to play for, and I feel like this hero is just not that good at the moment. And a lot of these elimination series, like where it really matters, you're gonna be going towards, like, or going back to some of the old school carries, which a lot of teams do go for. I would be okay if they go with something like maybe like a Clinks, maybe potentially even Templar Assassin for Yandex. I think it would give them quite a lot of tempo, just the burst damage, the synergy that they have with Slardar. You want to be having that hero that is going to be like shutting down these heroes with 3 or 4 hits.
Yeah, between those two that you suggested, I prefer TA to Clinks, just because I think Clinks is susceptible to tossbacks, whereas TA, you're just going to be taking those objectives way earlier and bursting that Tiny faster with Slardar. But looking at Yandex's draft, they have this first pick Darkseer, and there's no punish really from the side of PVISION outside of picking a strong laner in Tiny. Like, there are no dispels for the Ion Shell plus Surge combination, and now that they have the Slardar, we know that they're going to be running at them. The second Darkseer gets 1 or 2 items, this Slardar is just in with that Ion Shell, and it's just going to be go, 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 and I don't think PVISION have enough to defend against that right now.
A lot of damage. This is Deso, TA, Slardar. Heroes are gonna melt. At least supports have extra bit of like evasion coming out from this one, the Shadow Realm, so you have some protection. For the offlane, noticed he has been the shining star pretty much of the tournament. He is the guy that is sitting at 1.3 average deaths per game, so it's gonna be Underlord for him. Tanky guy, very good at AoE controlling what they want to do, like especially pre-BKB. It's very good against the Snowball save, against the Tusk, with the Blink Dagger, great against Mirana. I feel like this hero kind of fits in perfectly what they want to be doing in this game. The damage reduction is going to be insane because you're playing against both physical cores as well. And also, like, the item value that you are going to be getting from your Shivas, from any armor item evasion that you're going to be buying is going to feel very good.
Yeah, even an early Crimson Guard would feel very good in this thing. And this gives them the defensive power on PVISION that they lacked versus this Darkseer tempo with Slardar. Now, if any play is made, you have this gate to come in with the Underlord, press the aura button, press the whatever it's called, the thing on the ground, Pit of Malice.
Yep.
Do we favor one draft over the other? If I hear you both talking about the draft, Yandex one seems maybe just a little bit more well-rounded.
No, I think PVISION rounded it out very nicely with the Underlord. It fits in very well. Both drafts look very strong, and it feels like for me, Yandex's is more tempo-based, so they need to kind of get the ball rolling and take every single objective, whereas PVISION are content to, you know, sit back and maybe pick their fights more carefully, respond to things.
Both drafts, they look very, very solid. Like, you should not underestimate the damage that TA and Slardar can do. This is also Watson, Templar Assassin, that we're talking about. He is the best Templar Assassin player in the world. He just really shines on that hero, and it's going to be very interesting because he's going to be pushing the limits. I would give maybe slight edge to Yandex, but I feel like both of the teams kind of got the draft that they wanted in this one.
How are we feeling on timings? What are we looking for here? If you're saying that PVISION is happy to sit back and farm for now, Effie, do you think that they have what it takes to, if this game goes, you know, the 95 minutes that Milos wants it to go, do they have the advantage there?
Yeah, I do think so, and by sit back and farm, I don't mean play defensively the whole game, because if they're giving away Tormentors and Roshan objectives to TA lineups, she's going to snowball out of control. But they don't necessarily have to take any bad fights in that 10 to 15 minute period of the game. So just make sure that they're able to contest around these key objectives, and I think PVISION are in a good spot in that case.
They can pick and choose their battles.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, this is just an insane amount of damage. Like all you need is one big pickoff. By big, I mean kill a hero on the map, and TA plus Larder are gonna turn this into Roshan objective. They're gonna turn this into Tormentor as well. So gotta keep an eye on that.
We will keep an eye on that for sure. Yandex versus PVISION in our grand semi-finals with Cap and SVG.
The various world champions of the past have been eliminated. Falcons, Liquid, Tundra. It's time for a new set of season champs. PVISION have been incredibly consistent, and this is the best shot for them to surpass their third place at last year's TI. But Avery, when it comes to consistency, nobody beats Yandex of this year. Since October, Yandex have had a podium finish at every event they've attended, barring an errant PG of Wallachia. 9 tournaments of top 3. Now's their chance to lock in yet another Grand Finals appearance.
And that is why this feels like a Grand Final in some sense. These are the two teams everyone has said are going to make it there, and they only have each other in the way. And there is a first blood to get this series off on the boy Satanic, the young gun.
Great way to be able to start things, getting that early gold boost for DM.
Oh, yeah.
We're still going to have a bit of a bounty split because we've seen these Darkseers have some issues in these lanes, but I feel like this is a lane that you can actually do perfectly fine in.
The synergy's not great with Mirana. Let's be realistic there. This is a lane you're just eventually going to try and get to the Dom. You can do some creep cutting, you can do some jungling, but it's not a high pressure lane. Satanic is going to free farm down here pretty much no matter what happens. So that gold injection for DM is going to push him towards a fast helm, and that's a huge deal. Could free up the Mirana to roam a little bit earlier. Maybe you go in towards that mid lane. Maybe you go top. Those are the two lanes that I can see going Yandex's way in this early game. If the TA and the Slaughter get off to a fast start, it almost doesn't really matter what happens in this off lane. It's going to bring the draft together. You're going to be able to pressure objectives super early. You're going to have a lot of physical burst damage before the armor, before the Lotus Orbs come online. That's where this lineup can get out of control. I think we should have seen more TA over the course of this tournament. I'm kind of excited to see what Watson can do on it here, because I don't think this hero's broken by any means. I don't think it's the strongest state it's been in compared to some of the previous patches. But some of these games, it sneaks through the draft. Like, people later pick these pucks or some of these melee heroes that get abused by the trap cutting. And they're like, man, it looks like a great TA game. I think this is a solid TA game. It's not absolutely free, not S tier, but Watson is a master on this hero, and he has a lot to play with here. So hopefully he can make it shine.
Well, we'll see how he gets through the lanes, though, because this is a bit of a tough lane. You've got a lot of ways to burn through a refraction between these two heroes. Underlord is just a natural melee hero bully. And Tusk, I don't think, is going to be a lane-dominant 5 position up against these two heroes. There's not much he can really do, I feel like.
And if PVISION punished one hero in this game, I feel it's this Tusk. Like, this is going to be a rough one for Malady. If they're snowballing this game, yeah, it'll look good. But otherwise, you're going to have to play into the pits, AoE Avalanche, a Chains, a Bramble, a Terrorize. The Bushwhack is another AoE stun. Like, there's so much AoE control for you to go in next to your heroes in this game and have impact as a Tusk. It almost looks impossible to ever get a snowball save off in the late game unless you have BKB on top of it. So this is another reason why I think if you're Yandex, you want to get ahead in this game. Because if you're behind and you have to play defensive fights and rely on your 2 supports to kind of bail you out, I don't think it's possible. There's too many follow-up stuns. There's going to be a global AoE pit. Like, you just can't disengage from these fights. So you either have to rely on a very strong BKB timing or just kind of gain an edge and never let go of it and abuse fast Roshans.
And you certainly have a very low cooldown lineup that if they can get ahead, they can kind of just keep us with non-stop action. Good snowball there from Malady. Got away from what I assume was a pit right on TA's head.
That pit Bramble Blood Grenade. He looked like he was going to take a lot of damage. Gets bailed out very nicely here. Chainmail already online for this Underlord, though. A lot of early armor investment. I like it against this pure physical lane. It's going to pay off very nicely here. And I think this game is going to come down to these two offlaners. Maybe this series. These two offlaners have had some crazy games over their runs in EWC here, and these teams are relying on them to help control the map. That's the biggest thing that I think they share in terms of similarities. They both play these Darkseers, Centaur, Underlord archetype heroes. Maybe Enigma will come out in this series because they're pushing waves constantly. They're being really annoying with the Dom creeps. They're giving their teams a lot of information and map control to play off of. That also gives them a lot of farm. to make their impact felt in the team fight itself, there's going to be a lot of overlap in this offlane hero pool in this series. And it might come down to who gets, like, you know, that extra one wave to hit their item a little faster and can join that team fight or make that play ahead of the other here. I almost never expect Centaur to go through here. It's just been too powerful for these two teams.
What do you make of this Darkseer lane? Because he's matched up against a melee hero. We've seen many of the range matchups that Darkseer suffers in lane. But at the same time, it feels like there is almost no value to the wall in this game.
Pretty terrible wall game. Now you're using it as the slow and chaos in the fight rather than any illusion hero. Tiny is very good against Darkseer for a lot of these reasons. Hard hero to burn out with shells. The wall's not really effective against his right click. Surge is not that great against Avalanche Toss. So you do have a lot going for you. You do get a nice courier snipe with some boots on it. That's some value.
And start pulling the waves, which Hoodwink not going to be the best at being able to stop that. DM does lose the aggro there for a second. And this is going to be soon the time where Soxa is going to be freed up to make rotation where he wants. His arrows have not been finding the mark in that bottom lane so far. Maybe a bit of a warm-up for him.
He's just trying to secure this helm for DM before he leaves entirely. Thought he might have left earlier, just because you got that early first blood injection. Like, maybe DM dies if you leave him, but if you can make something happen on the other lanes, it probably feels a bit better. As no one, he's about to hit level 6 for free on this Ember against a Slardar, and no pressure went into him at all to get here. So he's very happy with this situation, even getting aggressive himself.
Yeah, the pressure going the other way. Cheer Jr. getting very low. Magic Wand keeps him alive for now. Now popping a fairy power. It's no one who now has to pop his Magic Wand to stay up and at him.
That'll guarantee his level 6 here, though. No support TPs into that mid lane. Still holding on to it. In fact, they are looking bottom. Trying to snag a quick kill on the squirrel here.
See if we can land the arrow. Tukalis just going to die to the right clicks here, but the Mirana maybe similarly. In fact, Tukalis is not dead yet. DM, the snowball, it'll finish him off. And now the DM is joined in. The Ion Shell is going to force PVISION away as much as they can.
Up to level 3 on that Ion Shell. So you got to be careful on support. Satanic, he's a beefy boy. But you don't want to start chain feeding into this Darkseer lane. Looking for that Underlord 6, looking for the Ember 6. That's where you have a lot more map mobility to respond to some of these aggressive plays from Yandex, and that's always going to be a concern. You want to get aggressive with this lineup. You have a lot of dive potential. Slardar, Darkseer, TA, these are all heroes that naturally dive really well. But when you commit to that dive, there's a lot of turnaround you have to play into. It's a very strong defensive lineup across the map. Underlord can always pose you problems when you're trying to get aggressive into one of the other lanes. So you really have to keep the mobility in mind. You have to keep the resource management in mind and pick your opportunities well here if you're a Yandex. Going into the Underlord solves a little bit of that.
Two supports rotating in because Watson needs the help here. Too many creeps are dying under tower, and he can't hit any of them for fear of being caught by just a single disable into the Firestorm. Might be the death of him. Meanwhile, 7-minute Wisdom Shrines are coming up, and it does look like no one is a bit more free to rotate if he wants, but he has opted not to. So we're just going to have a split. No early aggression from either side, making an invasion or anything like that.
PVISION way happier with just static lanes, that the Ember's doing fine and the Underlord's doing fine, because there's not ever going to be pressure going into this Tiny. And meanwhile, there's a decent amount going into that Templar Assassin.
Man, this Slardar keeps on getting low. Trying to hit him with the Remnant, but a beautiful arrow stops that.
It's all defense, though.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this Underlord's denies right now. He bodied the TA up here. Watson didn't really go jungle early. He didn't do extra stacks, so you're looking at, what, 22 denies on notice? His TA is down that net worth chart for a reason.
Malady looking for the snowball out of here. And he'll get it on the creep wave. Will he get far enough away, though? He's still going to be inside the pit. And they'll run him down. Malady just desperately trying to get even a single CS, but that just sends up yet another deny for notice. 23 denies.
Complete lane control. He's going to be a beast in this game. He's a big problem here over Yandex in the team fight, especially the supports. Even the Slardar kind of suffers. You need BKBs, or you need to get to a point where you just overwhelm his armor entirely, which, again, when you're behind, it becomes harder to do. He can have a fast Lotus Orb. There could be Greaves in this lineup. Dispels are going to be great for both teams in this game.
Arrow does land. He's got a regen rune in the pocket, though. They need an overwhelming amount of damage to kill him, and he's able to jump away to his Remnant. Still, though, they can chase after the supports, maybe get one kill here. Here comes the Underlord, though. through the gate, or maybe not. Actually gets gone on by Malady and Watson. They're trying to stop him right now. Hit him with the snowball once. Now he's trying to get through the gate and get away from them. Dies all the same.
Nice pickup for them. That's such a big boon for Watson, who was otherwise losing this lane considerably. Needed the experience as well. Can always go into the jungle or do stacks as a TA, but right now Darkseer's kind of taking your triangle, so you just have to exist up here for a little more time, get a couple more levels, and then you're smooth sailing.
Yeah, those traps really help secure the lane a lot more, whether you are seeing the rotations from supports or just the slow helping you disengage from some aggression. And it's DM who has quietly overtook the Tiny and the Underlord in net worth. Trying to battle it out with this Helmet Dom creep. Point blank arrow. Centaur getting in front of him. It's going to be killed, but the damage is done. Satanic will be run down. So nice rotation back through the gate. It really felt like Yandex was struggling there in the first 6 or 7 minutes of this laning phase, but now that the rotations, it almost feels like they're outmaneuvering PVISION.
I think their rotation power is stronger here in the early game. That's kind of why I wanted to see the Mirana leave earlier. But Soxa, he made the right call. This Darkseer is mega fat. He found some clutch kills with this Mirana. Now he has 2 urn charges, still has a blood grenade. So Mirana's pretty strong on the map in terms of that roaming power right now.
And it's going to be quite a difference of map control, too, because DM is slowly going to chip away at this bottom tower.
They're going to bring the Underlord mid to try and fight this rune. Big investment.
Terrorize onto underneath the pit with the Brambles out. That'll easily kill Cheer Jr. and run down the Mirana as well. So PVISION, a heavy investment of heroes into the mid lane, but it does pay off.
Absolutely. The second you get caught in any of these little routes, you're going to get chains done forever. There's just no way to take advantage of mobility in this game as Yandex until you have, I want to say either BKB or like multiple dispels, like maybe Greaves plus Lotus Darkseer or something can bail you out of that kind of situation if you're a Slardar, but this is a lot of gold to get to. So in the early game, you have to be wary of just getting caught. Trying to get aggressive with another Bedlam, low cooldown.
It's going to end up in the Bramble, pulled in by the Bushwhack. No one's not going to keep it up, though. Yeah, the same reason it's a terrible Tusk game, it also makes it a pretty rough Slardar game, right? 2 heroes that are very dependent on their mobility, hate the lockdowns that PVISION is going to be throwing their way. So it's going to be a rough ride for those 2 until BKB, or at least BKB from Slardar. We'll see if Malady ever gets a BKB of its own.
I like PVISION's odds in a lot of the fights until those big items come out. Then this game will change a lot. But until then, they have spell advantage. The more they can force some skirmishes, particularly through this Ember, the more pain they're going to inflict on some of these heroes that just can't get out of the chains done.
I do think that's because they have a Templar Assassin and a Slardar. Obviously, Roshan is a big advantage for Yandex when they hit that BKB timing and feel confident about their team fights. I do wonder if PVISION will have the chance to take a Rosh themselves before the BKBs come online.
Maybe.
Their lineup is not very good at doing
it. No, this is not a Roshan priority lineup. It kind of requires everybody in that pit to bring it down at an efficient rate. And that's kind of Satanic's call if he wants to do something like that with his
like
time.
Chains, vacuum, but DM.
Nice pickoff.
Surrounded, and the gate makes things a lot more efficient.
Straight back into mid.
Yeah, mid lane, they're going to run down Malady. Moonlight Shadow, do they have detection for it? Yeah, they got him.
It takes a while to die. Can you get anything in return here?
Slardar wants to take this fight, but he's still outnumbered.
Yeah, nobody's around.
Arrow is coming through, but as soon as that's dodged, then there goes your entire support. Cheer Jr. managed to weave his way through the Brambles, but another round of slight chains. And finally, damage ticks in. Underlord, TP away. Oh, that was a close call, but Notice makes it out and completes his Rod of Atos in the process. So now the catch is really beginning to amp up for PVISION.
This Slardar is so far away from being able to survive or have impact in these situations. The Vessel is done here for no one. Him getting the last hits on those kills, that is exactly who you want powering up to the first fighting item here. And Yandex in a little trouble across the map. Too much mobility for them to deal with right now and not enough counter thread. This TA is just not powered up yet. You're still looking for that Deso. You're still looking for the blink on the Slardar. Then this thread will come together. You can kind of play through Moonlight Shadow and try and pick someone off, or, threaten Satanic down here. He can die once those armor items are online. But he has sat down here forever. You want to deny the tower? No, he wants to leave it up. Bait someone in for it. We saw the power of these tier 1s in our series yesterday.
No doubt.
It is a really nice objective to play around for as long as you keep it up, though. 9 HP, I mean, surely.
Well,
there's a limit, right?
At the same time, yeah, okay, he's finally going to deny it. DM just keeps on kind of throwing Helmet Dom creeps down the lane, thinking eventually he's going to get that tower. So maybe he's not baiting out hero kills, but he is baiting in some valuable stuff anyway.
Look at that. They double scan down here and both hit. As PVISION making their way for this Wisdom Shrine from multiple angles.
And it does mean it's going to be double Wisdom for PVISION.
Just ahead on the little timings here. And again, their spell power is stronger right now, so even if the item timings are the same, you're still advantaged in these fights. You just can't get impact out of your Tusk Marana here.
Yeah. Yandex say they clearly knew that was coming. They made the read, they made the scans. I think they made the overall call, we shouldn't fight right now. We need to get our first round of items, which there's the Deso, there's the Blink Dagger on Slardar. Now it's coming together. You still kind of want BKBs, but you can make, you know, one or two moves, right?
You can get pickoffs now. You can threaten some of these cores pushing the lane, particularly the Underlord. If he gets too aggressive top, you're going to go there and slay him. The Ember mid might be a tough grab. You'd have to chain stun him with an arrow, likely to threaten no one here. It's kind of same with the Tiny, who, by the way, is about to have a full Shadow Blade.
They're going to go for the Underlord, but it's not in a deep lane position. It's in PVISION's triangle.
That's a lot more
Which is
difficult.
a tough area to fight, and the reinforcements are already there. Satanic TP to the off-lane tower, cut him off from behind. Now Malady, who is looking to join those two in their smoke play, well, now he gets caught as well. It was
just
overly aggressive move.
Yeah, I was going to say, Roche just walking by, but no, he'll give no one a little toss there.
Love tap.
That feels like a forced play. Like, we have Slardar Blink, we need to do something with it.
Yeah.
That's not the area that the TA can connect to unless you're already running there.
Ooh, arrow slips on by because Arquil popped and just decided to turn around. Fight the two of them, hits the Terrorize. Ooh, but gets one shot by the Meld hit. So that's going to be your first bit of charges here. The Slardar is back up into play, and again, low cooldowns on these heroes. So even when you do kill Yandex, they're back up in 30 seconds and in fighting shape.
Fast response, and that response was important. One, you needed to stem the bleeding here, but two, that was the Shadow Blade Tiny running in there, ready to join that engagement. It just didn't get set up properly, so you don't get value out of that reveal. You don't get to snipe the TA or something crazy like that. Just back to farming for Satanic. Did not like what he saw there. Try and re-engage.
So both teams have shown that they can defend their own side of the map. Neither team has shown that they can really offensively, you know, get in there.
Which makes sense if you look at these two lineups. Like, there's a lot of turnaround. There's a lot of annoying spells to run into. You're doing it blind especially. And just not fun spells to face tank.
Yeah.
So that was Deso charges for the TA.
Yeah, that was fast. He picked up Deso, got a kill, and now has Blink.
It'll be highest net worth here. It's kind of inevitable. Come down to those Roshans. You can start accelerating these objectives. Or killing more Dom creeps. It's number 4, number 5, I don't know. He is propelling DM to a fast Lotus here, which I like. You got to get some multiple dispels. I could be curious if he was going to go Greaves. We just don't see this item a lot. This is a pretty good Greaves game, but he just went the treads. Wants to keep the farm rate up, be a little tankier. Rely on the Lotus Orb to bail some of his boys out.
What do you think of Malady buying out his Shard? Tusk Shard is not one that I think of as, you know, willing to buy. Caught him on the Shadow Blade, and with the Bedlam, they burn through that Refraction really quickly. Avalanche Bedlam, Refraction goes down, and an exposed Watson dies.
That was a smoke bypassing multiple wards that catches Watson off guard. Big connection for this Tiny. Not only do you get his Shadow Blade involved, you take down the farm accelerator here on the side of Yandex.
Pit, Rod, back into the pit. Malady trying to get off a snowball here, but now he's been chained into another pit. 10 seconds of entangle, and now Chiro Jr. is going to walk into a bramble as well. Now he does get the clear here from DM, turnaround vacuum wall, but not much damage behind it with the Slardar already dead. The Templar Assassin reviving in 5 seconds. Nothing behind it. PVISION playing faster and faster, and Yandex are struggling to keep up.
The threat of this Tiny on the map. We've seen it time and time again. If you let this hero have a free game and he can just start picking people off, the map closes in real fast. And this is, you talked about this Tusk chart. I'm not sure this would have been my first investment because like, there's so many roots in this game. And you're just getting pitted, chain, brambled. You don't have an opportunity to do anything with this shard. You have to kind of preemptively use it and start the fights on your terms, but so far it's all aggression for PVISION.
Yeah, Lotus Orbs are going to be very helpful. DM, he does not go the full helm of Overlord, but picks up a faster Lotus. I guess another thought would be that him buying a shard also means that, you know, maybe one of his cores gets the shard
For sure.
if they take the Tormentor.
He talked about that in an interview.
Right.
Where he
But
likes buying it to essentially contribute net worth to one of his other bigger heroes.
That makes sense, I feel like, if you know that you're winning the game at 20 minutes. But that is certainly not the case. In this setup, it feels like PVISION are far more likely to be taking this Torment.
We'll see who gets it. Might pay off if they can secure the objective. This is a lineup that wants to take it, for sure. They might just smoke down there and prioritize it, even from the Dire side. Another pick off to the Tiny. The map is shrinking right now.
Yep, Satanic's getting more and more aggro. The Shadowplate Harpoon, now a Silver Edge to be finished.
Another Dom creep as well. You just have to get BKBs at some point in this game. That's what it's starting to feel like. It's just too much spell power. The Ags is already done for Noticed.
To look at Chira Jr.'s net worth. He's 3,000 behind the Ember Spirit. Like, when is he going to get a BKB? He is lucky to get out alive here as the gate comes in a little bit late.
You have to win team fights and big objectives for him to eventually get there. There's just not enough space for the starter to farm anything right now. You have to start looking for some kills.
Well, if they wanted to, they could make a play for that Tormentor right now.
Gate's on cooldown. It's a big spell.
No gate. PVISION mostly playing middle and top.
They're collapsing towards mid.
What a different kind of objective here. PVISION are going to make a smoke of their own. It's going to break. Managed to get the initiate up at the Shadow Realm. Already went off, and Chira Jr. has no BKB to defend himself. They gave him the Lotus, though, and maybe he can get out. The Ember Spirit's going to pursue. Meanwhile, Templar Assassin has to keep his distance up against his Underlord, but an Ember Spirit jumps right on top of them. Watson's getting low. A Firestorm on top of him has to be picked up by the Snowball. It's his only chance to survive here. Watson, though, there's just too many disables. PVISION, they own this area. They own every part of the map that all five can be there.
That fight can maybe go their way if they all jump the same target together and they get the TA in there. But the second that Pit Firestorm caught the two of them on the high ground, the fight's disjointed. You can't single target focus anybody down, and now you're just stuck in roots for days. It's just miserable. I guess Tusk Shard pulled Watson out of it a little bit, and then he gets snowballed. Like, you're actually dodging a decent amount of the roots, but it's just overwhelming.
Still more.
Yeah, everybody has something. That's an Arcane Rune Ember on top of it. Avalanche is a disgusting spell. It's just too much to deal with right now. That was a risky fight to take. You paid a big price.
They also bought yet another shard. This time on the Darkseer. I think this one is very good for split pushing at times, and I can see how it's helpful, but I also feel like you're very much under the gun, right? You need to get to this 30, 35-minute timing where you have these BKBs, ways to get rid of these. It's weird that they feel like the shard is worthwhile when you got to get to these other items.
Because otherwise something like this happens and there's just no way out.
Yeah, he's just stuck. Nobody has any Force Staffs. Nobody has a Lotus Orb in that situation, as DM is bottom lane right now, trying to get to Blink.
Have to find a way to create more map pressure without getting picked off or win the fights. You're running out of options here as Yandex, as Underlord is just going to control this game. Every time that global pit is available, it's going to result in a big kill here. Don't have the core items to escape from it.
Unfortunately, the Darkseer can put pressure on the map without showing his hero, thanks to the Hamadam creep. That is the one way you can combat this Underlord.
He's doing a decent job. He's constantly forcing somebody back bottom. Fortunately for PVISION, they have very mobile heroes. Like, you can run the Ember down here, chase him out a little bit, and still connect to some play top if you really play it well.
Right.
It's not as if you have to fully respond to the Darkseer pressure in this game, and there he goes, right? He chases him out bottom, instantly back top. You still have your threat up here. Yandex gonna try and take advantage of that.
Gotta get a kill for Chira Jr., but they run into a Sentry that was gonna hang out here pretty soon.
Did you even have the damage on that play? It's gonna be close.
Sentry also spotted both Satanic and Malady in their confrontation.
Warning game is really important for these pickoffs leading to the objectives. It's all gonna start with the vision. That's where you can maybe rely on some of these TA traps to give you a little extra boost. They're not getting killed right now. No gem on the side of PVISION. This could be a game where they pick one up very soon just to try and eliminate the extra pick-off threat that would snowball into something like a Roshan. Chira Jr. still hunting down here.
Saksa almost has a Force Staff, so they will have a little bit of extra help. Problem is, Force Staff only gets you out of one of these pits, which with the Ags, he's got multiple pits to be throwing in, not to mention the Rod of Eight Toast, Slight Chains, etc. A big move from PVISION. This could be where they take over all the objectives. If they get the right kind of pick-off here, running into Watson would be perfect, and they manage to get the avalanche on him. He's caught, pulled away by the Tusk, sure, but it doesn't take you far enough out.
You're better just leaving him there. There's, again, so much AoE control in this lineup. There's just no way the Tusk is going to bail you out of these situations.
Again, the Shard is like, okay, it doesn't actually get you fully out, and it only pulls the Tusk into danger.
At least you get to hold hands as you both die.
That's true. And Satanic playing a carry tiny. When you've got this kind of control, he's going to be banging down objectives. The top tier 2 is almost dead. He takes down the bottom tier 1.
I also love the 9 class blink here, because I think Dark Willow is a hero that, like, early items don't really mean as much as you being able to have presence around the map, get that extra wave and not die. And we talked about how important it is to have unkillable supports in this meta right now. Your support duo that scales in a way where it's so obnoxious to kill them as a core, it almost becomes futile. Dark Willow can take advantage of this blink with the Shadow Realm. She can push that extra wave and blink out if you try and blink on her. Like, it gives you a lot of survivability in this game that's very annoying for these heroes that want to blink in and stun you.
Saksa's going to get one shot, avalanche toss.
It's not the same on the other side.
He's not able to split push. DM able to get rid of the Cursed Crown. He's going to show on the map. Nope, blinks up. And because there's no gate for another 15 seconds, he is able to get away.
And I think we've also seen this development on supports over the course of this event, and maybe like the previous 1 or 2 just meta-wise. We're seeing a lot more earlier blinks, not as an initiation tool, but as a, I'm going to rat the map or set myself up somewhere that's really annoying and have that escape mechanism. Like, it's a weird development of the item that I don't think we've really seen as consistently before in Dota. And the heroes that can take advantage of it tend to be more popular. I think Hoodwink's another great example. Like, we've seen a lot of early blink Hoodwink, where you're just playing off of, I have extra reach for the stun, I have extra mobility across the map, I can get that one extra wave and get out, there's no chance you catch me, or I get that extra snag in a fight. It's very high skill, it pays off when you can land it, and especially if you're the aggressor in the team fights.
And no one perfectly placed, though. They are going to get the initiation on him anyway. I thought this was going to be another situation where he breaks a smoke and he gets away, but they managed to get the initiation on.
Big hits.
Shot came through, vacuum onto Satanic, slowing him down, but they still managed to get a toss on the illusion to kill Malady. Chira Jr. wants to keep this going, actually pushing Notice back into the team as best he can, but it's not good enough. Malady, Watson can't really go into this. You see him playing off of hitting the traps and trying to get the side blade damage, but he can't actually blink into them and go for that Underlord kill.
No, there's no way you want to commit in there. Until you have BKB, you're just going to get disabled for days. There's already an Assault Cuirass on Satanic, by the way.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to respect the armor in this lineup. And this Ember almost lives. He has an Illusion Rune in the bottom. No one is very close to getting out of this situation.
And
great execution.
Yeah, I mean, if he has the Shiva stun, I think he does live there.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And they're going to have the triple armor item. They're going to have AC, they're going to have Shivas, they have Lotus. So this was one of your better chances to take a fight if you were Yandex when it comes to the offensive damage. Maybe they can still take another one when they have their BKBs, but for now they're going to get picked off around the map as an attempt to do something about Roshan is denied.
That's a big Roche to gain here for PVISION. Feels more influential to take it away from this Yandex lineup than what you even need it for. Like, I don't think Tiny needs an Aegis this game, let's be honest.
No.
I think he can use it well, but just denying this from the TA, it makes it so much harder for Watson to play the fights. He's kind of relying on getting a second life here at some point to be able to go in. There's a real risk, even with the BKB now, when you go in, you pop BKB, if you get kited a little bit, if those big stuns don't land when you're there to deal the damage, and that BKB starts to wear out, that fight does not look so great over the long run.
Yeah.
They do at least get Tormentor, and they get a Marana shard. So all the shard buying didn't really pay off here in the long run, for that at least.
I mean, I'm not a TA player, so I don't know how influential the Templar Assassin shard is. I guess your refraction can be cast while disabled. It's actually potentially important when you're getting Tiny Shadowblade initiated.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, it's good against Tiny, and this is supposed to be a decent matchup for TA in terms of playing the map. But a lot of the disables in this game, like casting the refraction while you're in the pit or something, whatever.
Yeah.
Satanic's threat continues to grow, 9-2 and 7. This hero looks unstoppable in the right hands this event.
Yandex are just getting more and more desperate to rat out the map, leading to more and more pickoffs. They can feel it, the map just closing in around them. PVISION, thanks to the fact they've got a Shadowblade, they've got an Underlord with this global presence, combined with an Ember Spirit with global catch as well.
But there's the 2 BKBs for Yandex. TA and Sard are both online. This means you can full commit in the fight and try and take down that big juicy target that you want to at the start. Into Aegis, it looks a lot more difficult.
Yeah, the question is, like, are they going to have the damage, right? They have the defensive capabilities to allow them to push through these disables, and that's a very strong timing. But because they're ahead, are PVISION now too tanky against the physical damage?
It looks like that. There's just so much armor in this lineup already.
It's 41 armor on Tiny right now. Like, Corrosive Haze only takes away so much, you know? And if Satanic spots him, 2 minutes to get the leap away, but Satanic just follows him through with the flank. Now the pullback on the Harpoon. Shearer Jr. doesn't want to have to use BKB here. They snowball, try and dodge the Cursed Crown, and slip back inside the base. Malady with the Lotus. Nope, he's stuck in the rot. Now, Avalanche, and he's dead. Man, these heroes just cannot get away no matter what Slice is going to be used. And they're going to either force the BKBs or they're going to kill you at this point. Shearer Jr. pops the BKB and makes a run for the fountain. That is not what you wanted to see out of your first usage of both the Templar and the Slardar. They didn't even go on a hero, really. Sure, they got the Dark Willow, but they haven't threatened a core at all. And they're immediately going to smoke and make a play for this, which is a bold move considering the BKBs are on cooldown. They're trying for the Tiny here.
Massive
pit that catches all these heroes and Avalanche over the top. Nice little snowball dodge, but here comes another pit, holding back 3 heroes. They turn back to Malady. The easy kill for now.
They can't do anything here.
They pull in Watson. Watson stuck in all these pits, and this looks impossible.
Nah, there's no shot. You can't focus anybody. You use your BKBs.
They're out. They tap it early.
Domination here. Another 30-minute win from PVISION. It can't even last longer than 40 against this team. It doesn't feel like it. They just run you over. The second they start to gain a little map control, they just never look back. The lanes get pushed in really aggressively. Someone gets picked off. They get an objective. It becomes even more difficult to fight. There's just very few openings for you to claw your way back in this game. And I think we saw the power of this Underlord pick. If you do not get the Dispels up fast enough, if you do not get the BKBs up fast enough and take that one important fight to give you a chance to dominate the map, it becomes impossible to play the game. There's just no hope. I think this pick was just too debilitating for the entire squad. Like, you're forcing them to buy an early Lotus Orb, early Force Stabs, Shards, whatever it is. Everything is, I need to deal with these pits, I need to deal with these pits, and then you just don't have damage. You don't have a way to kill these heroes who are all just itemizing to deal with your actual threat, TA, early Shivas, early AC, early Lotus, armor across the board. I think all 3 of their cores had 30 plus armor by like 25 minutes in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you doing as Watson here? Like, there's not enough Deso charges in the world to cut through all this HP, so man, they really punished the Slardar pick. On paper, I think this is going to be a really hard Slardar game. They made it an impossible Slardar game. Too many bad matchups. I think you have to maybe just chain gank mid in hindsight with this Marana. Like, I don't know, does the Darkseer net worth really count for anything in this game? I think the Slardar has to snowball for you to have a shot of taking fights, and you got very little priority. It's not a hero that can do stacks, and no one played the mid lane really well and got some help. So PVISION, they alleviated a lot of their potential difficulties where I think Yandex did not snowball their threats hard enough. And that'll be something to address going into game 2, because they got dominated here.
Yeah, their very first game, 41-minute victory. They had a 48-minute victory against Reconyx. But yeah, most of these are in that 30 to 35-minute mark. Just extremely dominant victories from PVISION when they do get the win.
PVISION take game 1 of the semifinals, and in quite the fashion as well. I was expecting maybe a little bit more back and forth to come out, but it was not meant to be like that for Yandex. They did not get off to the greatest start that they were probably hoping for, Lacoste.
Yeah, this is the type of a lineup that wants to snowball a lot of control between 15-25 minutes. This is what this lineup is kind of built for, to take over the map, take over the objectives, Roshan, get a pick off, turn that into Tormentor, and take control of certain areas of the map where they're going to be getting the kills, they're going to be utilizing this kind of infinite damage that they have from Slardar, Deso, and a TA. But the lineup never came online. Like, we saw Slardar really struggling. I think no one really pushed the limits on the hero in the mid lane, making sure that this Slardar is also shut down. This is not a hero that can easily recover, and we were seeing some like downfall to it, plus also having the global presence from this Underlord, kind of similar in a sense where you're playing against a Dawnbreaker, knowing exactly that that +1 hero is going to come in, and making sure that you are also needing to bring extra hero, maybe even extra 2 heroes, because of the damage reduction and the kill threat that he brings.
Yeah, if you noticed, had a fantastic start on that offlane.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, his CS was unbelievable, and they did manage to trade a few kills on him when the rest of PVISION were making a move mid, but for the most part, what that Underlord gave that game was just so valuable. And watching that play, it just felt like there was so much shit on the ground that it was so hard for Yandex to play into it. Like, every time any kind of fight was attempted by Yandex, all of a sudden there's this Pit of Malice with the Bramble Maze, with the Terrorize, with the Tiny Avalanche coming in. There was so much AoE control, and when you're working with heroes like Tusk and Slardar and TA that need that maneuverability in the fight, this just debilitates them way too much.
Yeah, it gets pretty difficult. I also mentioned the itemization coming out from PVISION, that it's going to be pretty straightforward when it comes down to picking up the items that's going to give you the value. So you see 9 class having this Distiller, getting extra bit of armor from that, relatively early Shiva's Guard as well from no one, and also Satanic completely skipping the BKB. This is one of the few times where you see Tiny not needing the BKB, because he's playing against many BKB piercing abilities. He's playing against this Deso, overwhelming physical damage, so he also tanks up and also gets early AC, which does benefit the whole team. And also you see noticed him getting the Lotus Orb, which does give him armor, so kind of double dipping on the value on top of that, and also picking up a Ghost Scepter, making sure that he is not going to be dying. And this is one of those games where if you're playing from behind, you don't really have enough money to buy a Nullifier, so you can't really just burst him from 100 to 0.
Yeah, I felt like this game, it got out of control at some point for Yandex, and it made me wonder, like, is there in their draft not a plan B built in where they can make a comeback?
Not really. It's a very one-note kind of draft, like blink in, burst somebody, use your overwhelming amount of damage, and just snowball off of that. So if you don't get that pace starting for you on Yandex, there's really not that much you can do. And I do feel that maybe the Slardar was actually not that good within this game. Like, Slardar has been introduced as this really big counterpick to the Spirits, especially Earth Spirit in particular, and the Puck that we see very often, but versus Ember Spirit, it looked kind of underwhelming, actually. That hero, while he does trade with him decently, he has no means to remove the Flame Guard, and he doesn't punish it enough, Lacoste.
Yeah, he definitely felt like that in this one, making sure that, he has really good game. Like, Slardar is not a hero that, again, can easily recover. I think Caster's talked about it. This is the hero that if he's off to a bad start, you need your blink, you need your shard. You can't really skip your shard, so it's kind of like you need to spend the 1500 gold to get it, and then your BKB is gonna get delayed, which we'll also see multiple times. He goes in, and a lot of the times he doesn't get the chance to get out because of the Pit of Malice, Road of Athos, this infinite control that they have. Plus also Tiny. I think Satanic played an extremely good game. He was hunting down, he killed Saxa, I believe 2 times solo, and also being everywhere, but also having that tankiness. Like, it's very easy to play a game once you have these, let's call them unkillable heroes that go in, provide vision for the team, and also have a little bit of a bail option with Dark Willow behind them, but maybe with some defensive items like a Force Staff, just making sure that you can get out of trouble.
Yeah, that Tiny on Satanic was able to join fights, Effie, very early on.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big key factor in this game for me, from what took it from being even, where both teams were making trades, to actually being swung in PVISION's favor. So here in this clip, we're going to see this is Satanic's first big move with 9 classes Willow, and they smoke and they find the perfect target here in Watson's TA. Like, this is just the dream scenario if you are this Tiny. And then if we go on to this next clip here, just a few seconds afterwards, because of this pickoff on TA, they were able to apply pressure to this mid lane, to this mid tower, and that Doritos from Underlord comes in clutch here. You just have this like big pit. It's not easy to take, and CJ unfortunately tries to help here, just gets avatossed and maybe can manage to sprint away, but you can't really run away from this draft if you're not the one setting the tempo. And in this last clip, we're gonna see kind of a similar situation in the sense that Satanic Tiny just gets to join whenever he wants, and this is really key from no one to be able to come in and control, but he does this nice wraparound, gets the Ava on, and the heroes on Yandex could not really play versus these heroes.
No, they really could not. It also feels like oftentimes when we talk about any team, really, and a lot of the teams that we're talking about today, we frequently focus on the support duos with good reason, because they're the ones making a lot of the moves. Well, Acosta, I guess the reason why Yandex's supports couldn't really make moves, is that because of the Slardar being basically a non-factor here, or what was that about?
Yes, I mean, when you shut down this type of a lineup, Templar Assassin, she also falls off. She doesn't feel comfortable playing with the Slardar. He doesn't have BKB, and also the offlane, like DM didn't really have that hero that kind of goes in. Again, it goes back to Slardar not having the greatest game, which makes it very easy for the supports on the other side to like even itemize. And we talked about like how they're not really susceptible to dying to both of the cores, to either Slardar or to Templar Assassin, because they have built-in evasion, they have Shadow Realm, but a lot of value that they're getting out of these spells. And this lineup, this diurnal lineup, what they want to do is blink in, kill a hero, and then play 4v5, and we've never got the chance to see that.
Yeah, this game, does it feel? It feels to me like it was a strategic win, and with the one big difference maker being that mid lane, Effie, where no one, of course, did very well against Sierra Junior's Slardar. Is this series going to come down to that, you think? Because these teams are both so good and both so close in skill?
Yeah, I mean, we heard Saksa in his interview say that he thinks whoever came with the better ideas will win today, and I feel like PVISION had an excellent idea versus CJ Slardar in particular. Like picking that Ember early and bringing it in, and also dual taking Hoodwink and Dark Willow, a support duo we don't see too often because one is usually banned or taken from the enemy team. It made it so that the Mirana plus Tusk support duo on the other side couldn't really play that effectively either. So moving into this game too, I think Yandex have to go in a completely different direction.
Yeah, also last pick Underlord. This was kind of like I'd say if we could see this Templar Assassin potentially coming in for Yandex, they could also potentially see it coming, most definitely. And they prepared a really good answer. They picked this Underlord who had a global presence, reduces the damage, physical damage from both of the cores as well, and also just he's the body. Like a lot of times you see this guy running in and not getting focused because you can't really kill him, and really like a bit of a switcheroo. We've seen good amounts of Underlord just straight up going for Aghanim Scepter. He did squeeze in Road of Athos, making sure that they have that extra bit of a control, extra bit of a catch, because they didn't really have like the reliable catch. They had Ember, but it also speeds up the tempo, and we see, I would say, PVISION team being like the scariest between 25 and 40 minutes, where they tend to close out most of their games.
So where do you want to see them take game 2?
I wouldn't necessarily say that this is anything wrong with their draft. I actually favor their draft by like a slight margin, I would say, but it's gonna come down to that, because both of these teams are gonna exploit every single mistake that you make. I think they're gonna be going for something different. I think they're gonna be looking into potentially get maybe Invoker for CJ relatively early on, maybe not in the first phase, but also to see the slightly bigger picture, maybe have like a draft that also doesn't fall off, especially if they're getting run at 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I think also maybe they thought a lot within their draft on Yandex about Earth Spirit, how they want to break the combo and how they want to address it, but they didn't, I think, expect them to take that Dark Willow there, which made Tusk's game really difficult, and I would be surprised if we see the Dark Willow make it through for that game 2 for 9 Class.
We're going to find out how things will change in game 2. Of course, yesterday we had quarterfinals happen, and things were heating up already with 2 teams making it through there. And we're going to have a little bit of a flashback of that with the Saudi radio comms.
Let's just hold there, guys. You don't see anyone top, guys. We don't see anyone.
You can go. You can go.
You take it? Yeah.
I'm ulting. I'm ulting. Stun.
Nice. Get this guy. We can kill him. Okay.
I'm having a lean, guys.
I'm checking him here. I'm far.
Stas, you gonna reach him?
I'm running.
Okay.
Right fight.
He has no mana. He has no mana on
He has one lots. Backline, guys. One fight. Guide one line.
I died in base, boys.
To get out of it.
Okay, nice.
No surgeon.
I just have to show him first. I'm TPing. Look.
Now diving.
Let's kill him.
On me.
7 seconds, my TP.
I'm TPing. Arrow.
He used arrow, yeah? 5 heroes are all heroes here.
I'm TPing, guys.
I'm TPing as well. Go. They cannot help.
I can chase him.
Go.
加了吗？没有，
我到了，小鱼回来跟我打腿。
好打，
小鱼，别急，
你给我拿，你
没事，我们能打，
你别走，别去了，别回头。
我能打。我还买活了，发了。
男子排山。没手，我加速，可以追，别追，看一下，看火力，
我扭了这边，死了。
牛逼，猫哥！
妈，我想开个塔防，这不？要把这个塔
先盖线，盖点或者说，
我想没有这个塔真的想打，可以打，现在没 BB 的。
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
We're getting ready to cast Yandex versus PVISION. Avery, this is a pretty tense matchup. Pretty much both these teams are the favorites. Whoever goes on to the grand finals is going to be the favorite for that grand finals. So, simple question, who's walking away the victor here?
Well, I would not count BB team out. I think as we talked about this series, if both these teams view it as the finals, what happens after one of these teams wins, right? Do you put too much energy, too much of your emotional momentum in this series and then get caught off guard by BB in that grand final? That's a real possibility. So you need to win this series in the right way.
Oh yeah, what's the right way?
You can't overdo it. I think a nice 2-1 with a close game 3.
Well, but I thought you were saying like you don't want to expend too much energy. You want to get the 2-0, just get it done and over.
But you don't want to get too cocky either.
Grand finals. Oh, okay,
you don't want to overbuild that ego. That's right. You got to get like humbled in a game 1, respect game 2, and a close game 3 where you figure some stuff out. And you're like, all right, we're respecting our opponents in this event. Let's move on. If I had to pick a winner in this series, I think PVISION's looked a little better.
I think so too.
The draft teams look a little cleaner, so I'm going to lead them, but this is anybody's to take.
When it comes to the draft, then what's the #1 hero you're going to be looking out for in this series?
Ooh, I'm looking at the mid lane. I'm looking at the Ember in particular because I think that hero's overperformed. I'm looking at Puck from a bad side of like, if someone picks Puck, will it work? Yeah, because it hasn't been. And I think Earth Spirit's kind of in that middle territory. So I'm looking at the Spirit heroes, the Storms, all that for mid. Who's going to get more momentum in this series and who can pop off?
All right, well, whatever hero do get picked, we're just hoping it's going to be a banger of a series.
Game 2 of Team Yandex versus PVISION coming your way here from Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. One of these two teams will be meeting BB Team in the grand finals here in Paris. And so far, it's PVISION that takes game 1 of this best of 3 semifinals. And it wasn't that close, but it was little strategic wins that allowed them to take the victory. And that's the downside, I think, with a series like this, from a viewer perspective.
Absolutely, because these are the top-tier teams. These are the 2 teams that everybody pretty much gave respect. They're going to be potentially being the toughest opponents and winning this EWC because of the reason that if you make a mistake, they're going to punish it, and that small mistake is going to transition into another big mistake, and it's not going to be close game because these are the type of teams that are not going to be giving you that second chance.
I have a question for you, Lacoste. What on earth happened to Huskar and the Huskar players? Because I feel like going into this tournament, it was a hero that everyone thought about and talked about, and we even saw covered in the draft. But as it's progressed, nobody cares about Huskar. Ember just gets to play without getting Huskar ever. You can pick him at early in the draft, and you never have to worry about Huskar. What's going on here?
I had the same question, and I feel like maybe this is... Teams got better overall. This is not a cheesy pick by any means, because we've been in Huskar meta for a really long time, where all of these melee mid laners have been on the receiving end, but I feel like you could have potentially squeezed that in. Maybe we're not seeing something. Maybe we're not having the info from potentially scrims that did happen, that Huskar did get quite a lot of bad reputation, maybe because he didn't really have good win rate. So hard to tell.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, if you're not willing to play Huskar versus Ember, and your Slardar has proven to be ineffective against PVision's Ember, then you must take the Ember yourself. That is what has to happen here for Yandex, because that Ember really felt like he got away with it.
Really did. We are going to have a very different game number 2, it seems already. We still have the teams on the same sides, but the pick order has changed. So it's PVision with first pick, and they take the Nature's Prophet. We did see Nature's Prophet previous game, but only first phase banned by PVision themselves.
And this hero has just proven to be a really effective flex to mid, carry, and support. And within the ranged hero meta, he's always going to be comfortable to throw in there. And if teams overreact to him, which tends to happen if you pick him early, you can just, do a gotcha and make him less important. Because we've seen teams do Spirit Breaker against him and get cooked.
Yeah, we've seen Nature's Prophet being a relatively good response to Shadow Fiend in a sense where you can't out-CS this guy in the lane. Never gonna happen. So the way that people have been playing against Shadow Fiend is try to bring extra bit of a heat because of this global presence that you have from Nature's Prophet, and then TP to his lane, maybe Twin Gate rotate with the other support and try to outnumber him. And so far from what I've seen, it did look pretty successful. Nature's Prophet on PVision side, we haven't really seen it from any other role than position 1. You did mention the flex, Yandex, they did flex it to the position 4. You said the mid lane, which can potentially happen, but of course, PVision, they're definitely using this as a bait because 9 class, he will definitely play it if it's a good game for it, if they want to give their carry slightly more priority.
Yeah, I'm looking at this first phase of bans, and there are tiny little things that I find to be very amusing. They banned Darkseer in that first phase on PVision, which you then get one more ban, right? You're kind of telegraphing that you want the SF, but you take Nature's Prophet instead, and Yandex are just no, we're more scared of Dawnbreaker than we are of getting SF'd ourselves, and that doesn't even enter their mind. I just think little things like this are really cool because another team would have overreacted potentially and included SF within their first phase of
Yeah,
bans.
Strong composure here. Another hero that made it through compared to previous game is that Undying that we've seen on Maladies. Never mind. Second phase. Took a little bit of time to get there though.
I still think Hoodwink is very solid. She's proven to be a support that you can blind pick and comfortably build around.
Yeah, Earth Spirit's still in the pool. That's the big one for me because of the 9 class performances that we've seen from position 4, and this is also something that no one did bring into the meta kinda during the TI qualifiers where he played it 4 or 5 times. It looked pretty much unstoppable, and then everybody else started to copy it, so potentially looking into that one as well. There's also Keeper of the Light available. I think this opens up so many combos in the game from the off lane where we're talking about the Beastmaster, from the mid lane with the Pango, with the Ember Spirits. And it's also one of the heroes that 9 class really enjoys to play, but also I assume they don't want to be picking this on their side straight out of the face because they still want to be using this NP potentially as a flex. A lot of the times they use this as a flex, but it kind of never happens on PVision.
I've got 3 heroes to throw into the mix. I just got 2 because Bane got removed, but Lina and Keeper of the Light are both still in compared to previous game.
And the Keeper's the big one that you have to have something prepared for, and the Hoodwink's taken up. I understand that this hero just gives you damage and she wins you lanes and it doesn't reveal too much, but if you're giving away Coddle to PVision, you have to be ready to play against Ember Spirit again, which is kind of where my concern is for Yandex, because if their Ember Spirit response is Slardar, they have to move away from that. It just didn't work out.
I would imagine that they will have a plan against it. If we see it coming, they will too. So Keeper of the Light already picked up. We'll see what combination they'll take with it. can only imagine that if you don't pick Ember here, maybe you will get your Ember Spirit stolen.
They have the other options as well. They have Pango, they have Earth Spirit. I think, like, if they pick Earth Spirit, it's kind of locked in to a mid lane, because Keeper of the Light, they don't really play it from position 5 like we've seen certain teams do, but I like this pairing. This has been one of my favorite off lanes, because you just spam out whoever comes to that lane, and it's also very good, again, if this is going to be position 5 Hoodwink. For this reason, you are going to be kind of removing all the trees, and then Hoodwink can't really find the angle, and it gets very difficult for enemy position 5 to approach and trade with Keeper of the Light, trade with Beastmaster.
You can just do Clockwork. Let Hoodwink play 4.
Yeah, clock is always fine. Even a broken clock is correct twice a day, they say.
But I do like the Beastmaster being shown here because it's still very ambiguous in where it goes, and had they gone for the Earth Spirit mid right off the bat, then you just get the Slardar for Yandex, which they've looked really good on, just not against Ember Spirit.
Yeah. Taking their time here. This is the time where they get to pick 2 heroes. They'll go for the Enchantress, not a very popular hero. We have seen some people pick it up. Why here? Why now?
She's a good hero against Beastmaster if he's played in her lane, because she can enchant the boar and take away like half of his laning strength, but you can also just throw the Beastmaster mid in that case if you're not willing to lane against the Enchantress.
Yeah, most definitely. We've seen Beast being kind of flexed between 3 other roles. Like, we've even seen in mid Beastmaster, as you mentioned. We've seen carry Beastmasters on top of that. I feel like they need a body. They need something that's going to be soaking up the damage from their lane, like whether we're talking about some Underlord, because most of the heroes that DM has played so far have been banned out. We're talking about Darkseer, Enigma, Centaur. He does have one more, and that's Konka. That was the one that I was about to mention. That is a catch, is a body in front. This is the hero that can build into any item that you need, but we're talking about, you know, Spirit Vessel, whether you want to go for any aura. It does feel good. And it's also potentially a hero that they can leave in the mid lane if it's a good matchup for it.
Yeah, they can for sure. I mean, I don't imagine CJ will like throw away the opportunity to have a counter pick at the very end. But here comes the Ember that we mentioned. I would be a little bit disappointed if they ran back the Slardar. I just don't feel like it gave them enough. Like, I want to see the Vipers and the Huskars come out now for CJ, because DM's Kunkka, it's going to give you that body that you mentioned, Lacoste. It's going to give you that anchor, that team fighting. So don't overreact and run back the Slardar. I keep mentioning it, but I just don't think it did enough against the Ember on lane. Like, when Ember is shown, you have to punish it.
We'll see what the bans are coming out from PVISION, as I'm sure they're going to target some good counters to that Ember Spirit as well. On their side, we still need a hero for most likely Ducalis, unless there's going to be some role swaps with the Nature's Prophet, which we're not really expecting, but we should always keep in the backs of our minds.
Yeah, I'd be okay with maybe something to stabilize the lane, like a Lich potentially. Wyvern could come out. Big fan of Wyvern as a hero. I feel like this hero is insanely good at what it does in the lane, the scaling. Like, we've seen so many good combos, like even combos that don't really feel like combos, where people have been using Darkseer Vacuum, for example, to pull them back in, and they're going to be removing the hero that we mentioned relatively early on, like this Invoker, CJ Invoker, one of the best ones out there. Had some really good performances so far at EWC, and in terms of catch, Kunkka gave them that catch. Like, the X Mark into Sunstrike would be very cheap and potent combo.
Yeah, I like the idea of Lich, just because when you play against Enchantress, you know she's going to make some early moves towards your tier 1s, and Lich is the hero that can just press his armor on the tower and maybe mitigate some of that stress. The Wyvern can work in terms of clearing the lane with the Splinter Blast, but not as effective in terms of the defensive game. If not Wyvern or Lich, if they both get banned out, what other supports can play a more stabilizing early game?
I mean, Clockwork's still in the pool. I could be okay with Clockwork, and there's one guy that I feel like has been underutilized. They picked it once, and that's Ogre. I feel like this is a type of a hero that loves to lane with Nature's Prophet. It gives them the body, something to soak up the damage, because like at level 1, like even level 2, it depends. Bloodlust is an insane spell. It gives you 35 attack speed and gives you good amount of move speed as well, 6%. So let's see what they're going to decide for. I think Lich gives them slightly more control. It gives them slightly more team fight as well.
What about Earthshaker? I know that's a BZM specialty, but I remember CJ was playing against 1W and he stole an Earthshaker and it looked quite good. I mean, it could give you a lane versus the Ember and it could give you that added stun.
I'm down for that. I feel like also this hero has been unutilized. We got
There's your Ogre.
Clap for Ogre. Yeah, I think this hero has a place in meta. Not many other position 5s are willing to pick it because it's a bit of a hit or miss. It's also a hero that can build into like different items. You build into Force Staff, Solar Crest, anything that your team needs, and it's gonna feel relatively good.
I mean, I'm looking at PVision's draft though, and the same way that Yandex's felt very one note and good at the one note that it does, PVision is very like single target heavy. Even with the Ogre as your 5, it's not giving you team fight, it's giving you single target stun, it's going to give your carry Nature's Prophet attack speed, but your Beastmaster also very single target with the Primal Roar, so less of a well-rounded draft.
How do we feel about Monkey King against the Ember?
There was a one game that at least I've seen so far at EWC where people try to counter this Ember Spirit with Monkey King. It looked okay in the lane, but I feel like this hero's... It's not an S tier hero, it's not an A tier hero by any means. I would give them maybe like B at the moment. It feels like with all these nerfs, a lot of the times this hero, it gives you the team fight. Of course, there's a good synergy between their heroes that they have, like the triple core with the physical damage and whatnot, but I feel like it's a little lackluster what it brings to the table in the in the mid game, especially if you die once or twice.
Yeah, that's the issue with Monkey King, is that 1 or 2 deaths kind of just slow you down. But I do think the lane is still very good versus Ember Spirit, and I think CJ can make it work. But I do like the scouting and vision aspect that Monkey King provides, because you're playing against Carry Nature's Prophet and Keeper of the Light. These are heroes that you need to scout, heroes that you need to see in the backline, and Monkey King is a hero that can find them and set up for them. So it definitely makes sense within this context, but I need CJ to pull off that laning stage.
Sounds like they are the ones that want to set the tempo in this game, which we saw them not being successful in game 1.
Again, it's a lot on shoulders on CJ because he needs to be the one making all these moves. Because support duo, they're okay when they are going to be playing. Like Enchantress, I feel this hero has also been underpicked in a way, because what the hero brings, I feel like it has a very strong place in meta. Even from position 4, Falcons played a couple of times. It looked unstoppable in the games that they played it. But I just feel like this Monkey King, it's like hit or miss. In the cases that I've seen him, it's been more miss.
A bit worrying. A bit worrying for this game, Effie.
Not if he pulls it off, Sheaves, because I really do think if CJ has a great laning stage and manages to snowball, his Enchantress is going to come mid, they're going to be able to take the tower, they're going to be able to set the tempo and scout out these backline heroes. It really is just laning dependent, and if CJ pulls it off, I really favor Yandex's draft here.
Sounds like that CJ has to thread the needle real carefully there. No pressure, though. I will say CJ has been very strong in the mid and definitely a standout player. So if anybody can apply that pressure to propel himself forward, it is him. Can he do so? Can they force out a third game to this semifinals? Or will PVision lock in their place in the grand finals? We're finding out with Cap and SPG.
At the start of the series, Avery, you said that Ember Spirit is a hero to look out for, and a clash between these two teams is a hero that has been doing very well at this tournament. It's been hard for teams to be able to shut it down, and for Cheer Jr., well, you're not going to draft the Huskar. They tried out the Slardar. Now they're going to try the Monkey King. What do you think about this, Avery? Is this going to be the answer to Ember?
I think Monkey is the most volatile answer you can pick against Ember right now.
Okay.
In terms of hit or miss. It either flops real bad or it succeeds to such a large margin you can just 1v5 the game. This is a great Monkey King game outside of that lane too, though. He has a good matchup against Furion. He has pretty good matchups against the other just like low damage bodies in this game. You know, it's like Ogre Coddle you can get on top of. Beast can sometimes be annoying with boars, but I think in a game like this where there's no removal for Jingu, like, you should be really confident just going in playing aggressive with your two supports. You have two really aggressive supports to help you snowball this game, gank mid, put a lot of pressure through this mid lane, just snowball the map. That is a very scary thing for this PVision lineup to deal with, because Ogre is not the best at early fighting anymore. You're kind of picking him for the scale with the Bloodlust, a bit of a body later on, but he's not going to stop this Yandex support duo running the map. So a lot of explosive potential coming through these 3 heroes out of that mid lane. That is what you want to see from this Yandex lineup. And if they can execute that, I agree that there is not a lot that stops it just running the map over. Like, you don't have heroes that can trade well with the Monkey King without any sort of Jingu purge. So it looks pretty solid in that sense. It's going to come down to a lot of execution here. How much can Chiro Jr. get out of this mid lane in the early stages, and how much of those support rotations come through?
Getting the early advantage, Satanic using the treants very well, managed to deny one of the bounty runes, so it is a 2-1 split. Very nice. They actually hear that one. We're going to start off with a early bit of action here as Watson going to be ganked from behind by 9 classes. They're trying to body block him as much as they can. It's not going to work out, though. And now the turnaround raises are a bit of a threat.
Free Enchantress game, like, that is for sure. Malady can do a lot of damage here in the first 10 minutes. It is still basically the most powerful early game support if the game goes in your favor. And you can get to some fast level 3 and 5. You're just an absolute beast on the map. Huge threat wherever Malady goes.
So potentially really free Monkey game, potentially a free Enchantress game. I mean, this sounds like Yandex are very well set up for at least the first 20 minutes.
They should be, and they should be confident in that. SF's a great hero you can roam to. The Kunkka's maybe like a little odd piece out. I don't know if he has that much early aggression to synergize with this lineup, but it is a hero that DM's super comfortable with. If you get a fast boat up, like maybe you can get that cheeky kill. It's a solid Kunkka game.
It's a hero that sets up, like, if other heroes are having a good game, he sets them up very well.
For sure. Right. He can give you a lot of sustain, a lot of extra teamfight power, and he's a very tanky body himself, which my biggest concern with the PVISION lineup is getting to that point where the damage comes online. If they can scale their cores up, get some big damage items, and bloodlust everybody, it's going to be insane. You got to get over that threshold a little bit, otherwise this support duo is not giving you that extra oomph. You have some nice sustain from the Coddle, a little bit of DPS. Ogre's pretty low damage. It's all about the cores here, in my opinion.
How do you deal with this off-lane duo of Coddle Beastmaster? We've seen this before earlier in the tournament. It just ruins many a safe lane here. Maybe DM's in trouble, actually. Blocked in by the Sprout. He eats through, but it's too late for that. First blood goes to Satanic. They just win the lane straight up. They don't even get the first blood off of early teleport.
All right, they put treants on him. Level 1 Bloodlust and just straight beat his ass. There's no way around it. Rough start to that lane. Treants are just so strong now.
Yeah.
Unless you have like some way to steal them or instant give them, which doesn't really exist on too many heroes. The Coddle Beast should be strong up here in terms of pushing the wave out. If you don't feed that early kill to the Enchantress, you can look for it with the level 3, but otherwise you're probably looking for the roam. Best thing you can do against it is block camps. Don't let the stacking go out on that triangle. They already blocked the big camp with a sentry. There's only this ancient camp. If you keep the lane pressure high, you should punish this Coddle every time he leaves the lane. So I like the deep lane ward. That's why this exists up here. You want to see where 9 class goes. If he leaves the lane to go stack, and one of those camps is already blocked, instantly you're going on the Beastmaster. You have the all-in potential with the raises. So very heads-up early warding game should set you up to punish this lane. All those little things come into play.
Well, so far, he hasn't really thought about leaving lane at all, just charging this Beastmaster up for wild axis spam over and over and over again at the SF. It's beginning to build up. Malady has the heal, so he can take away the boars. He can help keep the SF topped up against this constant spam.
I'd like to see them go for the beast kill here. They have level 2 and enchant coming back up. You have raises. You have Lotus double fairy fire on Watson. He's not as low as he looks. I don't think you want to sit up here and let Notice continue to get chip damage on you. You want to make these big trades that are in your favor and then make some moves elsewhere if you can.
Well, this time we got about inside of the game.
Well, that's the Monkey King. I mean, that's the classic.
Of course.
Look, so.
And Chiro Jr. is doing very well for himself. He's currently sitting at a CS of 23 and 12.
Very nice.
Lots of denies. I mean, we saw in game 1 a heavy laning phase lead for PVISION, largely off the Underlord and the amount of denies he got there. But Chiro Jr. is
putting in work.
He's putting in the work.
And that's what you want to see out of this last pick. He has the early boots. He has a deny advantage, which turns into a level advantage here. Will easily outpace no one to that level 6 territory. So you're going to have a nice window to punish this Ember before he has the Remnant online. And you really have to keep a check on these supports in this game. Either support going to mid is a kill on this Ember if you can get the Jingo up, which is pretty reliable against this hero.
Yeah. Especially with the early Orb of Frost that he's been using to keep the Ember Spirit in range to get those stacks. Double Bracer build up for DM.
getting a little tankier down here. Need to get these side laners as independent as fast as possible if you are Yandex. That is the MO here. The sooner that Watson and DM can stand on their own, then you get that roam going, play to the Monkey, happy you're going to be. Alternative is you bring Monkey to one of these side lanes, but I just think giving Ember that kind of freedom when you counterpick this matchup, it's not as efficient. It doesn't feel as good. It's a viable option, for sure. But I guarantee you every Monkey King in this matchup is like, I want to kill this guy. I want to smack his face. I want to force enemy supports to try and bail out this Ember Spirit and join a bad engagement. Right. That is ideal if you can line it up.
Cheer Jr., I'm watching him. When it comes to the CS, he's prioritizing denies. He really wants to keep no one down in experience, first and foremost.
He's a full level ahead. It's working out right now. Doesn't need the water runes either, so don't really care about rotating for those. It's all about the kill attempt. Catapults online. This is an option to look for.
Yeah, where's the Enchantress move to take advantage of this this catapult? Where's the hoodwink to try and go for the kill?
Prioritizing side laner morale right now.
That's fair enough, but this Beastmaster is so annoying for SF to deal with. They're actually going to rotate Soxa in. He's going to wrap around. Soxa is going to be spotted here by 9 Class, but still hit the bushwhack. Lands it on notice. One raise lands, but Tikal is coming in from back, and now they've got the 4th hero coming in. It's Satanic with the teleport. Watson's going to die. He gets as much damage out there as possible before he goes down, but his death was inevitable as soon as the Ogre came in.
I'm not sure I like going to this lane as the Index. To me, this is not the point you want to attack. The Furion is going to counterplay that every time. Heads up rotation from Ducalis, though. He's just already there.
Yeah, he read it really early.
That was a big difference maker. That's a big blow. Committing supports up here, and you're going to lose.
Still catching Soxa. The Lotus is not enough to keep him alive. And Malady nor Watson can go for the punish either. Now, we do have the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine with the experience advantage the Monkey King has.
He's rotating over.
We talked about this before, where you could just kind of set up early on this Wisdom.
This is not... I think he can fight all 3 here, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so, too. In fact, it's more of a question of how many heroes are PVision going to lose thinking they can take this. Nice ward to place down, too. This is really cool.
PVision could get baited in here. They don't know the Monkey's already behind this play.
Well, no one is definitely saying Monkey's missing, guys.
For
Monkey
sure.
hasn't been here for a while, but do they know he's already behind them right now? And he's setting up. Malady's going to bait it a little bit. Now the jump in. Cheer Jr. trying to get out the Wukong's command. Gets slowed up by the Fire Blast to see if they can get this 1 kill at least. And they do. The Wisdom Shrine also goes the way of Yandex. So double Wisdoms plus a kill. I think Cheer Jr. was hoping that was going to be a bigger splash than it was.
He wanted a little more out of that. That's okay, though. You got what you came for. You got some Jingu to play with. Give another Boundless in 5. You can maybe look for some cheeky kill top. Soxa cleaning up the experience mid. It's going to linger up here.
Gets the slow one to notice. Whoop. Actually stops his Boundless Strike for a second there. Finally gets it off. Gets the heal required. And he needs that heal. Wukong's command is going to be thrown out. Satanic trying to go for the kill on Watson. Watson and the Monkey King. He does manage to plop the magic wand. And he jumps over to one of his statues. He gets away from the Ember Spirit as no one. He blindly went to one side hoping that he would be able to all in the Monkey King. And it doesn't work for him. The outcome is good for Yandex. As Soxa almost died there to both the Treants and the Boar. But I think he is going to get away.
Big hit from this Wrath of Nature coming through. You have 6 on the Furion, the SF still 5. You have a little carry advantage, and Satanic makes it work, does pay with his price. Yandex very happy to see this Furion go down. I feel like every time you can kill Satanic, it buys you like 5 minutes in the game. Power of the Monkey King. Even getting disabled here, he didn't get the perfect strike off, but it's just so much big chunk damage coming out from these two, and then Wukong is going to be a problem.
I feel like there was a split of damage, right? No one wants to kill the Monkey while Satanic is hitting the SF. It feels like they could have gotten,
maybe a little bit
a better situation out of that.
It's just awkward with this change in the guard. Like, it makes him a lot harder to bring down in the Wukong in general. So if you overcommit, he gets it off. The fight becomes really weird really quickly.
Right.
I think PVision are honestly doing pretty well in these fights, though. Again, I don't think these early skirmishes necessarily favor them until you have a lot more support levels here. We also haven't seen the Kunkka really join anything yet. DM just quietly farming bottom. He's going for potentially first item Lotus.
Nice read of situation. Satanic backs out from defending his safe lane tower. Leaves some treants behind to keep the tower up a bit longer while He farms some neutrals farther away.
It's a wasted move.
Is going to be wasted.
And this is the risk of moving the monkey to the side lanes instead of having the game flow through mid. Because every time this happens, the Ember gets time to catch up in this game. Whether it's just through jungle and his mid lane is getting absorbed by a support, or he gets to farm that out. Will result in a nice little tower down here with the Enchantress roam. And now this means your next move is to mid, like for sure in this game. You have to, both teams are going to think about it a lot.
Right.
That Enchantress backstab is a very natural sequitur to this bottom lane falling.
And DM has all the levels that he is kind of scaring these fights now. It's maxed out Tidebringer and the Ghost Ship ready to go.
If they get the Kunkka in the middle of the fight, then they're favored for sure.
Yeah.
That's not an easy thing to do sometimes, though, in these pro games. It's just such a clunky hero early on. Especially when you only have 1 point in the X. TPing into these fights with 1 point in X against some of these mobile heroes like Furion, Ember, we're going to kind of choose when they commit. You're just sitting there thinking like, man, if I TP and I don't get anything here.
He opted to teleport to their own safe lane here. He'll take control of that. The SF wants no business playing that side of the map where he's likely to be interfered with by the Ember Spirit. No one has already shown that that's his game plan.
Got his courier. No Jingu though.
Catch Ducalis. Got to take these heroes out of your own jungle area as best you can.
Gonna trade Malady on the other side though. And Ducalis is probably fine with that exchange. Like, you're taking Enchantress off the map early for an Ogre? Be my guess.
Yeah.
You're way more useful than me right now.
What do you make of this very early Lotusaur for Kunkka?
That's why I was debating.
It's a good Lotusaur game. There's no doubt about that. But is it a first item kind of?
It's definitely not going to accelerate your farm or your like presence on the map.
Yeah.
Will be really nice for the Monkey King though. And if you're going to put all of your eggs in the Monkey King basket, you better make sure he has the backup to stick in the fights.
Right.
In that sense, I kind of like it. If you feel like it's going to help Chira Jr. a lot, it will pay off here.
No deny there. Notice managed to get the last hit off of the boar.
And they lost their mid tower. That's just not what I would expect between these two drafts.
Yeah, with an Enchantress lineup. Yeah.
Power of the Beastmaster. Seeing this hero be played kind of old school Beast style. Like just going for this Helm build up into early tower pressure with some nice rotations. Even when you nerf this hero, he has another style.
There's always a way out for Beastmaster, it seems nowadays. Ducalis gonna be chased down on his own side of the map this time. Just cannot get that level 6 easy, and it's pushing Chira Jr. to a faster and faster Deso.
This area of the map should be very difficult for PVISION to access. Against Enchantress Monkey that can very quickly connect in these areas. If you can ever deward some of the PVISION obs in here, it becomes kind of a death zone. Very scary place to be. But you defended your mid-tier 1, it's full HP. So that is a big tower to play around in this game for the Ember. You can always bring reinforcements into a dive situation. Kind of limits where this monkey can go.
Oh, I was going to say, Yandex, I feel like they've been waiting. They've been trying to find a big core kill this entire time. All they've gotten is supports, but killing Satanic. It's going to do a lot for them, but they have to be able to fight their way out, and they got the roar off before the Wukong's command. Really fast rotation from the PVISION cores of Noticed and No One.
Instant TP. With the amp damage on No One, you have enough firepower to turn that around before any sort of Wukong shenanigans come out. Is that worth it? Not really. You're giving so much space to this Ember. He has a full vessel right now. Yeah, you got Satanic again. That's always going to feel nice. But you're losing your big accelerator in this monkey. His Desolator is getting delayed. The Ember's accelerated. This Ember's about to be higher net worth than your Monkey King in the counter pick situation. This is not what you wanted in terms of that overall game plan. PVISION just playing a little faster in this series. We're not seeing that same sort of momentum build up for Yandex that we saw earlier on, where they were just kind of turning one move into another, gaining momentum. Watson has absolute free farm. There's been pressure kind of going into all of them at different points. Maybe DM has had the most freedom, but he's also on the hero that kind of needs the most levels to get activated here and is probably the most difficult to get involved.
Yeah, he does have the higher levels of X now, so it is a bit easier for him. Smoke on smoke, but it is PVISION once again outnumbering Yandex. And they are just going to head for the hills here. Leave DM behind, keep the two supports alive.
When you have Vessel online.
Ooh, spots a courier. That's a helm of the Overlord that's going to be taken away. Nice pickup there by Soxa. Definitely worth showing on the map.
And you got Wisdom Shrines.
Yeah, very
nice. Honestly, not a bad exchange for Yandex overall.
Pretty good, pretty good.
As Kunkka died in the corner of the map, so you're not really translating it into anything big.
Even better if, like, Malady, not the right creeps for it, but if he can maybe, like, cut some waves in this top lane with the creep.
That'd be super value, yeah. And he finished up the Deso on the Monkey. So both these mid laners have their big damage item. Now it's about who gets to use it better. But this is where the Coddle can keep the Ember out on the map and power up that Vessel with the Solar Bind. It becomes pretty nasty in terms of that DPS output. I guess the early Lotus on the Kunkka definitely will help with that too.
Yeah, both lineups feature some interesting damage amp, right? Solar Binds and Axes amplifying versus the minus armor duo of SF and this Deso Monkey King.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Rabble Rouser.
I wasn't thinking about Rabble Rouser.
We're thinking about the Rabble Rouser.
DM. Defensive Torrent keeps him up. And he's just about to complete that Lotus. So now we can deal with that Solar Bind better. Maybe bounce back a Roar on the Beastmaster. That is the one problem, right? They don't have a hard save if Beastmaster gets a good Roar on. Monkey jumping away into the trees. Did they spot him? Oh, I don't think they saw him. They knocked him down. Cheer Jr. has to Wukong's command now to try and defend himself. Jumps to one of the statues, but he doesn't really have a way out here. Slight Chains is taking him down. He jumps to another statue, but the area is surrounded. They spot him on the Fire Blast and a Blood Grenade, and finally 9 class with the blast right on through.
He almost got out of there.
Yeah, it was a close call for sure.
Shows you how strong this Monkey is, but just completely isolated in a bad part of the map for the rest of the team to get to. I feel like that's been the MO of the series. We just haven't really seen Yandex kind of rally around the core they want to at the right time and make something happen.
Sure.
DM gonna push out this mid. He's not close enough to get caught. And PVISION starting to group up. They have that helm back completed on the Beastmaster off of the Courier Death. You have 3 points in the Bloodlust. You have 4 points in the Chakra Magic. The enabling is here. So whichever core you're running behind with these supports is going to be a beast. Or I guess the Black Dragon will get some enabling here. That is a big Black Dragon.
Yeah, if you've cleared out this area, do you just try and force the...
This is a very dangerous Roche. This is not guaranteed at all.
Against a Monkey King, he doesn't have Wukong's command, so they know that much.
Enchantress also with 4 points heal can just run in front line.
Right.
And it's not an easy target to bring out quickly. You have to commit a Vessel Charge plus Solar Bind, and likely some other spells.
Do you think PVISION never intended to do Roshan? They were just trying to pull Yandex into a potential fight?
Probably yes. It's very scary to commit for that Roche without knowing where Yandex are. So
Yandex are playing very defensively. They're not giving that fight just yet, but you know PVISION is going to try and force it anyway. Slight Chains opening on Malady.
Not the guy you want to see.
Certainly not.
They don't commit.
Maybe they can take this off lane tier 1 tower though with the Siege Wagon and the Beastmaster creeps tanking for it. Yandex are going to play more of the map.
No one trying to deal with mid-wave. It's a little dangerous if he somehow gets chain stunned here. There's not a lot of chain stun in this lineup. Would have to be some crisp execution to punish the Ember in this game. I feel like that has been the story of Ember this tournament. The hero keeps getting picked, keeps getting slightly counterpicked. He doesn't get demolished in lane hard enough, and then you have to play against Ember Dota, and yeah, it becomes an issue. Grab a nice little shield rune here as well. This game is becoming a little bit of a stalemate.
What do you make of DM's going to opt for Consecrated Wrap's second item after the Lotus?
That signals it's go time to me.
Like you're just saying 20 to 30 minutes, we have to get a lot done in team fights.
And I think that is what this lineup wants to do. I think that is the correct approach.
Okay.
You have to get Roshans in that period. You have to force fights. You don't want to let this turn into some split push game where Fury and Ember are ratting your waves and somebody eventually gets picked off by Roar.
Somebody needs to frontline. Consecrated Wraps make you a lot tankier to make that happen. All he has to do is make space, right? He's got 2 pretty hefty damage dealers in the Monkey and SF.
For sure. You don't need more damage here. You just need to survive in the fight. One could argue Pipe is a little better for your other 2 cores than the Wraps here, which is more just for you.
Chira Jr. Oh, the slide doesn't hit him, but it got out Remnant, and that's going to tag him with damage. Once again, Wukong's command used defensively. A little bit of trickery, getting closer to his team. His team will back him up this time.
That's Wukong down, though.
Little resource taken away. But Chira Jr., I mean, I think he is okay with this game. No fights happening until he gets BKB. Which he almost has the hammer. Go for a pick off onto Calls in the mid lane. A fast kill. Take it, get out, especially with that mid tier 1 tower still standing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice little play for Yandex.
At least you get some Deso charges.
Yeah, thankfully, something.
And push that monkey towards the BKB.
Trying to chase down this helmet and Tom creep, the Black Dragon.
I don't know if you're getting it. This thing is...
It's in the river now, so it is running fast.
Very fast up there. So the split push this lineup has, all 3 cores can contribute to the lane pressure.
They're going to teleport behind DM. They're tired of this X marks the spot nonsense. It's Satanic. Casts him away with a Hurricane Pike, a Lotus, and try and go for a TP, but they just roar right through it. And maybe that's the pick off that PVISION feel good enough to do Roche.
This is the style of game PVISION want. Lane's going in, someone's trying to kill a Black Dragon top. Someone's dealing with the wave, they got pushed to tier 2 bottom. You find a roar pick off, that's going to translate into an objective. Yandex cannot group up and find the team fights they want right now. The map gameplay is just too crisp. That is where Furion shines. He loves this kind of, you know, you have to react to me, you have to split up, and then I just get to pick my moment. And I make those moments count for a lot more because I can always clean the waves up with Wrath of Nature.
Manta is done for Watson, and the BKB is going to be done very soon for Chira Jr. So we are going to reach this big timing for Yandex, but once again, it's a timing that is right as PVISION are kicking into gear with the first Roshan they claim.
I don't think they should be afraid to fight into it if they can get a good fight going. You just can't be afraid to fight with the Monkey King pick here. Satanic straight into top. It's going to try and put some pressure on this tier 2. And this is the type of situation where you can take this engagement, and you should want to take this engagement as long as you can get everybody here. This is where the Kunkka can get an actual team fight. And he invested in Lotus plus the Wraps, so if I'm DM, I'm like, hell yeah, this guy's hit my tower, let's take this fight. He has no BKB.
He popped the glyph, but Satanic doesn't care. It has almost brought down this tier 2 already. They're going to place some X marks the spot. Tidebringer hit. Yandex is extremely cautious.
They came up here, but they didn't take the
smoke is going to run into him. They hit a Boundless Strike onto 2 to start things off. No immediate follow-up. The Bushwhack only catching the Ogre. Maybe they can pick off Ducalis, and they will get that much for it.
Too defensive for my taste. I think they were way stronger there than it showed. If anything, I think that was a little bit of a risky push for PVISION. If that fight goes wrong or they get some good angles with the Monkey Kunkka.
Yeah, they've got 2 different cores that an extra life is not that good against, right? You die and you come back, you're surrounded by Wukong's command, or maybe you're getting point blank Requiems because you don't have a BKB yet on Satanic.
That's where I think that opening existed. He will have BKB for the next fight. You might even have the Beastmaster one. The Ember's coming as well. It'll be a triple BKB lineup. The control goes out the window. You have nothing for the BKBs in this game if you are Yandex. You're also going Enchantress Ags for the Little Friends lockdown. It's a very obnoxious spell for the Ember.
Yes.
Will he have a window to use it before Ember has a BKB? That'll be the question.
I mean, even if it means you just force him to use BKB, isn't that still kind of a...
It is still good. And it could potentially do some serious damage with the beast creeps are around a target. There's treants in this game too.
Usaksa is going to be slide chain, stop at the TP. Another pickoff for PVISION. Yandex, like, do you think they see this as, well, like, we just have better late game, so we're not going to force any moves and potentially take bad fights when it's up to PVISION to you know, end the game?
Like, I would say it feels more that they think that way than not. Whether that's true.
Still to be determined. Malady, is he going to be able to sprink away out of this with the heals? He's surrounded by treants. He's not really getting away, but he's not dying either. And now Satanic. Well, they're going to jump on a Satanic. Satanic doesn't have everybody here.
No, he's dead twice.
He's dead. I mean, Wukong's command plus Requiem, they're going to boat on top of him. They drop triple core ultimates to kill Satanic.
Can they get anything
now
else?
the pullback on the Night Class as well. The supports, they didn't want to leave their SF to die like this, but now they just added even more to Yandex, a double for Watson.
And that's the teamfight strength I'm talking about. Yeah, they don't have the Beast there. That's a huge component. The Ember was split pushing waves. But if you get on top of this Furion before he has BKB, he's just going to get melted twice. And that's the monkey matchup. Like, you drop the Wukong on him, he gets stuck in the middle, he's absolutely done. There's no way to win that matchup as Furion.
It's almost like Yandex lulled Satanic into this false sense of security where, like, oh, they're not going to make any plays. I can be as aggressive as I want.
You got to respect when all 5 of these heroes get to hit the same target. Like, it's an insane amount of firepower. You have that boat backup. They're going to be very tanky. Enchantress is going to cause you some issues this game. You don't have an easy way to bring Malady down on the front line. And he's going to continue to scale pretty nicely. It's an annoying game when you play all these right-clickers against the Untouchable, the max heal. He already has Shard. He already has Ags done. Ags is really annoying.
The very passive play from Yandex works out as they turn on the offense at just the right time. Get a good punish. Now let's see if they're able to snowball this a bit. Looking for another opportunity off this invisibility. They go for Takalis, but the Ember Spirit was right behind him.
Doesn't matter. Too much damage too quickly. Abusing this area of the map that, again, is very hard for PVISION to get into.
They've got a good ward. PVISION have pinged the SF. But they don't really have a smoke or anything to make a play to that side of the map quickly.
Get a nice D-ward around that river as well. Vision is swinging their way.
Yeah.
They're getting some good obs out. Some nice areas to play around.
I do wonder when we're going to see the early gem from either side at this point.
You got to be getting close to that point if you're PVISION, especially since you have an Ogre. This is not the best hero at utilizing net worth, so you can just buy a gem and contribute that way.
What do you mean? Hand-of-Midas is so valued.
I don't think he's getting to the Hand-of-Midas here.
Well, the rat of the helm of the Overlord creep, it's getting worse as these heroes like SF and Monkey King are able to hunt it down and kill it rather quickly. So you're going to lose some of that element if you're PVISION. What elements are you going to gain soon, though? We got some item pickups. Looks like Satanic wants to get a Butterfly as his next item, which is fair enough. You have the AC and soon to be a BKB to be completed for Noticed. And no one just got his own BKB. So they've hit a timing of their own. Not enough that I feel confident taking a 5-on-5, but that's not really this lineup's forte in the first place, right? They want to split you up. Satanic, whoops. I think Cheer Jr. accidentally dropped down from the trees there, but hops away. They're going to catch Malady on the other side. Watson pops out with a Requiem, though. Oh, almost burst down Notice. Notice staying alive off some of these heals, and now gets the turnaround roar. Watson's in trouble. No one. He's going to finish him off. Jumps right on top of him. Catches Malady as well. They're coming through the gate, but it's going to be 1-by-1 for Yandex, and I think they're already making the read of the situation. Maybe this is something. Oh, got stunned. Got blasted down. Chera Jr. He was trying to get off a big Wukong's command. But the speed with which PVISION brought this fight to Yandex completely surprises them. DM will manage to make the TP out. He's good, but he is the only survivor of that fight.
It started out so well with the little friends on the Beastmaster that did so much damage, but they can't connect everybody there. They're too split on the map. The Kunkka's in the upper jungle. There's 2 heroes going through the gate. PVISION get here faster. Read the situation a little better than Yandex and able to take advantage of it, and you get nothing off from the Monkey King. No BKB pop. He gets punched down from the tree with a blinding light straight into an Ogre stun.
And you're looking at an even game, or maybe even slightly Yandex favor, and all of a sudden, PVISION, they're looking at a lane of barracks here potentially. Now, the Kunkka is a problem as the heroes are coming back up. His catch is much to ignore, and the range barracks does manage to stay alive.
All right, it's something to salvage the situation. Early Shiva's on DM does make him pretty strong, gives you some extra AoE clear. You just can't get the team fight going. I still think they're stronger in a straight 5-on-5, but of course,
can you get that?
Exactly. PVISION are a very intelligent team. They're not just going to give you that fight straight up. It's always going to be some rat action happening, some summons making your life annoying.
Once again, they're trying to hunt down the Furion, and they caught him with a BKB on cooldown for a couple of seconds. They do so much magic damage that now that the BKB is up, it doesn't matter.
That's a big find. He's very high level in this game, so he's going to be dead for a long time every time you take him off the map. That gives you a minute to work with here.
You know, it's funny, it's that exact play that failed earlier that left the opening for PVISION to get the fight at top, right? The Monkey King Hoodwink trying to hunt down the Furion. They kind of botch the attempted gank, and then Furion's able to go top and take that big team fight. Well, this time, they just run it back, and it works.
And I think this is the area of the map that all of their good opportunities have come in.
Sure, yeah.
Like, you really have to respect this lower jungle area against the Enchantress, against the Monkey King, how fast they can get in there, the vision advantage they're going to have. That is just not an area I want to farm with anybody outside of maybe Ember pushing out bottom or using some summons to do it. Kind of surprised Satanic was that deep in there with his hero. Instant roar on Shira Jr. under and obs on the cliff.
Knocking him down. All they had to do is keep him there with his BKB on cooldown from the earlier usage.
Everybody's just dying in this lower jungle.
Yeah, it is not a safe place to be. And no one is keeping tabs on Watson here. They are both making a move to top lane. It's going to be Eul Scepter set up into the bushwhack. BKB does go off in time from no one. And now that they force that, they make a run away. They've got to run fast, too, because PVISION is on their way. They're going to catch Malady. And Yandex are thinking, well, can we actually save him here? The sprint goes off, the torrent into bushwhack. It's enough disables that Malady has a chance here. And if they push too far forward, look what Watson is sitting, ready to go with the Requiem and pop out with his freshly minted Daedalus.
He hits hard. You got a Shiv on top of that. Mask of Madness gives you the attack speed. You have that level 20 talent. Some extra souls.
PVISION do not stumble into that, and now Satanic is trying to set up a play for Roshan. Pushing this bottom lane and go for that top lane Rosh.
They're missing the Ember BKB. This is an opening. If you can root him with little friends, land a bushwhack on him, no one can potentially die with that item on cooldown. So again, they're going to start the Rosh, but not commit for it. That's not a fight you want to take with some cooldowns missing.
And very easy for Yandex to keep tabs of that area. Just torrent inside the pit or throw an enchanted creep in there. Certainly no way to be able to sneak this. Shiva's for DM, and he's going to go an Aghanim Scepter next. So really just full tank and
tank spellcaster from good here. Will be nice over the long run in the fight. Not that good in the initial BKB exchange.
Right.
So you just got to think about when you're throwing these spells out and how you're getting some value out of them. Protect your other two cores, create some space. And Rosh getting stalled up for now as the Ember BKB back online. They'll scout it back out, but PVISION ready to fight. If the fight never comes, the Furion's cleaning up the map. So you're not in a rush here. You're not forced to make some sort of bad smoke. The onus is on Yandex a little bit more.
I mean, I would say the onus is on Yandex, but also, like, Watson also saying that kind of seems comfortable if this stalls out a bit. If he gets a BKB, like,
he'll be big.
How do they even interact with him on that first BKB team fight?
He can get roared. That is the biggest spell to potentially connect onto him with, and it's mainly Fury on right click. So he gets roared, Satanic TV's on top, just starts right clicking him down. Bloodlust gives you a lot of extra amp in this lineup. There's an AC already online. You have an Inner Beast Aura as well. A lot of extra attack speed going to a lot of units that can just kind of swarm you, overwhelm you. That's where this SF can die.
And now we're back to a game of a single pickoff, maybe leading to that Roshan for either side, right? You've got the Ember Spirit sweeping through the map. The Monkey King is doing something similar. Aghanim Scepter done for 9 class, which is a very big pickup in these set areas like the Roshan pit.
At least Chira Jr. goes back to farming here. You don't want to just sit there forever in a stalemate watching Satanic's net worth go up.
Yeah, again, that's largely going to be DM and Malady's post to hold. Ooh, actually teleported right onto CJ there. CJ, not certain he could take that fight.
Oh, there's your SF BKB.
He's got his BKB, soon to be a basher on the Monkey King, while Satanic is working on a damage item here. Wants Daedalus next.
He could potentially also hold buyback on the Furion. You force the Rosh fight with 2 lives, even if you get caught by some
Ember Spirit. He sees the Monkey King going through the gate, but he didn't actually complete the gate. CJ baiting it a little bit. Now he's going to back off. Again, if
no damage done,
the Monkey or the Ember Spirit make a wrong move here in their attempt to find a pickoff, get picked off instead. Yandex actually going to be the ones to try and force the Roche here a little bit. DM going to brave the high ground, seeing how tanky he is. Lotus removing that solar bind.
They don't see this ward on the cliff.
That's a dangerous ward.
It's a very nice
especially
ward.
since it spots Cheer Jr. Though he gets slighted and he's going to start backing off.
You know, you could potentially slight cut his tree.
Yeah,
you really have to be careful on these deep orbs. It's going to time out now.
Yeah, that is very good timing for Yandex. That it naturally expires. Spots him, gets the Quelling Plate. That's what we're talking about here. Now the Will-O-Wisp trying to force that BKB, but they give him Lotus, give him a 4-step, and he's perfectly fine. Another slight change on a bunch of heroes.
Put the Enchantress in first. Try and gain some information.
How far is too far? Malady.
Oh, he's tanky.
Yeah, he really is. They cover him nicely. And this entire time, Furion is just biding his time. If nothing really shows here. Ooh, trying to sneak it? Trying to sneak it here, but again, there's too much vision that Yandex has.
He's stuck there, though. You got a mana for it now.
It's kind of awkward. Now the Bushwhack grabs him. Watson challenging, no one on the side, able to hit the sharpshooter onto Satanic, and Roshan's out of here. Ember Spear jumping right in the middle. They do manage to get the roar onto Watson. No immediate follow-up, though. It's going to be Watson fine here, thinking about the Requiem, but the entirety of PVISION have backed away. This is no longer a Roshan fight, as it's gone to the other side.
You can man up and do it here if you're Yandex. PVISION are missing a lot more than you are right now. No BKB Furion, no roar available. Ember out of Remnant.
And it's solo as well.
You can just Wukong for this.
They do have Blink. Notice, he's looking for his timing. He goes in, pops the BKB. No, it's Watson to grab the Aegis. And now the Wukong's command, notice, will not make it out alive. And once they're in the pit, there's no way out.
They're going to lose Gem on top of a bad team fight and Roshan.
Even no one sticking around a bit. Still gets... Oh, they're going to hit him on the torrent.
What a
They've
snipe.
follow-up. They've got the Bushwhack and the Sharpshooter to knock him down. A double for the Slim Reaper.
They were so patient on that Roshan. And I jumped first there was going to end up losing the exchange. It was a battle of patience. Satanic kind of took the bait. He went in that pit, but he doesn't kill Roche fast enough before it starts to change sides. He almost had the BKB, the Bushwhack, to try and commit there, and there's no way you make that call. Then you're left in a very bad situation with no roar. I don't think you can take this fight. You almost get the Aegis snipe. But even if you snipe Aegis, yeah, you're not winning this exchange. There's nothing for Satanic to TP into here.
Yeah.
Power of the Monkey and the SF around this pit. Their lineup is really scary when they can just set up on that objective and force you into them. That's kind of what they've been looking for all game.
The fact that they got that +1 on the Ember kill, like Ember and Furion, they don't join that fight and they just push out waves, right?
It's a big streak too. Someone got a lot of gold off of it as Soxa gets an extra 800 for the AX streak.
Yes, sir. He is very farmed now. Aghanim's. We've got Wind Waker build up for Soxa. He's got a level 3 sharpshooter.
This game is scary for PVISION right now.
Spotted on a ward. Satanic gets him, but of course Soxa has Scurry.
There's no way you're confident in your Furion scaling against Monkey and SF in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a little bit of help from Aurora. You have a couple buffs. This Ember is going to become a late game menace. But in terms of the physical man-fighting power, Monkey SF reigns supreme right now. So if you can keep them alive and just play around the Wukong, there isn't really going to be an opening for this Furion to take that fight. You have to kite around these ultimates. You have to pick a really smart angle.
Satanic and Aegis, and he's halfway there to 25. These are massive upgrades for the SF.
Oh, yeah.
Like, before you said, okay, you could still kind of all in the SF, Roar, and Satanic just hits him down. Well, there goes that. There's no way they can operate off of that game plan now. It's up to PVISION to outmaneuver Yandex, dodge this straight 5-on-5. Takalis is going to be spotted by the Monkey.
See ya. Not getting out of that one.
Don't forget, these are still more Deso charges. He's ramping up at 18 now.
You get some Necromastery, you get some Jingu, you get some Deso.
Got to deal with the top lane. It's going to be Range Barracks finally dying.
Creep pressure adding up. They'll send the Monkey back. Wow. This will signal vacating bottom. You already have a Hex on the Kunkka too. That's a lot of extra control in here. Hex on the Beast, so Hex for both offlaners. Definitely helps your single target initiation. I just think you only have this Furion to get in there and deal the damage. Like, there's so much pressure on Satanic to basically have perfect team fights in order for PVISION to win it.
Do you feel like 25s could solve some of these issues for PVISION? Say the 25 on Ember Spirit, right, where he's just spamming out remnants.
It helps. Like, you have to find ways to pick up scale on your other 2 cores in this game if you're PVISION. More consistent disable, more ability to assassinate the backline. It's just a difficult backline to assassinate.
Yeah.
That's why Enchantress has a great matchup against Ember. I think it's one of the supports that Ember just never really threatens. Like, you doing this remnant dash spam, he's just sitting there with heal. So what? Come at me. The Hoodwink, maybe you can assassinate this Hoodwink, but even then, he already has Yules. He has Psychic Headband.
And the Wind Waker is such a cool choice, such an early item.
Oh yeah, it's great in this game.
For a support to grab.
One of the best items against the Beast Roar.
Yeah.
That you can manage to get here. And again, you're just about protecting your SF, protecting your Monkey King. If these 2 heroes are alive and hitting people, you're winning the fight.
Okay, but what about the Ogre scale?
What about the Ogre scale? Is there some secret hidden Ogre scale I'm not aware of? We are in the Ogre
Midas,
scale.
Man, we need the Midas.
No, there's no way you could have gotten at this game.
But think about it, for the 60-minute items, you can get those Mad Stones so quickly.
I don't want to think about it.
Will Yandex hit high ground? It seems as not to be with the Aegis anyway. They can still go for it, but Yandex have shown to be pretty patient in this game too.
Oh yeah.
We're concerned about their lack of aggression in some of these early games, but they just chilled out and they have put themselves in a winning spot here with a 2,000 net worth lead. That may not sound like much, but against this kind of lineup, it does mean a bit more.
One of the most important things in Dota is that you feel comfortable with your game plan. It doesn't have to be the theoretical best game plan that your lineup has, but as long as everyone's comfortable, you know what you're playing for. If you believe in your scale, sometimes you just scale harder, you know, because you see it. They're definitely seeing it here, and I do think there is a lot of truth in that too. I think the scale is going to come on quite nicely here because the Monkey King is so fat.
Also the supports too, right? I mean, Malady can start turning into a light clicker. He has so much gold, he almost has a Hurricane Pike to be completed.
And it's a good Enchantress game. They don't have an easy way to take him out. This is not a hero that the cores want to commit so much of their teamfight time to. And so you put him on the front line every time, he's going to be a nuisance. Almost has 28 talent as well. Can get even tankier if he wants. Aggressive Yules.
Yeah, Blink Yules immediately is met by a roar. Found the strike down, but no one is committed his BKB to get this support kill. It doesn't happen fast, but they do get it.
That was just a misread, I think. They thought they were more split up than they were.
Sure. Thought Ember, Spirit, and Furion were out on the map, ratting and stuff. But
in which case, that's a fine way to start the fight, but PVISION were just all there. Squirrel will bite the dust as little breathing room.
Does give PVISION an opportunity here. They push out a bit more on the map, take back their triangle, and may have an opportunity to keep these pickoffs coming. It's 45 seconds till the Hoodwink's back up. You've got this Blink Scythe on the Beastmaster, so they've got this spooky hard initiation. And the counter to that is supposed to be that Wind Waker.
Satanic took Bauble, huh? Interesting.
Okay.
Might show you some long-term plans here.
Well, certainly not going to need the cooldown reduction. He's almost 25.
That's what I was saying. Like, what are you looking to bauble with here on a Furion? It's not the best bauble target. I guess you can infinitely bauble Audacious or something. Is that even a thing?
Oh, I feel like bauble possibilities are relatively unexplored.
That's true.
Take a quick Tormentor. So PVISION do a pretty good job. One support pickoff. Feels like they got a decent amount of gold off the map. Swept through large areas, took an objective.
It's a 1k gold difference in this game. Very even. But there's a large level advantage for Yandex and just the feel of the game. Feels like their cores are hitting a little harder right now. They got to that SF25. They're going to get to the Monkey 25. Two big talents in this game. Maybe the biggest.
Yeah. They'll be able to leverage that for another Roshan.
This Wukong ring is just... I don't know, you go in Roche, you park down this Wukong. Who goes into that?
yeah.
Who is going to run into that thing and do anything in this game? It looks impossible.
Nullifier for DM's Kunkka.
all control for the two other damage dealers, and they're just waiting for Roche. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
We don't have to force anything. We know how strong we are around that objective. The way we end this game is with an Aegis on one of the two big damage dealers, likely the Watson SF, and then we can go high ground. So the onus is on you right now, PVISION, to make something happen in this game, disrupt the status quo. One of the ways they might be able to do that around the Roche pit I talked about earlier is just spamming buybacks into that objective.
Okay, yeah.
You throw one Furion life away on a Wukong, he buys, he comes back in the fight and wipes you. That is a way around some of these big ultimates a lot of times.
Right.
And Satanic should definitely have the gold for it. I mean, that is one of the things you play for with the late game Furion, because you just run out of item slots. Did tank the Treant damage and HP, by the way, so the split push from the Treants is going to be a little stronger with the 25 talent, which is nice. Again, if you can ever split Yandex up, that is another way to take a team fight. I just think that is the less likely approach, because we're at the point in the game where even if you rat that top racks, the Yandex are not going to respond to it in the middle of a Roche fight.
Right.
They'll give up some buildings to get the bigger objective here. But those are some big tomatoes.
Ooh.
Look at them go.
MKB for the Monkey King with level 25. So the butterfly from Satanic is a lot less effective, and they're going to hit him with the Boundless Strike. Follow up the Abyssal Blade. That's enough. They don't need many stuns.
They missed the Bushwhack too, so that was really important. You had the full Abyssal there with the chain stunning, and there's the overwhelming physical damage.
And the pickoff they need to very confidently take that Roche.
He effectively solo killed him.
Yeah,
that's like even scarier.
2,500 damage.
I mean, the contribution is whatever, right? Like you probably needed it to get him there, but that shows you how much DPS Chira Jr. is doing in this game.
Yeah, in the future, it could be Chira Jr. sets up on no one, and if he Wukong's commands and then Boundless Strikes Abyssal Blades, like then he may be really handsome.
Oh, for sure. He can 100-0 basically anybody in this game with a preemptive Wukong. That's going to be harder to do, but...
And that's a really big problem because it affects how much you're able to play the map, right? Like every single time the Ember pushes out, he knows he's taking his life into his own hands.
And here's a free Roshan off of that snipe.
Yes,
and damage in the river.
It's going to make it super fast.
No ability to react to this. There goes your potential to try and make something happen around that objective. As you see the map position from PVISION, it's very defensive, and it's been defensive for some time. And you haven't noticed literally like backpacking his AC just to try and hide the aura to get some sort of opening in this game.
Oh yeah, that's a cool play.
You got to do all the little things to try and salvage something here, but you do have 5 buybacks available right now. So there's a lot of extra gold sitting on these heroes. That's a pro and a con, right?
Sure.
Not as strong in the team fight, but if it's a high ground situation, you can abuse the extra lives. Could come in handy.
Yep. Or it means we're going to have a fresh round of items, which there's one of them, Scythe of Ice for 9 class. They are going to have a lot of Scythe of Ices because Notice is trying to double up on his with a refresher. Well, double up on the Roar. Roar, Scythe, Roar. That's a long time to be stunned.
Get an Ogre Scythe in this game. You multicast it, anything's possible.
Yeah, he also wants the Scythe, but...
his is going to be the slowest build up here for sure. Ducalis is he's
really
on the Ogre grind.
That it's worth. You have level 3 multicast. You don't think the Midas pays for itself
It's worth it, yeah. I think he probably should have gone in when you recognize this game is going to go really, really long. He probably regrets it now, you know, but...
Well, no, I'm just saying, is it worth buying right now? Because level 3 multicast can pay it back so quickly.
Honestly, it probably is. There's an argument if you can somehow get this Hex and make it work instantly in a fight that the Midas is just slowing you down.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think the way you win this game is some ultra late game shenanigans, and it has to get really weird.
Satanic trying to get MKB to answer the butterfly on Watson. He has to be able to hit this SF because they are very much all in on the single target disables to lock down this SF, and then Satanic to deliver the damage.
And of course the high ground's still pretty scary here. You're going into unknown buyback territory. You only have the one Wukong to throw out. There's no refresher here for the monkey. You can park Watson on that high ground, but he's gonna just get hexed into some burst damage. And then you're in a situation where do we take this fight with a hexed SF? Are we leaping behind a tier 3 into buybacks with a Monkey King? It just looks really weird. At the same time, I think you'd want to force that fight. Like, you're not getting too much stronger on your 2 cores here.
Yeah.
So this is the time to make something happen. If either make some crazy smoke play, try and find a pick off into the high ground like we saw the Ember die earlier. Try and bait PVISION out of their base, if you can manage that somehow, you can just drop a banner and like mega slow siege it. That is another option for sure.
Watson hitting the tier 3 makes this a very fast siege.
Yeah, he's got the bonus attack range off alert. That definitely helps the high ground siege here. That plus the Hurricane Pike, you can sit mega far back. Throw the potato up there.
Trying to catch the Ember.
There's the potato Revenge Aura.
There it is.
One of the best spells in Dota. And it's gone.
Banner almost dead, but not quite. Continuing the assault now onto the barracks.
This is where it's dangerous.
Watson braving that high ground. Oh, and they're going to aggressively force Staff into the site. And they try and get him out, but the nullifier is placed onto him. He's already dead already. He does manage to get away, keep the Aegis intact for now. Does not use the Satanic. Still has his BKB in his backpack. So nothing lost there, but that was an interesting damage test. It really showed that PVISION can kill him quickly.
That's why it's so scary. There's just so much chain hex potential, and then you have to make a call if you're jumping deep or not. They bail him out. No harm done, but you don't get that Rax.
There will never be a save, right, that is actually can be used against Scythe of Ice Nullifier, right? They get him. He's not BKB'd. You can't Wind Waker, can't Force Staff.
You have to just commit to the fight. They do have a Refresher Shard from that Roche, and they did give it to Chira Jr., so you technically have double Wukong here. Again, this is kind of your timing to end the game right now. You have a minute on this Aegis. The high ground doesn't get easier when this Aegis expires.
Okay, well
that is for sure.
Now the MKB is done for Watson. They get to this high ground fast enough to force PVISION to fight into the Aegis. Will PVISION get a quick execution on him, or will they just give up the lane of barracks in exchange for Aegis expiring? A whole lot of very important decisions to be made in this next 30 seconds, or we're just going another round and wait for Roche.
And the thing is, if you're not decisive, something is going to be pushing your top lane.
Yes.
And you might lose a Rax off of the indecision here. They're going to send Watson up again.
Marches forward. Another aggressive force half into the side. Then push him even deeper. That's going to be that Aegis.
He has to slot BKB in. There's a 1.5 second difference here if he gets hexed again.
They're going to get another Scythe initiation on him, but a force staff, he gets out. They don't have another nullifier to stop those saves. So better to wait for the nullifier to be back up.
But what do you do now? You committed another banner. You do have catapults here.
I mean, maybe it's time to drop the Wukongs.
Maybe it's time to force Satanic into you. Give them a taste of their own medicine. You got to do something to break the formation here.
It's really difficult for the Monkey King to get close to this fight against the Ember Spirit. It's just too dangerous.
Oh, and look at this. The creeps went tops. They immediately smoke off of this play, trying to catch some stragglers. That play is really hard to make work. You have to be very preemptive with it. You kind of have to pre-read when they're going to back up and like already be smoke wrapping as the first guy TP's top.
Yeah, you do it too early, you run into 5 heroes. That's not what you wanted.
Yes.
You do it too late, well, that's maybe a smoke potentially wasted, as in this case, Yandex do manage to retreat fast enough and make a smoke play of their own now behind the tier 2. 9 class is going to break. Will-O-Wisp breaking the trees. That's the danger of this Monkey King versus these heroes.
Can't commit
into that, A lot of good ways to break out the trees, and it just allows them to retreat.
All space for the Ogre Magi farming out bottom.
That's right, getting closer and closer to that site. You imagine he gets a multicast Force Staff, multicast Scythe of Ice?
All right, you're getting ahead of yourself. That's a real Ogre pipe dream.
Oh, got him on the Boundless Bash and Abyssal Blade.
He's done.
He's dead.
Nice snipe from Chira Jr.
My God.
Another huge find in this game. He does have buyback available, but you're going to get a lot of map control off this, which might be more valuable.
Yeah, Notice is pushed out the bottom lane enough. Somebody's going to have to deal with it, but the death timers are so long, it's easy to deal with the pressure of the lanes.
Do you force the high ground?
I mean, you got it, right? It's either you do it during Roshan or you do it during heroes being dead and force buybacks. Man, what a bash. That's just...
From the hand of Gabe himself.
Yeah.
Delivered. They have bots 2 on the Kunkka. So
cut down the tree.
Waves, he can join.
Trying to get a aggressive Force Staff into the base here with the Will-O-Wisp turning him around, but they do manage to turn back and he's just dead.
What?
And their Requiem doesn't cover him. They do manage to force out Satanic here. Satanic pops his BKB. And now it's a man fight between Watson and Satanic, and they're not winning it easy with the numbers advantage that PVISION have. They got to feel comfortable with this. They've got still a Satanic to be used on Watson. He just used it now, but he needs to use his BKB, otherwise his Scythe of Ice, he might just die. Wind Waker's going to be popped. His Satanic is almost gone, and even as he pops the BKB, can't get any life lifesteal down. PVISION pick off one after another, a third to die. And just like that, PVISION back in the driver's seat.
If you go high ground again, at this point, you have to just jump them. You can't slow siege this. There's too many hexes, too much control. This Monkey King got obliterated at long range from Satanic, just laying in with the right clicks. He has so much attack range himself. These hexes, these Force Staffs, they're deadly on the high ground siege.
An early buy, Malady is gonna be the first to pop the buybacks here, but there's certainly more to come as all of these lanes, all three of them are being pushed in. You're gonna need some cores up to defend, otherwise.
He got to the Ogre Hex.
He got it.
I cannot believe he got here. You need some
Treants are hitting tier 3s. Beastmaster creeps are hitting the melee barracks top. Another 14 seconds till the Monkey King's back up. DM. His X will pull him out of range here, but it's still the building down.
The first lane of racks going to PVISION here off some sick high ground defense execution.
The Monkey's back up, but they will not retreat. And now it's 20 seconds till the SF. Trying to hold off. Another tier 3 is going to fall here. Soxa taking advantage of the slight retreat there from PVISION. Tries to grab Satanic before they can get away. They're out.
They're just using items better right now. Like they're getting more value out of this Force Staff Hex itemization than Yandex have gotten out of all of their overwhelming firepower. It feels as if they need more Lincoln's Lotuses something to just prevent that initial goal, or you just jump and start the fight on your terms. Like you just yeet yourself in, drop a Wukong stun, instant BKB, and don't allow these hexes to have that advantage that they're having right now. But you got to have some sort of game plan. Because look at the committal. No one's even committed in this fight. Like they're poking you. You're getting sprouted. You're getting changed. You're getting solar bound. There's a Will-O-Wisp pulling you back in. Now all of a sudden, the second you're hexed, Satanic commits the long range right clicks. There isn't a clear turnaround opening in these fights.
Well, let's see what Yandex learned from that. Is it never go high ground, or is it going to be the better item usage? We do have the Lincolns being built by Malady. He recognizes the problem that they have. He also has just hit level 25 off another round of Wisdom, so he's got extra impetus damage. Same goes with Soxa with the Sharpshooter, so they certainly have their own burst damage. The problem's just been finding the initiation, which is hard to get when you're the one sitting on the low ground.
I like the Lincolns. Again, recognizing the situation. I think it will come down to, can you start a fight on your terms? Can you get this Wukong placed down on top of some heroes, stun some people up, and pop BKBs and get the job done? I don't think you can afford to let PVISION continue to play the poke game here. Their long-range poke is really causing you issues. You don't have a good response to it. Top lane is such a nuisance. It means that Kunkka just has to sit up here until the fight starts. It's really obnoxious that Yandex can't have him on that front line with the Hex.
Yeah.
It's just not nearly as easy for DM to connect with this because he's not there at the start. Someone has to deal with the wave pressure in this game. Still have a cheese, still have some big Lotuses here. Sustain to play around, but there's the Beast Refresher, so you have the Roar Hex Roar, you have the Coddle Hex, you have the potential multicast Hex.
It's just a ridiculous amount of sight device, man. I think my favorite part about this is this is a discussion, a decision that was made like 20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah,
right?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
they got a plan for it.
Ogre was working on this for a while. They were on the back foot, and they saw their way. They saw this game was going late. How do we itemize in order to give ourselves a chance to win these late game fights? Mass scythe device it is.
It's the sign of an elite team. Your ability to itemize yourself out of the hole, out of the situation, come up with a solution. This late game is not easy going against all this SF monkey scale. You really have to have a good idea of how you're going to play the fights and how you're going to use your net worth to mitigate their physical advantage. They are doing exactly that.
To defend your high ground, it's a whole nother to take a team fight
that is
out
also
on the map.
Into potential buybacks.
They try and get the initiation. Got it on the Monkey King. He's nullified for now. They can't control it though. He got off his BKB. Wukong's turned around. The Roar placed on the SF. The SF is dying. And from a distance, Satanic will bring him down. Now with the the SF gone.
Great
Pull
wave.
back in for the Dino Wave. What a play from DM, showing up big there. Being able to get 2 different pickoffs, and now no one have to pop his BKB off an Aeon disc pop. Gems on the ground. Maldi will grab one of them, 2 of them in his inventory, a third left to the ground.
Honestly, not the worst exchange for Yandex. Yeah, you lose your SF, but you get double support buyback as they commit him instantly to go for this Roshan. And yeah, sick tidal wave from DM, pulling you back into this Wukong. You really have to maximize the Wukong value in this game. He does have a refresher shard. This is a Rosh you can contest. You can commit the SF buyback for it. Get another Wukong.
It requires the Monkey King to be in a position, though.
It's very tough.
His
You don't have a
nemesis has
smoke.
been 9 class with this Will-O-Wisp. He can't hop into these trees and get close to the pit easily. There it
he got
is.
his
He knocks
tree
it
cut.
down right there. They stop him from being pulled off of the cliff. It's not quite enough time for PVISION to take this Roshan clean. In fact, Satanic is almost dead here. Has to pop a Satanic, and it's BKB refresh there. No one. He gets out with his remnants off the refresher. Meanwhile, DM. Ooh, that was a big chunk of damage there. Satanic still hitting pretty hard, even against the tanky Kunkka and Roshan. This time, it's Roshan leaving the pit to go top again, while mid is under assault from Treants right now. They have a full lane of barracks right now.
I can't believe they didn't buy this SF, and I also can't believe that PVISION didn't force that fight a little bit more, trying to get the SF buy. Now they're trying to kill Rosh as it's walking across the map, but it's uncontested.
The slight chains holding him down. Roshan's going to die in the middle of the map. The spoils of war will go to PVISION.
A successful Roshan in the end.
But now the turn to PVISION. You have the advantage. You've got the extra life. Are you willing to go high ground with it?
I think you have to try and send it to some degree. You can do it with some split push pressure, though. You have a bit more tools at your disposal in how you take this fight, particularly with hexes. And you can kind of sit the fear on. He's hitting the tower. Yandex are forced to commit a little bit unless you can like force staff tidal wave him in. We could see a similar situation. But you can also park summons on one lane, start hitting the other, see what develops out of that. And you always have that Fury on buyback to commit to an aggressive push.
60-minute items. He committed for the Enchanter's Bauble. He's going to continue to bobble, win for the vaults, 40 primary attributes, and maybe going to buy a Divine Rapier soon. The smoke in the top lane doesn't work initially for PVISION.
You gotta remember, this Evolved is different on Universal Heroes. He gets the 24 across the board. So it is technically more overall stats for a Universal Hero, and he's bobbling it. That's a lot of stats.
Yeah.
Kind of insane. We'll see if that Divine Rapier comes out. Regalia, at least for the SF, will up his damage. You did not get the Stygian on the Monkey, though. There's no way you're taking Book of the Dead over Stygian here if you're a Cheerier Jr.
True.
So a bad roll for him. We'll see what else.
Beastmaster, Harmonizer, Stygian Desolator, Book of the Dead is what I assume he wants to take. Though he hasn't made that decision quite yet.
Book is pretty nice here. That Stygian is also pretty nice, just you getting hits in for everybody else, but he'll take the Book. Too good individually on him. You're also adding to the lane the map pressure here. You have so many summons on the map.
Well, somebody's going to take that Stygian. It's going to be Malady. With 115 extra movement speed, he's cruising around. And with his impetus, he's hitting pretty damn hard.
The thing is, you rather have the Stygian on the Monkey and the Book on the Enchantress for the Rabble-Rouser.
Right, of course.
Pure damage nuke back. So it's kind of sad for Yandex that they got it on the opposite heroes here. You do get it a little bit, at least in the end. As Satanic has just run out of item slots. Too much gold for his own good. Still has almost 9,000 gold. He just flies a Swift Link into his backpack, and now he's got to decide what he wants to play with here.
He's just got... It's funny because, like, the Hurricane Pike has felt like a very important item, that extra attack range to hit the SF without being hit back, right? Don't let the SF get the opportunity to swing with the Satanic. We haven't seen Watson pull that off a single time yet in these fights. Got the roar on Tier 2 now.
The Monkey.
All in on him. everything that they had to kill this Monkey King, and down he goes. And now the extra heroes, they push out. Watson has to turn around, start swinging at the Ember Spear, but they go for Saksa with the Nullifier. They're going to take him down easy. A refresh. No one keeps it going. Requiem's going to hit him, but the Aeon Disc is going to protect him, and he gets off a BKB, jumps over them, and away he goes.
There's
a very clean couple of kills there with the Monkey King, and Satanic actually went for Watson to hit him with the Sight Device, stopping Watson during his Satanic time. He still has BKB to be able to work with. Wukong's command in for the side, went for the Beastmaster, got him inside the Wukong's command, inside with the Abyssal Blade. He's going to fall. 2 dead. Now another. A Sight Device, push back on the Ember. Should he have the damage to finish him off before he jumped away to his remnants? He doesn't have anything up. He's going to die. Satanic so fast as well. A massive pickup for Yandex, as that was a must-win play. With buybacks being utilized, they had to get a team fight victory in, but they are a long ways away from victory because now they're the ones who have to force the buybacks out of PVISION.
And you still lost a lane of racks. There's just no way to keep your base alive in any sort of engagement when there's so many creeps going for the rat action. However, you have a window here. You have a window to potentially win this game if you can win one more team fight, and you still have the refresher shard for Chira Jr. here. He never ended up using it because he never got that initial Wukong off. Some courier snipes going out as well. You could full send it here. You have an SF buy to play with.
Tier 3s, straight to the Tier 4s. Is that going to be the idea here for Yandex? Not quite. They're going to play it a little bit slower here. Leading off Nullifier, pulling back in the Ogre Magi. There goes one of those Sight Devices. That's down for 2 minutes. As these single target disables start getting picked off one after another, Watson's game is made easier and easier. Maldy on the front lines, seemingly untouchable at this point, and no one does have much to work with. There goes the Wukong's command. The Ember Spirit's got to get out of this AoE, and he does manage to do so, but that leaves the Tier 4s exposed.
He has another one.
A glyph is going to be popped, a refresh used, and another round. Trying to go for the roar. Doesn't manage to get through the Lincolns. Placed onto Watson. Tier 4s are dropping fast. Maldy's going to drop low here. No one, Nullifier placed onto him. Requiem goes out. Still though, Maldy gets burned through. One Tier 4 down.
You gotta go.
To the fall. It's time for some sort of defense to be put up. They gotta go in now with no clip. There's something to stop Watson. He pops his BKB, goes all in. They get the game 3. Yandex. They were struggling to be able to close out this game 2, and for a moment, it looked like it slipped through their fingers. But in the end, they put the pieces together and managed to close out game 2. We're gonna see a 3rd game series in this playoffs.
They clutch it up. That game was a 50-50 going down the stretch. Less than a 1,000 gold difference at the 65-minute mark. And they find a way to win that last team fight that they needed. The whole game is just building to that moment because there's no way you're going to get a fair fight. There's no way you're going to get a fight where you don't have to use some aggressive buybacks and get something out of the exchange, run it down, and win the second fight off of that. They held that refresher shard for the Monkey that entire time. He's able to use it at the very end for double Wukong on the throne, which just forces you into a really rough spot. I think PVISION had to go even sooner at that point.
Yeah.
If they recognize that. But there's just no clear opening if that Wukong's down. The Furion cannot engage into it. We saw how fast Satanic dies. It is a bad matchup. There's no way around it in the actual man fight. Some beautiful execution in like that 40 to 60 minute period with the Sight of Ice spam preventing the high ground pushes. Like that was executed very well. And it gave you a chance to win this game, winning that last Roshan. But that fight in mid lane, where these two cores are just able to stand their ground, like you get the Monkey pick, but then the SF just sits there and he's the anchor in the team fight, and you can't kill him. There's 2 big problems to solve in this game, and you are never able to take them both off the field at the same time.
I think my favorite part about this game is the way that Yandex closed it out. You know, we were talking about, okay, maybe they're being a little bit too passive. It still works for them. The game almost slipped through their fingers. It could have been time to play scared, right? It could have been going, oh, guys, maybe we can't actually take this. Last time we went high ground, it didn't work for us, but they sent it. They went all in on that play. They get the pickoffs on the initial heroes. They make the call to just commit to the throne, and they pull it off in a big, big way. We're going to a game 3.
You could see the happiness there as well on Team Yandex as they push this series to a game 3. This series is so close that all the advantages that we see coming out for the teams, they're so small, but they mean so much, Effie.
That was an insanely high-skilled game. Like that was such a treat and pleasure to watch because it did feel like it added up to a lot of the small things, but as that game progressed and we went to the ultra late game, the problem of the Wukong's arena from CJ was just too big of an obstacle. A lot of the fights felt like, are we addressing this Monkey King? Are we starting the fight by knocking him off a tree? Are we able to roar him? Because if not, you have this huge arena after that level 25 talent, and the fight is split up. You can't really commit on the Shadow Fiend because you can't step into the Wukongs, and then SF just gets to go to town.
Yeah, on top of that, you have both. You have Hex, you have the control that DM did bring to the table. Really loved his itemization in this one. Like, opted to go for more, like, kind of control build where he is like first item Lotus, picked up the wraps. I don't think he got too much value out of that one, but later on picking up the Shivas, picking up the Hex as well, which was the big pickup, kind of on the both sides actually. And we did expect this series to be very even, and it definitely was. Like, you really didn't know who's gonna win up until the last seconds pretty much. And I love the killer instinct that did kind of kick in for the other team, because like they were losing, they were about to be, you know, not knocked out. They would still play for that third place, but not a chance to play in the grand finals tomorrow. And definitely showed up. They're like, yeah, we gotta do this. The Wukong's command, the double Wukong's command, making sure that Shadowfin is gonna be getting the right clicks in.
Yeah, they really clawed themselves back into this game, because if this game would have dragged out longer, eventually Satanic would have been able to take down all the racks, and it was just, the map was closing in on them.
It really was, and if we look at the tier 5 neutral items that dropped, there was double Stygians on Yandex, so the Divine Regalia on SF. So the amount of physical damage output towards that late game portion of the fight was ridiculous. We saw SF was like two-shotting everybody, including Satanic's Nature's Prophet, and they couldn't really get the same kind of damage output there, Lacoste.
Yeah, I think what like happens after 60 minutes, if the kind of game is stabilizing, you don't necessarily need to pick up your neutral item. You're waiting until you see what enemies did go for. So you see this Enchantress Bauble twice, and you're like, okay, we're gonna give it a go. We're gonna go into the fight, have Divine Regalia, have our increased damage coming out from the Shadow Fiend. We have double Deso on top of that, so we're gonna be bringing in that extra bit of a damage. And then again, Malady, dude, this guy just plays differently. Like, we've seen him again going for the scaling build, going for this Aghanim Scepter, which is super annoying. This is the undispellable route, and it also allows you to scale so well into the late game. Like, he was a real menace to deal with. They didn't really have the answer for him.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought him up, because outside of that late game chaos and beauty that we witnessed, they got so much value out of Malady's Enchantress in that mid game, because there was a moment where it looked like PVISION might have the tempo and might run them over, but they used Malady's body very effectively as a means to soak ganks and smokes. And there was this one moment where they overcommitted on Enchantress, couldn't take him down, and then Yandex were back in the game because they were able to kill Satanic.
Yeah, we've seen so many clutch plays. Like, we've seen so many aggressive force staffs coming out from 9 class, like the Hexes, the Hex, the Beastmaster picked up, the Nullifier as well, pushing them inside their own base. Plus also multiple times in this game, like, they're cutting down his tree, they're blasting him with the blinding light off of the trees. And CJ, he really didn't have that good of a time, like because he was dominating the lane. He was so far ahead, but he got shut down. I feel like they understood that it's still Ember Spirit. He can come back into the game, and he definitely did, but in the end, it's just that, like, it came down to one big fight in the mid lane.
And I think that is the fight you would like to show us.
I think it's the one before it, because it's going to come down to Roche fights in general. Like, we've seen, particularly this fight, where we are seeing PVISION, who are going for Roshan, but the Roshan started to migrate, and they already use quite a lot of things here. They still have BKB on Beastmaster, but they don't have Roar, they don't have Satanic with the BKB. So Roshan, he's going to drop very, very low. You can already see that Beastmaster, he made the slot available to potentially pick it up, and then another Wukong. Like, you still have Wukong's command, you still have right clicks from Shadowfiend, something you talked about, Effie. It's very difficult to approach because of the overwhelming damage, the synergy between these two heroes. And then in the end, DM, he catches him with the blind torrent, and that's gonna be 4 dead for PVISION, because at this point of the game, they were kind of ahead. With this Aegis, potentially, they would definitely go for the high ground, plant the banner, and potentially try to end the game. But this very clutch play coming out from them definitely turned it around.
Yeah, the Riptides from DM went crazy too. In that clip you just showed us, he was able to catch some people back. There was also a moment where they dropped CJ's Wukongs, which we talked about being the key part of the fight. Can PVISION kite the Wukongs? Can they fight into it, or can they catch out the Monkey King? There was a moment where they actually ran away from it, but DM just pulls 2 of them back, and it's the one fight off of that.
Now, we know that this series is close and that both teams are very good, and that's why it is close. But my question is, why did this game last so long? Like, was it also that close in the draft, or was there one portion in particular that, for example, you guys would like to see addressed from either team going into game number 3? Because I'm enjoying this, but I'm sure the teams would like to have games end a little sooner and like to be a little bit more dominant with it.
I mean, I think both of those drafts were very strong, and that's why we got such a nail-biter and close game. And honestly, that's the type of game that you look at if you're PVision, I suppose. And if you're going to nitpick one thing, it would be the moment that you chased Enchantress into her jungle and you couldn't kill her, and then Yandex swiped you. So it's more of like, we maybe messed up our consideration of how to deal with this hero. But I wouldn't want to see either team change anything.
Yeah, most definitely. Like, the map rating was so good in this game. That's why these teams are on top of their game at the moment, because they can expect where the enemy is going to strike. And that Enchantress bait that you talked about, that was top tier from them. Kind of the turnaround point as well. There were many in this game because the game was so even. And we've seen some clutch plays as well, where like the fights happening in the mid lane or in the triangle. They're sending out some treants. They're sending out the Helm of the Dominator creep from Beastmaster to kill off the barracks in the mid lane as well. So kind of punching in two different directions, but in the end, it came down to, I'd say, tier 5 neutral items. They chose the right ones, and they decided to end the game.
It's a little decisions that you make in a game like this that will win you the game. I think we saw Watson on the Shadow Fiend. I think maybe that will be no longer possible, because he was shut down earlier on, but he was still able to be the Shadow Fiend that the team wanted.
Yeah, it was a more quiet game, like one of the quieter ones we've seen from a Shadowfin, especially the winning ones, where most of the time you see Shadowfin go like 15-0. They're all over the place. We've seen Nightfall having a great performance wits as well, where they completely dominated the games, but he got rotated on. Like in some of these early engagements, he was the one that was getting the trade. They were trading Satanic early on for the kill on Shadowfin, and then later on he also dies one more time. So he had a bit of a slower game. Monkey King was the one who was trying to set the tempo, and he also got punished because a lot of the times, like, you would see them again trying to outnumber, trying to find a way, because they knew exactly that Deso timing, it's gonna come, and as soon as he got it, he tried to play aggressive twice. He got punished for it. So it's gonna come down again, as we said before the series started, to the smallest things, smallest details, because they're really pushing the limits.
But I've much enjoyed CJ's Monkey King versus the Slardar in game 1.
Oh yeah.
As a response to the Ember, because the response to the Ember in that game 1 felt too weak, whereas in this game 2, you know, you go deeper into your pockets, bust out heroes that maybe other teams aren't playing, and I think they should stick to that approach if we're going to see Ember let through in game 3.
You feel that this is enough to now remove the Ember from the series, or do you think that Yandex is like, okay, you know, we countered it, or at least we won versus it, you can have it again?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think no one's very happy to keep playing Ember Spirit if they keep giving it to him, and if there's like no Huskar or something scary that you have to think about.
I think every single game that I've seen Ember Spirit where he's playing into losing matchup, whether that's going to be Huskar, Necrophos, anything that's going to ruin him in the first 5 to 10 minutes, the hero still recovers pretty decently, where we are seeing him pulling the creep waves to the other camps, getting something done on the map. So one of the reasons why this hero is such a powerhouse so far at EWC, and I feel like if they leave it in the pool, there's a high chance that no one wants to play it again, because he's definitely feeling it. Like, he's definitely feeling himself on this Ember Spirit, and he's done quite a lot of work.
How big of a difference did first pick, second pick make to this series? Do we feel this second game, it was Yandex that won, and they had second pick in this game, did they?
Yeah,
yes,
they had the 24 pick on Monkey King, and I do think that was the difference maker. Because let's say they didn't have that overall last pick to counter Ember, and they had just gone for a typical Pucker Slardar, I don't think we would have seen that game go that far, because the laning stage would have been easier for PVision.
Yeah, and of course game 1, it was also the team that had second pick that came out victorious, so we'll have to wait and see who gets that leg up in game number 3. Game number 3, of course, coming your way very soon. Before that, though, we're going to find out how DM felt before the series even began.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello, I'm here with DM from Yandex. You guys knocked out Team Spirit yesterday, 2-0. I was curious how close. 2 days ago.
It was not yesterday, yeah, 2 days.
2 days, my mistake. How did that series feel to you? Did it feel close?
It felt like a series against a great team, which Team Spirit are. So it wasn't easy, but it was not like ultra complicated also, I would say. The game was kind of in our control, both games, so felt fine.
So you didn't play yesterday, obviously. What did you do in that time instead?
We played some pubs and we just scrimmed some decent teams. I mean, one decent team. So yeah, we just prepared a little bit for today, that's all.
I was curious what scrimming is like at this stage in the tournament, because I feel like teams that get eliminated, they probably go home partially, so they can't play you guys. What do you do for scrim partners?
We scrim the team which is playing right now on the stage, so...
Okay,
it was
opposite side
team. Yeah,
of the bracket?
Side.
That makes sense. That's a good way to do it. You guys are top 4 now. PVISION looks really strong. They're definitely one of the best teams left in the tournament. So how do you think you're going to do?
I mean, we're just going to do our best, and we'll see how it goes. There's nothing to, like, predict. We're just going to try to draft well, just play well, do our basics, and see how it goes. It's obviously a great team, so ain't going to be hard. Ain't going to be easy, I mean, yeah.
Do you think that there's any draft advantages that you have, like strategy advantages, better hero pool for you versus them, or anything like that?
To be honest, I have no idea, because I'm not, like, main drafter of the team. So, I mean, I just hope we're going to do a decent one, so, yeah.
Yeah, I hope the games will be fun to watch. Thank you for joining me, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Team Yandex, the future champions of EWC. Is that correct?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yes.
Are you more confident in the Uno game than your Dota?
Yes, it's easy.
It's easy. Who is your biggest nemesis in Dota 2 right now?
I don't know. I don't have this team.
You're just a nice guy?
Yeah.
You just want to beat everybody equally?
Yeah.
Is this true for you?
Yes. Yeah, very good.
You're also a nice guy?
Yes.
Is everybody on your team a nice guy?
Of course.
That's never true. I've been on teams. I know this isn't true. Name a name.
Trust. Everyone is good. Maybe he's a bit evil.
Is this true?
Maybe.
Are you afraid of Saksa because he's so tall?
Afraid is not the correct word. I would say we respect Saksa.
You respect him? Why do you respect him?
He helped us improve, and he is experienced.
Do you think you could defeat Saksa in a one-on-one physical altercation?
Yeah, probably. If he would be without limbs, maybe I have a chance.
Could you defeat him in 1v1 combat?
With weapons?
I'll give you a weapon and him none.
Sure. If I have spear, then...
He's a really tall guy, though.
But spear is, like, very long.
Is it difficult to play with Saksa? Because when you guys are all talking to each other, he's, like, up here, and he can't hear what you're saying?
Yes.
The grand semifinals continues with Yandex and PVISION on stage. Our first game 3 of the playoffs coming your way. It's 1-1, and this series is incredibly close. The tiniest of things could be the difference maker in making it to the grand finals or having to play in a 3rd, 4th place decider, which, to be honest, for both teams, being top 4, being top 3 would be a disappointment, Effie. These teams are here to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild to think one of them will probably end up winning that 3rd, 4th place decider. I mean, I can't see them losing, to be honest, but this to me feels like a grand finals in and of itself. That second game really showed us what it looks like when 2 evenly matched teams go up against each other, and they shouldn't, think ahead. Just focus on now. Who cares about that 3rd, 4th place tomorrow?
Well, let's focus on now because the draft is upon us. We got PVISION on the Radiant side, Yandex on the Dire side. That seems to be the way they prefer things because that's been the same the whole series. First pick goes to PVISION, second pick, and overall last pick therefore goes the way of Yandex, which is the repeat of what we had in game 2. In terms of drafting, though, we have already got some changes on the board. Shadow Fiend got removed from the pool. We left Largo in because of that, but there's changes all across the board because Willow and Dawnbreaker all still in.
Yeah, Largo is one that was just being banned for the team that could potentially pick Darkseer. So I don't think it's going to be in contention unless the need for a dispel comes through, like a Wind Ranger pick.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I'm also looking at this Nature's Prophet ban. It caused them quite a lot of issues because they... in a lot of these fights, you would see him outranging Shadowfiend, where Shadowfiend was not actually hitting him. He's stuck in the Sprout, and he's dishing out the damage. And this time around, PVISION will pick up Invoker. Like, we are seeing the switcheroo immediately.
What a steal!
Absolutely, because you know it was banned in the second game. It would probably be a very good Invoker game, especially with the Kunkka pairing. They decided to ban it in the last phase, but this time around, straight up opening with Invoker. So some of the heroes, I would say, from the position 4/5 are going to be getting slightly more priority. I would like Bane. I think Bane definitely has to go from Team Yandex because it is Bane plus Invoker setup. It's also Bane against Pango, which could be a very difficult matchup for him.
This is really different out of PVISION. To me, this says that they're thinking about how Yandex can enable CJ and how different the game looked when he had a lane. And this is one of the CJ heroes that you can early pick. Like you mentioned, Lacoste, you wanted them to look for an early pick Invoker. So I think this overall first Invoker would not happen against any other team but Yandex.
Yeah, most definitely. This is not something that it's just a matchup, knowing like that there is a very mean Invoker player on the other side. And Pango, like we haven't seen too much of a Pango. Like during the group stage, the hero was kind of silent. It did get slightly more priority once we got to the survival stage and in the playoffs, still showing that this hero is a menace to deal with.
It's really good against Invoker as well, especially if you can snag up a Keeper of the Light for yourself on Yandex. You're super happy because Invoker, like, historically struggles against Pango on lane because his waves get shoved out, and when he hits that level 6, he just has a BKB, right, with his Rolling Thunder. So he just runs at you with a +1 support rotation, and Invoker is very vulnerable to this.
Yeah, heavy focus on supports for the next pick phase, and that's also why we're probably going to see a heavy focus on supports on this ban phase, with already the Hoodwink removed from the pool, Keeper of the Light, Bane, the two most feared ones still in, and of course the Willow still in as well.
Shiver, listen to this. Carry Invoker, position 1.
No, I don't think that we're going to see that.
Yeah, I was just being sarcastic. I don't think I want to see it for the rest of the tournament. What a way to go out, though.
Yeah, with a whimper.
Sad.
Anyway.
Undying removed, which is a strong one for Yandex as well. So understandably so that they removed that. Let's see which one is the one that Yandex wants to remove. Keep in mind, they can pick right out of this phase. So they can ban a support and also pick one.
Yeah, they could potentially like take the Bane for themselves. This is a team that doesn't really play Wyvern. I would also like look into that hero for PVISION potentially in the second pick phase because it gives you something to deal with Pango during the Rolling Thunder. It's a super strong laner. It secures the lane for almost said Invoker in the carry role.
I think this is what you do. You just ban Bane, you pick Keeper of the Light, you enable your Pango, and you take away their best support to set up Sunstrikes. Very strong here from Yandex.
Yeah.
And Clockwork's still in the pool. This is the hero that also sets up the Sunstrike play as well. And from position 4, 9 class, his hero pool doesn't really do it as much. Dark Willow is like okay-ish. I'm maybe looking more towards like Shadow Shaman and thing, but I just have this in my mind. A couple of games where he played Shadow Shaman and he really didn't have that good time. This is also not a BB team, so probably Shadow Shaman is not going to get as much priority.
Do you not like the Earth Spirit anymore for 9 class? Or because it's no longer a flex, because we already have the Invoker, unless Invoker is going to carry, but he's not. Because it's no longer a flex.
Yeah, I would prefer if they have the flex potential where you pick it early on and still have, you know, slightly bigger picture what's happening in the draft.
Yeah, the thing about Earth Spirit is the strength of Earth Spirit comes for PVISION from the ES plus Darkseer duo. And if Darkseer is addressed within the first phase of bans, then you can't really introduce your flex anyway. So having it be a mid Earth Spirit would also lead to the Slardars from CJ, which is not a good matchup.
They'll get the Winter Wyvern for now instead.
Yeah, the hero that we mentioned for a good reason. This hero just gives you pretty much everything. Gives you team fight, gives you setup for another round of spells later on, gives you fight reset. Very good against Pango because all his spells are physical damage, and then you can just split the fight. You can save whoever gets initiated on.
Well, there's a hero that's still in the pool that Lone Druid. That's what I was gonna say. So, are we happy seeing a Lone Druid here? We know Winter Wyvern is considered to be one of the support counters. So they took that one already out of the equation as well. We've seen Lone Druid be very dominant earlier on today.
Yeah, I mean, Lone Druid is always a hero you have to worry about, but Yandex are the one team in this tournament that have let it through 4 times in a row and beat it every single time. So they have the most experience playing against Lone Druid, and they could bust out their carry Lina even if they feel like it's a good pick for it, because it just addresses the Lone Druid problem.
Not just beat Lone Druid 4 times, they beat it 4 times in a row. Like, this is pretty much the statement, we're gonna leave it in the pool, and you have option to pick it, and if you do pick it, we have the answers for it.
Let's see if that Lina will come out. 2 picks coming our way.
I'd like to see maybe Enigma coming out for Yandex. It's a very good hero in the lane, because you're not winning the lane in straight up trading against Lone Druid, especially if there's Winter Wyvern. It just feels like it's very, very difficult to play any type of a lane. Like some of the other heroes that they have used against it was...
Beastmaster as well is a good...
Yeah, Beast,
answer.
like Centaur, but these Centaurs gone already. I'm leaning towards Enigma.
Yeah, they get the Jakiro for now. Jakiro has made a big splash towards the end of the group stages, but it's been a little while since we've seen him here on the main stage.
It's very good. Like, when you think about some old school counters to, let's say, Shadow Demon, when he's meta with the defensive disruptions, defensive Winter Wyvern abilities, Ice Pad is a very nice follow-up onto that. Plus, you also have insane amount of magic damage that you can throw onto the guy who is getting healed. And also super strong laner. Like we've seen, as you said, Shiver, this hero getting slightly more popularity. It was Aurora who brought it back, and it looked very, very good. It looked like, again, an OP hero in the lane with the right partner, killing the hero from 100 to 0.
Yeah, I think this looks like a really good Jakiro game for the reasons you mentioned, but if Pango is getting countered by the physical damage counter of Wyvern, then you just secure it with easy magical damage, and Jakiro provides that. DM's Enigma does come out, and we know we already have the carry, we already have the mid, there's not going to be a lane counter for this.
Yeah, we'll see where PVISION wants to go with their pick. This is also the time where they should be thinking about what Watson will play as the overall last pick that Yandex will get. And that Lina is still looking pretty nice, so I would imagine maybe that will be worthy of a ban. We got the Axe pick up for now. Are we liking the Axe coming out here?
Yeah, this is preemptive Axe, something like it's a Sunstrike setup, so you can always go for a play. I think they needed a hero that's going to be frontlining for them, somebody to start a fight, because other heroes want to keep the distance. So big fan of this. You don't see the matchup, but Axe can always get something out of the lane, so definitely feels good on 18.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of a pick that discourages from heroes like Kez. Because if you look at Yandex's draft, they've got a lot of ranged heroes. They've got the Jakiro, the Coddle, the Enigma, and they would have needed a melee carry to play with the hero into lane, and Axe is very much an anti-melee carry type of hero. So it removes the potential of Kez. And sure, you can pick something like a Lina carry now to play into the Axe, but then you've just got one Pango starting the fights for you every single time.
For now, they remove the Tiny. We see the Rubik being removed on the side of Yandex. We are still looking for a hero for 9 class on the side of PVISION, unless there's some strange shenanigans going on, but not expecting that for the moment. And we got the Necrophos also removed from the pool by PVISION, so Watson can't play that one either.
I'm thinking if there's a hero, because you need to think about like multiple different things with this last pick. You are playing against BKB piercing ability, multiple BKB piercing abilities. You're playing against the Lone Druid matchup. You're playing against something that stops your physical damage from going through. So not the easiest way to find a hero. I would be okay maybe with like Phantom Lancer that could come out for them, but it's also not a 24 PL, so it doesn't feel as strong because you are giving them ways to counter it. So
I mean,
it is 24 for them.
Yeah, I mean, he tries to play PL wherever he can, and I think it would still be a very strong PL game. The only issue is if the snowball starts from PVISION and your PL isn't ready, you're just going to get run at nonstop. But Watson has picked PL in situations where there was an enemy snowball available and it still worked out for him.
We'll see what he goes for. There's still half a minute left for them to think about it. The Wind Ranger came out near instantly for PVISION, so that will be their position 4. Unless they want to run an Invoker in 4? Nah, crazy.
Yeah, just a nice range support, something to play with the Axe. You're going to have that added bit of disable from the Shackle, and it'll make your lane much easier. I mean, Wind Ranger plus Axe is a rough lane, even if you have Jakiro.
Yep. Let's see what it will lane against. Still the Phantom Lancer comes out.
I mean, it's that's why I mentioned it. I see these heroes. It looks very good. It's very good in the lane against Axe because of the battle hunger. You're not really getting affected by it by any means. And, you know, this is a game where it really matters. So you're going to be diving in deep. I already talked about like 4 other counters that they have, something that needs to be done about the last pick, which is not an easy pick. And this is where the teams, like the more experienced teams, are going to be digging deeper into the hero pool and finding something that can work out for them. They have Pango Coddle. The combination is going to be insane throughout the whole game. Of course, it's very annoying to play against. They have Enigma. There is counter to Enigma in this one because, like, you have a Sunstrike, you have a Cataclysm, you have Axe Call maybe on the edge, you have Winter's Curse, so ways of stopping the Black Hole, so it's not the easiest Enigma game by any means, but DM is also going to be getting stuff out of the lane, which I really like, because after seeing Wyvern plus Lone Druid, this lane is literally unplayable.
What are we thinking, Effie? How close is this draft?
To me, it seems quite even again in terms of the power of each draft. I do think that if PVISION win their lanes, then Yandex are in a tough situation, but I do like this Pango versus Invoker, so that lane should be fine. I think PL's lane should be okay as well, and if they can come out of the lanes decently, dodge a few bad fights, then it is PL's game to win here.
It is overall scaling in favor of the PL here. If this game goes late, Yandex has an edge. And we have seen this game go late. Game 2 was an example of that. It was very back and forth, very close. This time around, very different drafts coming our way, Lacoste.
Yeah, this is what's kind of expected. This is Puppy we're talking about as well, so you are going to be getting different heroes. This is the guy that has been in Dota scene for 25 years, so he's seen everything, like every possible matchup, everything that has been changed. He has been through this. He has been winning the tournaments. He has been through pretty much everything possible that could happen in Dota, did happen to him. So having that experience behind him, seeing the potential draft that could work out for them in this game where it really matters. So not really surprised that we've seen teams go for completely different matchups, like completely different heroes.
With that being said, there is an overall first pick Invoker, which is unusual and a little bit spicy, so that is the big question here.
Will no one be able to shine on his Invoker? Will PVISION claim their spot in the grand finals, or will it be Yandex? We're finding out. Cap and SVG, over to you.
Going into this series, neither team had truly been tested. Both of them had only lost a single game, and the group stage easily washed away by their quite superior scores coming out of it. Going into playoffs, they managed to get easy 2-0s, but finally, in one of the highest skill games we've seen all year, this game 2, we did see both teams truly get pushed to the brink there. Yandex came out the better for it, but it only gets them to this game 3. And it'll all be settled here. Who will make it to the grand finals? Yandex versus PVISION. Already starting off with a bit of early action here as Zoxa found right next to the tier 1 tower and a Sunstrike that could have delivered the kill over to the mid laner of no one, but instead goes to the carry, Satanic.
He will always take the gold if it's available. Can't outlast hit this kid. Nice little start for the Lone Druid. And some heroes coming out in this game 3 that I expected to see in this series. The Invoker, the Enigma, the PL as that last pick. Some spicy clutch picks that have a lot of scaling power behind them. That's what strikes me this game. Like, this is not a game I think either team is expecting to run over. So you're looking to get some of these heroes that are going to quietly scale into that late game with some backup and try and put the pressure on you in those late game team fights. The PL could be a big problem in this game, but I do think between Invoker and Axe, plus 2 stunning supports, you have ways to kind of catch him and just all in him. And I think the Bear can cause some heroes issues that forces the PL to respond, and you can maybe play around that around the map. Like, there's a lot of global pickoff potential if this Axe Call or Shackle lands into Sunstrike, into a Bear that pops out from Invis. It can just surprise you and kill anybody in this game. And that is something the Yandex are going to have to think about. But if it does go ultra late, I mean, there's just so much chaos in the team fight. Between Eidolons, Caudal Blasts, Jakiro spells, there's a Pango rolling in that you have to deal with, and then there's Phantom Lancer illusions running amok. Incredibly toxic lineup, honestly. Like, I would not want to play against this Yandex line. This is like one of those lineups you see in a pub and you're like, come on, dude. Really? Like, this is what you guys are playing? You know, why are you so try-hard? This is such a try-hard draft. And we'll see if it works out for him. This is a hero they've gone back to. This Phantom Lancer that I feel, it's not a crutch, but it's like, how do we get out of this weird draft position? We'll last pick PL and just put it all on the line. Hope Watson can carry us on one of his signature heroes, and time again, he's proven that he can. So we'll see if it gets him into the grand finals here.
Two of the highest win rate heroes here at EWC, the Phantom Lancer especially, having 5 wins and only the single loss at this tournament. Definitely a little bit more of a cheesy pickup. I mean, Lone Druid is also a very cheesy hero.
Oh, for
this
sure.
is a hero that everybody knows is incredibly good right now. Do you think that it was worth giving this Lone Druid opportunity to PVision? Do you feel like they answered it appropriately enough? Or who's on a timer here? I assume Phantom Lancer is fine to go late game against Lone Druid, but I don't really know.
I don't think late game is favored for either team. I think it'll come down to execution. They both have a lot of scale in the tank. I think the PL is one big factor. Like, in theory, he scales super hard here. But at a certain point, I can also see him falling off like ultra late against this Tricore if they get really big. And I think the Black Hole is always an X factor, right? You have a Wyvern Curse cancel.
Yep.
You have a Call cancel, because that AoE gets kind of big now.
Sure.
But the Black Hole's always late game threat. I do think they have good answers to the Lone Druid. Like, this is not a game where they gave it away and he's going to have a free game. The Solar Bind's annoying. The Jakiro spells are annoying. And they got their big lane counter for DM in this Enigma. This has been the matchup that they favored the most. They're going to give away the Lone Druid. They want the Enigma on this lane with the Eidolon pressure going in.
The Entangle on him, that's going to be some bonus damage here, especially with the Sunstrike. Does a lot, and the final hit, not enough. Fairy Fire will save the day.
Getting pressured out early, though. This is what you want from the Lone Druid, and some extra sustain from the Wyvern definitely helps the Bear fight through some of the summons. This Enigma gets to level 3 and 5 uncontested. He's going to kick you out of lane. He's going to win this lane, and he's going to dominate your tower. Very strong start for Satanic in a matchup that Yandex felt was going to go a lot better for them. Like, we have 4 last hits on this Enigma. He just got forced into the jungle to try and get to the level 3. So you have a First Blood Lone Druid with free farm down here, kicking out the counter matchup.
Got to win it elsewhere. With this other side lane, a trade-off of supports perhaps. 9 Class is going to get low. Watson off the call, couldn't finish the job. Both Notice and 9 Class will be low off of that, but he can't really keep it going.
Strong start for the Axe, too. Quad Gauntlet into a straight ring of health. You have these Sunstrikes to play with off of every early call. He's mega tanky up here. He's mega fat already, and this is a lane that Axe wins. Like, you can't really win this lane as PL. There's just no way around it. You try and limit the damage, you get your own farm. It's not the worst matchup in the game anymore, but Notice should be having a very good time in the first 15-20 minutes here.
Well, the upside of this early laning phase for Yandex will be the mid lane matchup, because Chiro Jr. is really taking it to no one here. 11 denies, 22 CS, has done very well for himself, and even harassing no one quite a bit, keeping him farther back. But of course, that can all be kind of undone if no one keeps getting funneled Sunstrike kills, which, well, he hasn't gotten one yet. He has assisted.
Still a good matchup in the game, too. I've been impressed by how much this Pango's been able to put pressure on Invoker in the mid game. You just commit the early roll, just start running at him.
Early glyph use, trying to kick him out here from being able to get the last hit on these range creep.
TP the Wyvern in.
Wyvern. He's got a swashbuckle, should be able to get away from a lot of damage, especially with no one getting so low. Cold Embrace to help, but it also means he's going to miss some CS while that happens. Meanwhile, top lane, Notice, he does manage to get that kill. Watson is able to get the return, though.
Nice experience for the Phantom Lancer up here. Not too sad with that exchange. You can bring out some items on the Jakiro.
Watson's so low, though. Between a power shot and a Sunstrike,
you got to bring him something.
Yeah.
Salve. Yep. Salve drop. Bring it back. Will end up being fine. Pretty low on mana, but as long as PL's farming, you don't really care about anything else. Be curious to see what 9 Class goes on that Wind Ranger, because this pick was like, I think you could have picked 9 Class any hero there. Your draft kind of had everything it needed to function. So it was what spicy pick does he want to play there? And they busted out the Wind Ranger, maybe for some more long-range poke off of some of these stuns. Maybe they just wanted another stun in general. But it's not a hero I'm used to seeing him play or bust out when he has his choice.
Soxa sneaking around behind the Invoker, could not get in a position to get a blinding light push into Cheer Jr.
A lot of pressure right now, though, with this catapult wave mid. The Invoker's only level 5, and you have this Chalker magic behind the Pango. Such a deadly combination.
Oh, yeah. Get very low cooldown Swashbuckle, very low cooldown Shield Crash combined with him having the opportunity for a Rolling Thunder. He hasn't leveled it up yet.
Gotta bring both supports here to defend this push.
And what if DM cuts over, too?
Could be nice.
He's kind of in the area, farming up with Eidolons right now.
The rune spawn bottom, though. That means Cheer Jr. is going to have to spend a lot of time getting this. They're going to lose their wave under tower. Well, they get the power rune, but that push moment with the catapult will be defended here. DM just trying to cut the lane. I mean, this tells you how poorly that LD lane went.
Yeah.
This is not a lane you want to go cutting with the Enigma on. This is a lane you want to be pressuring the bear.
Well, it does put him in a position to always be able to farm up neutrals as well, if he can hold to it. But it also means he's also in a position to get gank tiers. Dakalis has slowed him down. Satanic has run over, but Cheer Jr. is the better of the two mid heroes right now. So his presence kind of scary. Sunstrike lands on a Malady, who's taking the man fight against 9 class, and will lose that fight.
PVISION coming out strong in this game 3. Two side lanes are absolutely cooking here. It's only this mid that Yandex have to play around.
Cheer Jr. is so strong right now. Is he going to level up Rolling Thunder to take this Wisdom Shrine?
No, I don't think you can go in there on your own.
That's fair.
Get some Forge Spirit action, though.
Meanwhile, you got to deal with the bear. Very fun game. Almost killing it. Cold Embrace will spare it from ticking out. Call Sunstrike, top lane, Watson gets dunked. What a combo. They snuck that one in out of nowhere on Watson. Just Axe rounding the corner, catching him on the call, and then Sunstrike dunk in just rapid succession.
And we're going to see a couple more of these at least this game. The call is just so deadly because you're going to get called into Guaranteed Sunstrike, into Power Shot, into some Wyvern spells. Like, there's so much follow-up on every Axe play in this game. It's going to be a problem around the map, especially if the bear can get a fast Silver Edge online, then he's contributing to map pressure and some threat around the... This is where the map can just become really difficult to play, which to me has been the theme of this series. It's like, how do you get the lanes out without dying, and how do you threaten the enemy cores when they're trying to get the lanes in? Enigma will still kick these heroes out of here. That is how powerful the Eidolons are with the drum.
Well, you combine that with Cheer Jr. also rotating out of lane. There's no way for them to fight this. So will be an early tower advantage, it's looking like, for Yandex. That'll help offset the gold lead that PVISION currently has off of winning their side lanes.
See how much damage they can get done on the map with the Enigma being able to run in enemy areas in this Pango. Should have a pretty nice timing on the defusal, and then Chakra Magic behind him.
Children taken off by the Tornado.
I just got to keep defending this mid-tier 1 if you're PVISION. Keep giving space to no one. Keep looking for some Sunstrike kills. Relieve the pressure from the Invoker. Look to play through your two side laners a little bit if you can keep doing it.
9 class enjoys this battle with Malady because he's got Wind Run, where a large share of the damage early on from Jakiro comes from that Liquid Frost. Cheer Jr. is now hitting the mid tower. And at some point, PVISION, are you going to say enough is enough and try and stop these? Maybe they don't really have the option to, especially since, I mean, who's going to rotate out of the side lane? Certainly not Satanic. Winter Wyvern's not terribly strong right now.
You just got to keep out spamming it. Yeah. You're not going to bring your two side lane cores to this mid lane. The Axe is getting way too much right now. He's power farming. And this Lone Druid is not a hero that joins early fights. So you just got to make do with what you have around the mid lane. It does mean you have support freedom to bring this Wyvern and Wind Ranger into any play you want. There's some benefit there. Just got to play for your first item timing. Try and keep this mid tower alive through the power of the Invoker. That's where that Enigma swinging behind mid could have been nice early in this game, but I think his lane just went too bad. He's just too low level to make that kind of rotation. If he had dominated this lane, taken the bottom tier 1 quickly, he could have gone for that mid swing, and it could have swept this tempo up considerably, but you just got to play it a little slower here. Does have Black Hole online. Could be a nice early game threat if you can have the supports back you up.
Malady zooming the haste rune.
That's a tanky Axe, man.
It's a tanky Axe, it's a tanky bear. There are a lot of tanky things sitting in front of Yandex that they just can't really threaten in these side lanes. But all the meanwhile, PVISION are probably very happy. They've almost got no one to his Meteor Hammer, which will help him start chipping away at this mid tower, but also increase his farm rate.
As long as the tier 1 standing mid for PVISION, I think they're very happy with what's going on. Diffusal Pango will pick the game up, but you're still a ways away from there. So you got some more time to work with, and Axe is doing Axe things, man. You got a lot of early armor with this phase boots into the Splint Veil. Almost level 10. You're always a threat on Watson with the Sunstrike backup. Like, you get called into Power Shot Sunstrike, you get chopped. So you can't get too aggressive up here with the Phantom Lancer. Depends on what supports you see on the map. See 9 class mid, okay, you can kick him out of lane. You don't see the supports on the map, it gets a lot spookier to go for that kind of simple play. And there are some ancient stacks being cleared by Shiro Jr. here.
Yeah, once again, Yandex seem to be okay with, I feel like they have the heroes to make moves, but they're okay just chilling and hitting a better timing later on. That'll be that Diffusal Blade timing. Get to that.
I don't mind that just because this Enigma lane did not go the way they wanted it to. So your whole game slows down as a result, and you just have to respect that, not force any bad moves.
Vessel's going to be the build-up for the Enigma.
A lot of
no need for an early Blink Dagger, that's for sure.
You will have to get something done with this Enigma build-up, though. If you go Vessel on this hero, you need to go fight. You need to get some charges, start punishing some heroes around the map.
Take that mid tower.
I mean, we'll scale a little bit here, I guess, against some of the anti-healing. You can throw it on the bear, but...
And they'll have some, like, it'll be a little difficult to use good cold embraces, because there might be a macro pyre, they do have a vessel. It sets up for the Illuminate Blast of Soxa. There is some magic damage to punish it, at least early on.
Smoke noticed. He went ring into Splint Mail into Blink. A very unexpected Blink if you're sitting here as the Yandex.
It could pay off in a big way. He's about to get a two-man call. The Sunstrike placed onto Soxa. One Cooling Blade. Now attempted roll-up, but a really great Winter's Curse. They're going to troll him for so long, get the meter on him, and another dunk. What a surprise pickup from Notice. That plays off beautifully. It's a third kill they're going to get off of this play.
Chop.
Oh my, that is just so sick.
That is
just played it slow. Oh,
that is the best outcome you could possibly hope for with rushing the Blink over a more farming item like Blade Mail and doing Ancients or something. Not only do you get 3 heroes off this play, you get them in beautiful fashion. The Invoker's involved. You steal some of the Ancients. You get chops out of it. And you lose nothing.
Yeah, Blink Dagger just paid for itself, basically.
100%. Sick move. And you slow down that Diffusal on the Pango, which is the one item you want to slow down in this game.
Absolutely.
I mean, that is just an immaculate move. You even get that mid tower, yeah, with the hammer. That's a 4-5K net worth equivalent play right there off of a surprise blink. And you're just not thinking about that at all because you're looking at this Axe. He has Splint Mail, he has Ring. All right, he's going to finish up the Blade Mail, right? This is standard build up. The Rings for the regen. He's going to go do some Ancients, and then he'll have Blink. You're thinking he's still like 1,000 off of that, maybe 1,500. And then all of a sudden he's just jumping you on your Ancients. Very heads up call.
Going to be a bit too late to contest the Wisdom Shrine again. His positioning not there for it, but he almost has his Mjolnir. Him and the Axe top the net worth chart, and Watson's trying to catch up, but it's just a slower farming hero. Manta will speed that along a little bit more, but it's time for Yandex to strike back here. But
they'll get something.
Just getting to call us off of this. Not going to be super happy.
It's free though.
That's true.
But Chakra Magic, all these plays are free with the Pango. You're going to get something off of this move, but you're right. It's not a big target. It's the hero that PVISION are happy to give away here, especially with 3 cores all farming the map right now. And there's the Blade Mill for the Axe. So this Axe call just got a lot deadlier. Top tower is going to fall for free. They'll cut another wave, and they can absolutely bring him into another play. This is where the map becomes a little scarier to play, particularly around that mid lane. You smoke that Axe in a mid, he gets a nice call. It's going to set the whole team fight up because there's so much follow-up off of this stun and no way to really disengage from it in this game. Nobody can really create a buffer unless you just blink Black Hole. Oh, you can't lose the Pango here again.
Notice blinks past Chira Jr. Chira Jr. gets the low ground, but does get shackled up. Here comes the Sunstrike. Got him throwing the no. The call comes through first.
Noticed again, and now the winner's curse on the Enigma with the Eidolons in tow. So DM takes a heap of damage. He's gonna go down again. Noticed. He is cleaning house this game.
What a monster. Level 13 in this game right now. No one's even level 12. Does lose his courier at Eidolons though. That's a little unfortunate. But he's already got some early chop armor. 9 armor harvested by the 16-minute mark.
Oh, no one trying to make a solo play here. Did he get out fast enough? It's close. He does die to Watson. So that was actually a bit of a gift there for Yandex, who are in a bit of a bad spot.
And there's the Manta for the Phantom Lancer. So he gets Manta completed plus that gold injection. Yeah, nice pickup for him. They're going to need the PL to salvage a little bit of this game. This Axe is doing work.
Blink Dagger next for DM.
He's got Vessel charges, so you get this Blink, you can definitely start getting involved in the game in a big way. This is the Mjolnir Bear. Not attacking, still pushing.
That's so silly. Ducalis is hoping to go Blink for Blink. He's just going to be the answer to the Enigma of the entire game. Slowed down, Sunstrike a little off the mark, but somebody will get the kill, and that somebody is Satanic, who was halfway to his Aghanim Scepter, and that's when the bear really starts ramping up the pressure. Between his global presence and the Invoker, and then the active Axe, you're gonna be feeling it if you're Yandex.
That's where this game can become uncarryable for the Phantom Lancer if you start just bleeding out heroes across the map, even if the PL is finding farm. This isn't a hero that 1v5s in a true sense. He still needs somebody else to make some space in the fight and help him contribute some damage, at least a little control. Noticed on the hunt. He's got the Sunstrike, he's got the power shot. Every call is deadly right now on the map, so if you can occupy some enemy territory, it feels real good to take away the farm from Watson here.
See Yandex just playing full defense here. Double offensive wards and double defensive wards basically placed in the same spots here. Both Yandex and PVISION.
Trying to defend or attack the PL's farming rotation. Not a hero that's going to go do Ancients. So you kind of know where Watson wants to stay.
They almost got to him there. Both carries just trying to get to their Ags uncontested, and the Lone Druid is very uncontested.
They do have an amp damage on Shira Jr., and he finished his Blink, so they're going to smoke, bring Watson into this play. They say he's strong enough to join the fight right now.
I think they've already seemed to have made the read because they had this Lotus Ward on the right side of the map that spotted DM's movement.
Well, they also had this obs right where they smoked around this like hard camp near the mid-tier 2. So heads up obs placement from 9 class earlier will bail them out of this amp damage timing.
9 class will lead him on a little chase here. And he may eventually die for it. And actually tucks himself into the corner and TP's out successfully. So nice absolutely nothing gained for what is essentially like 4 heroes all hunting.
And that's the risk with making these big plays, bringing the carry into it. That basically it cost you 1,000 net worth. As these other cores are just mopping up the map.
That's why it's oftentimes so easy just to be the ones to sit back and farm, which is where that notice, again, that early Blink Dagger pickup was so cool, because if they don't find that kill, right, he starts falling behind.
Oh, 100%.
Misses his timings.
Very few players would go for that play.
Especially in a stressful game like this. Noticed.
Do they see the
Sees a camp that just got farmed. Gets the call into the Pango. Sunstrike and a Culling Blade. Sunstrike is all it takes.
He is on a rampage in this game, 7-1-2. Just making everything happen right now. I mean, he's probably gotten this Invoker an extra like 1,000 plus gold just off of his plays, right? He's gotten the Bear another 1,000 or 2,000 with all the space that Satanics had to farm because there's no pressure going into him. Ags is already done here for the Panda, now also level 15. So the map pressure is going to pick up considerably right now.
Yeah, now it's no longer the Lone Druid Bear with the Mjolnir just pushing out the bottom lane. He's going to take that off-lane tower, make the map smaller.
If you give Satanic this much space, if he can farm out all of his jungle with the hero, continue to push waves with the Bear, this lead is going to exponentially increase here. You just don't have the same amount of space to keep up. You needed some more fights going your way with this Pangolier. You needed to maybe get 1 or 2 extra kills with Black Hole, be on their side of the map with the Enigma. You're losing too much ground right now. This lead is gonna explode.
Eidolon spreading out through the map. Now they need little mobile wards to try and read these rotations to make sure that Watson is still farming uncontested, which he has been. He wasn't the one caught by the axe earlier. That was CJ. Jump on a 9 class here. Win run. Gonna make it difficult for them, but ultimately he will die, right? He'll die. Okay, yeah, just to make sure they got him.
Get a little extra TP, you know? More value off that kill, but again, not a big target.
Yeah. I think that's a thing that PVISION have consistently been better at, is putting their supports in a position that they just don't bleed anything from many of these smokes. Malady spotted on the Lotus by no one.
See ya. That's a freebie. They didn't even need to pop the smoke on the other 2 heroes. They could still look for an axe play. And of course, he can go in solo because you have the global backup of that Sunstrike.
And he's going to get the call on the Phantom Lancer. Sunstrike not being thrown out.
He didn't have the mana for it.
Broker, TP away. They've got Winter's Curse. They've got enough to stop this one. No Doppelganger to get away. Another Cooling Blade. While the Bear is pushing bottom, it took the offlane tower. Now it's taking your Ancient stack. Everything is being ripped away from Yandex right now.
This is highway
they gotta get
robbery.
At least the Bear. The Malefice. Slowdowns should be more than enough to get that bounty. It'll be 315 for Cheer Jr. That helps, but it does not rectify these pickoffs.
Have to find a way to regroup on this map. We're at the point in this game, past 20 minutes, Tormentor's online, Roche is there. You keep bleeding some of these kills, you're going to pay a way bigger price than you have so far in this game.
Oh, man. Okay, so Malady just, they had a ward, and they saw the Wyvern up here in this Lotus area. He placed a sentry saying, okay, he placed a ward somewhere over here. They found the old ward. They didn't find the new ward. So that could be pretty massive if Yandex, you know, try and make a move through this area, try and take a fight on Tormentor.
Let's see if it pays off here. Feels like they're Tormentor to take right now. There's no way you're doing it if you're Yandex.
Right.
You do have Blink Black Hole available, and that is an X factor here on these objective fights. Rolling Thunder, also pretty good around like Roche Pit Tormentor.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to contest. Malady, he's going to work his way, trying to get through the gate. No one is setting up. No one. He's going to be caught here at the same time as the Jakiro. Bigger kill. Wow, that was a lot for it. They already had him controlled with the Rolling Thunder, but they dropped the Black Hole just to ensure.
It's 1,000 gold.
Eidolons will spot the heroes rushing through the gate.
You just do not want to let them get out of here.
Blink for Blink. 9 class trying to catch him off the shackle shot. Does manage to land it on DM, but a bit too far out initially, but the axe is still going to blink forward. Hit a Battle Hunger on CJ, slowing him down. Quickly reprieve there as Swashbuckle cleanses that one off.
Kind of surprised that PVISION chased through that gate instead of just like doing Tormentor with Bear or something.
Right, yeah.
You know, like Black Hole gets dropped for your Invoker. Okay, whatever. We'll do an objective. Maybe you can still do it here now anyway. Black Hole's a long cooldown, which could be an issue in this game, honestly. If you become more and more dependent on that spell to teamfight, along with Rolling Thunder, if your ults are down, what happens in the interim? Especially with the lineup that can do objectives pretty fast, push the waves out pretty quickly. Look at this axe just farming in your face. Already BKB done, what are you going to do to him? Absolutely nothing.
Not a damn thing. Tornado. Attempted, CJ blinking ahead of it, and he is so close to his Aghanim Scepter.
I'm just watching this Bear vacuum up the entire bottom half of this map.
He is so massive.
This is the issue. If you can't control this area, he outfarms everybody in the game.
5,500 up on the Phantom Lancer. He has 700 GPM right now. Soxa is going to be spotted by the Vessel, 9 class. Lands that on him, and will get a charge back.
Chop.
Chop.
Some more armor. He's up to 13.5, by the way. This is a significant amount of bonus armor this early on.
And a Roshan that is free for the taking with no Black Hole, no Coddle. No way to fight.
And this is the issue. Yeah, maybe you have better late game. Maybe you have some clutch PL pick. You're not going to get there because this is classic PVISION. Control the waves, find the pickoff, translate it into an objective. They don't need the 5-on-5. Like, they're not even looking for the 5-on-5. They're looking for the one kill that leads them into a net worth advantage. This is how you scale in Dota. This is how you gain a net worth lead. And that net worth lead will translate to that classic, like, 35-minute high ground. Oh, they've done this time and time again.
Yeah.
This game, the Roche was done a little later, so maybe that timing gets delayed a little bit. We'll see how strong Satanic thinks he is. I mean, this is a bear that is extremely farmed, and you always have Alacrity to throw on top of him. That is a lot of damage. And I always feel like the sooner you can pressure high ground against a Phantom Lancer, doesn't mean you have to commit for that push. But the sooner you force him to join fights wherever that happens, the happier you are.
Sure. Last thing you want to let him do is just be completely uncontested at AFK farm to this like really tanky point where he's currently working towards Scotty.
So you take these tier 2s, and then all of a sudden when you get that pick off, you can go high ground with it. That's what you're looking to achieve right now, because full Silver Edge done on the Panda as it's running across. This thing's just sprinting. It's like some death machine.
And it might just find some death. There's some heroes squirreling out this side of the map. Malady just dropping macro pyres. They're throwing Eidolons down lane. Anything they can. But the hunt is on. PVISION will find pickoffs.
Goodbye. It's just full rat mode. You look at where these dire dots are on the minimap, it's all on the edge of the map. Someone's farming the top edge. Soxa's on the left. The Jakiro's on the bottom. Enigma's farming out the right. Like, nobody wants to go anywhere near the center here. You don't have the vision for it. You don't have heroes that can do it safely. Especially when Noticed is off the map. He is back on the hunt. Invis Rune Axe around this mid lane. Scan lands.
Smoke is getting many opportunities here. Blink can't manage to get the call on DM. Don't have a way. Ooh, Sox actually pushing himself in. They actually have the black hole on no one. No one took so much damage, but the shackle shot managed to stop it. Cherry Jr. is still trying to finish off no one here. Rolls through. They've got to deal with the bear. Watson was in trouble. CJ heard the call, and it bumps the bear once. Shackle shot to slow him down, but ultimately it's just the death of DM.
And no one lived.
No one lived and keeps that Aegis intact.
Almost dying to the pollen bag on top of some of the Enigma damage. But lives with 15 HP, perfectly executed here. They fed him, he got the Lotus HP as well, so some of that early Lotus saving paying off, and very timely shackle.
Lotus Orb done for the Axe will help protect the bear. Get rid of the Malefice, stop the Solar Bind, get these heroes out of these Ice Path Macro Pyre situations easier. And look at them, just so fearless. They know they have nothing to worry about. Diving well past tier 2s, going in triangles.
Rolling Thunder, Black Hole on cooldown, that's a green light. Do whatever you want in this game.
Notice, is he going to find Cheer Jr.? There's a high ground ward, Cheer Jr. is going to blink out. It's because that ward, that sentry that was placed earlier, didn't find the high ground ward placed by Malady earlier. That saved CJ's life.
Still another minute on this Aegis. Not a high ground Aegis, but gives you a lot of confidence to look for anything here. Trying to find another clutch pickoff.
That net worth lead is just growing and growing.
Oh yeah.
PVISION will eventually be presented the opportunity to hit a high ground. It's like inevitable they will get a core pickoff. So far it's been those support kills. Last time they got a core, it's pretty easy Roshan for them. Play here from DM, leading off the Malefice. Quick kill onto Collis, but no one. It's a really good tornado that leads to the death of DM. He's going to get burned out. Now, no one is still low, but he has this Aegis. He may die to this Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, Notice did manage to get the initiation on Soxa. They cleaned up the Aegis. Is CJ going to get out, though? His Rolling Thunder is now gone, and with Notice slowing him down off the Battle Hunger, trying to get away from this bear, slowing him down a bit with the inhibitor, the diffuse plate, but eventually you're going to be entangled, and there's the core kill they were looking for. Leads off a godlike spree for Notice.
Fights are too chaotic. Especially if the PL can't stick in the middle of it. That's your chaos to throw back at them. But until Watson's ready to take an entire fight, the bear is just going to slowly kill you. This axe is going to find you.
And the bear is also going to, when you win that fight, quickly kill buildings.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he found the PL.
A big kill if they can get it. Slow down the Scotty. Watson, he jukes him.
He had the right target.
Makes the TP out. Whoa, he got the curse, though, to Collis with the backup plan. Stops Watson's TP away, and there's no out for him now. The bear will hunt him down.
What a game from Notice. absolutely showing up in this game 3.
Oh, and no one. A force staff forward. DM. So much damage, though. The force staff doesn't help him survive.
Just picking them
Dies
apart.
anyway.
Dissection here.
And PVISION tipping their old teammate in DM. A bit of a mistake there, and it's going to lead to more openings. Noah's call on Saksa. Another kill.
Just 1 by 1. Again, you're never going to get this 5-on-5.
And the Bears just into the tier 4. It's a team wipe.
They're going to team wipe them without any of them being near the other hero.
Jared Jr.'s just going to die here as well. They've just bled out one hero after another, and all of a sudden the base is entirely open for the taking.
This game just looks over.
Satanic is going to take a mid lane of Barracks, go for top. There's still the tier 2 bottom, and there's probably not enough time to just go straight to tier 4.
It's so much damage, though. Like, losing Raxes at this 30-minute mark against this team when there's so much map pressure just compounds that issue. How are you ever going to get out on the map again? How are you going to play any of the lanes and not get picked off?
Yeah, Yandex better get real comfortable with their base. This is going to be their home for the future. They're just going to be locked inside here.
And this is how you punish some of these really hard carries that just can't come online fast enough to exert their own presence in the game. Like, you just start picking people off, the map collapses, they don't have a lot of places to farm. You get that one clutch find, and the game just breaks open. And you never get to hit your timing on this Phantom Lancer as he tries to work towards the Scotty.
And what carry is better for this, right? I mean,
I'll be very excited about that.
No doubt. Should be, because they are just one pick off, one fight away from closing out a series and going to the grand finals. They can chill out, wait for Aegis. Yandex will see whether desperation bites at them enough to go for a smoke out play into that Roshan, or if they're just gonna wager on a high ground hold.
I think you have to go. You do have your item timing. Like, you have Ags Pango, BKB Enigma, and the Scotty is done on Watson. So that's another reason you kind of have to go, because you're not going to get close to another round of items before that base push comes in. This is as good as it gets. You're going to need some big ultimates to land. You're going to have to try and bait a clump out from PVISION.
The initial smoke isn't going to find anything here. It will get them into a position to take back some of this mid lane and bottom lane, get wards on their triangle. But ultimately, time is kind of against them here as PVISION can just wait things out, wait for a better opportunity, some sort of pick.
The lanes are just going
in 3 minutes.
You have to deal with top because you lost Barracks here. They're pinging Watson up here. They saw him throw the lance. Notice.
They see the real one running backwards. They get the call onto him. Here comes that Cataclysm. It's coming in hot.
He dodged it.
He does manage a doppelganger. What a manta dodge. Gets away from it all. Very dangerous. All of Yandex TPing back to bail out their carry. See if there's a punish available here. Tag notice with the macro pyre. No,
bear.
CJ is already gone as the bear is going to just kill them all, man. They can do nothing about this BKB bear.
He is chopping fools out here. All that time in the jungle has led to an insane item timing for Satanic here.
And the best part is Satanic, his hero, doesn't even need to be here.
Nope.
He's just been farming up the triangle the entire time. Very slowly, but it's getting the job done, getting the extra farm for them. It is racked up to an almost 30,000 net worth lead for PVISION. Yandex on their last legs here.
They will have to find something miraculous in the next team fight. And if the Enigma gets jumped, I think that goes out the window.
And the bear even hitting the high ground without the BKB. It's already taken the tier 3. Satanic keeping the pressure up on them, saying, are you going to deal with this bear? Are you going to kill it? The reward for killing the bear is not terribly high because he's just going to make the resummon. And the risk is, well, we saw people all set up behind that bear.
You just go wait for the Roshan. Put an Aegis on one of these guys, you send it up the hill.
With the man damage, I mean, it's just going to be a disgusting amount of strength. They want to go for another one with this?
Look for a pick off.
Yeah,
for some lane pressure.
Here comes that Silver Edge bear.
He sends it in bottom. He's looking on like the one camp they can farm. It's like, I know you're here. I'm going to take your camp anyway.
Oh, Malady just saw his life flash before his eyes. As if he was on that camp, he would have been the one to die, that they had amp damage instead of the neutral creeps.
I mean, the disgusting part is if PVISION really want to slow play this, they can. You have the Invis Bear, you have the Invoker with all of his rat action.
Yeah, just keep throwing things at buildings.
You could just throw these units up the bottom lane. You have the other 2 lanes. And what are they going to do, right? You can never do Roshan until you see them all in base, then you do Roshan.
Gonna get an Ag Synth for the Bear to have a true 6 slot.
And Roche is up.
And Yandex are not in a position to be able to contest.
No, they were never going to be in a position to contest this. You just have to play for the base defense. See how fast this Bear chops it down. Pretty damn fast here. Gonna give it to no one again. Just make that team fight even.
Got the call on DM, the Cataclysm, and a Culling Blade to finish him off. Not even. That was made way too easy. Soxa being hunted down on the other side of the map. Now you can get an easy buyback at the very start of this Aegis. Bear's still trying to hunt down Soxa rather. Gets up to the high ground, gets a TP away. The Bear is not going to be close enough to hit a roar. Range Spirits is almost dead just purely off Forge Spirits. In fact, is dead. Double Siege Wagon, Forge Spirits, Yandex.
Your hammer.
I mean, look at him. They're thinking, do I have the Rolling Thunder? Do I have to go in right now? The building's, it's going to die fast. They hit it with the Ice Bat. Now the Rolling Thunder comes in, trying to kill this Bear. But they got to be careful of the counter initiation. Golden Brace comes in. There's the call on 2. Hit both supports. A beautiful initiation. One's already dead. CJ jumps after no one. But reminder, he's got the Aegis. Soxa still alive. Notice trying to get out of this situation. Taken out by the Scotty. Yeah, a black hole on a Bear just trying to stop it. And the Bear survives and kills DM anyway. Watson is doing work right now. He's managed to kill one. Got noticed down. The buyback going to be used. A power shot to hunt down Soxa. Watson on his second life though. The glyph gets popped. The building's almost dead. Killed the Bear one time. What about the second Bear though? It's going to be coming back soon. Notice on his second life. Managed to get the call on the CJ.
Got the PL.
He's getting lower and lower. Managed to get the Culling Blade, and that's the chop. He's down. Another buyback. Going to be forced out. Meanwhile, you've got Watson trying to finish off these heroes, but there's too many lives. The Mega Creeps are going to be here. The Golden Brace has bailed it out, and Watson, a final call to finish things off. Life 1.
It's over.
Gone for it. GG is called. They don't even try for the buyback. It's PVISION going to the grand finals.
They are looking like the scariest team here. This is their toughest opponent yet, and in games 1 and 3, they just dominated. Again, the 30 to 40 minute period, if they get the map control they're looking for with these lineups, I have not seen anybody who can survive it. And what a game by Notice. This is the guy they brought in for this season to make some big plays from that offlaner spot, playing against one of their old offlaners, and he makes a statement in this game with an insane axe performance, 12, 2, and 14, just dominated from that lane, getting mega fat, that blink purchase into the triple kill. Felt like you were already in a very solid position after that. Yeah, you shut down the Invoker a little bit with this Pango pick, but then he gets back in the game because he's just sunstriking every axe kill. Free assist goal, free assist goal. I mean, he really just put this game on his back and just, it's easy pickings for Satanic at that point because he has so much time to farm on a hero that is always going to outfarm your opponent. Just never look back. Insane map control from this team. Somebody, well, I guess there's only one team left that can challenge it, and that's BB in the finals. They have to find a way to break the lane control, the pickoff potential, and the discipline around these objectives. That is going to be your challenge because it's not easy.
And especially in a grand final situation where the pressure is so high, the lights are so bright, having this team run at you. Again, the way that Notice picked up that early blink dagger, the decision making that was had there, I mean, that's a move that you're making without fear that puts the enemy team under a lot of pressure when it hits, and it hit hard in this game 3. Yandex have been incredibly good. I mean, they've just been monsters all year round. So many top 3 performances from them. Again, 9 different top 3s this year.
Can't find it here. Just insane jumps. Also, props to Ducals. He had some sick curses in a game where this is not necessarily the easiest game to find curses on. He even hit the real PL here at the end.
Like, oh yeah, that's...
Okay, sure, dude. Like, you're just in zone. He had a very nice Wyvern game. This hero can sometimes be a liability against a lot of these like chaotic teamfight lineups, but man, he put work in.
We're going to see PVISION in the grand finals against BB Team. Let's see how prepared they are.
Thank you very much, my friends. We are here with PVISION Satanic victorious and moving on to the grand final here in Paris. Good to have you here. Obviously, this series against Yandex went to Game 3. Game 1 was a washover. What happened there?
I think we just have all 3 games much better draft, I think.
All 3 of them, including in Game 2? But there was the Monkey King out there. Were you surprised when you saw him?
Not really. We just expected it. But I think we just played... I fucked up that game, I think, mostly.
Was it more, hey, things were going well in the lane, but it got so deep that we couldn't really play around the Monkey King?
I would say it was super free game. We just... I just went on edge and lost edges. We should have make big lead and win this game. But even like this, we made like a comeback in the game. Because they gave us, we kill SF and then take Raxas. But then in super late game, like last fight, I just blink in and died like idiot, you know? Happens, yeah.
It happens even to the best out there. Now, Game 3, there was the first pick, the Invoker. Was that a reaction to the result of Game 2? Was it more of a comfort pick? Was it just playing around draft? What was it?
I mean, Poupée just saw Pogban and he said, okay, I'll go in like...
You got to trust your teammates after all of this. And look, everybody's been picking Lone Druid at this point. Is this kind of the way to win? What do you do tomorrow when you play BB Team and they pick Lone Druid?
I think it's fine here, but it's not after in. I think for us, like Shadowfiend or Draw is better still, so they ban it. I don't think it's like super imba, so Yandex knew it as well, and they didn't really pick it because we were winning it in Commanders as well, and we know how to deal with it. So it's not really that big of a deal, I think.
Fair enough. And a lot of people calling this game between PVISION and Yandex as kind of a prelude to the grand final. Might as well be a grand final in the semis. Do you think this game will be tougher than the grand final tomorrow against BB Team?
I think Yandex was anyway the toughest opponent for us, but we'll see tomorrow.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, yesterday, when we talked about your victory, you're saying, hey, final message to Yandex, we'll crush you tomorrow. Ended up happening. Look at this camera right here in front of us. You got BB Team on the other side. What do you want to say to them before the final?
We're coming for you guys.
They're coming for you. That's Satanic, that's PVISION. And of course that means that you get to crush Yandex's key. So please, come on over, no one. Get everybody up in here. You think you're going to crush it this time around or going to give it to someone else?
I'll give it for Noticed for sure.
Oh, there's the team play. All right, then we're all together. Let's walk on up to a crusher. You're used to it at this point. There's only one more time left. That'll be tomorrow. Big moment and day for PVISION. We'll remind you, last year, they only made it to 3rd place. Here, they're already in the grand final. And Notice is the one to do the crushing. With Noah and Satanic giving the blessing for this one. And there's the, whoa, he's so strong, he pulled it off. My God, should see him in the drafts. There it is. Going deeper and deeper. There's Yandex, and there they are, crushed to bits. Every single piece gone. PVISION make sure Yandex are history. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, your second grand finalist, PVISION. There's our day done. Let's break it all down. Panel, all yours.
I must say, that crushing felt different. That hit hard, and this Game 3 hit even harder. This was not a close game. We had the first 2 games of this best-of-3 series, you know, methodical, back and forth, cool. First one maybe a little bit more dominant, but this one, Lacoste, this one was not close at all.
It really wasn't, but you can tell, like, the way they played. Like, they tried this PL 24, it didn't work out for them. It looked like a very good overall pick, but PVISION, they said, you know what, we're gonna put it into the next gear. Like, this is gonna be, like, full speed, kind of turbo mode that they managed to pull off in this game. And I think they came very well prepared. Something they talked about in the interviews was also that Puppy, he's doing all the drafts. They put quite a lot of trust into Puppy. We don't know anything, you know, he's gonna do it. We just click the heroes, and they're clicking pretty well because everything is working. But you can definitely feel some puppy magic behind it, and quite a lot of if we see what happened, like they let him pick Lone Druid because they feel very confident about the Lone Druid getting through. They beat it 4 times, and then they knew that Enigma's gonna come, so they preemptively pick Wyvern, and they crush him in the lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a masterclass. And notice crush that key as violently as he crushed Yandex in this game. I mean, that was all Axe to me. Like, the draft was beautiful, the preparation was beautiful, but he just popped off on this Axe from the laning stage to getting the kills, to getting these multiple hero calls, to setting up Sunstrikes for his Invoker. He was the story of this game for me.
Yeah, he crushed his former team with that as well. Of course, both of these teams, they swapped offlaners mid-season, basically. And it is PVISION that takes the crown in this series. We'll see if they take the crown tomorrow against BB as well. But this was definitely such a strong showing from this squad.
They're just looking like raid boss chiefs.
Yes, they really are. I love the overall, not the overall last pick, but their last pick of Wind Ranger as well. It's not your typical 9-class hero, I feel like, because we've seen him on it, but it worked out so well.
It did. It looked like, the pick that's not going to be doing any crazy stuff, but again, he did pull off some really big shackles. He was playing with Axe when he needed to. He allowed Axe to get the insane amount of farm in the laning stage. And Ducalis as well, he really stepped it up in this one, like playing out of his mind. Some really nice curses coming out, finding the real PL in the end, clutching it with the heals as well. Just his positioning was top tier. This is the dude that has been grinding for a really long time, and with this team, he gets to shine.
Yeah, he said we haven't really been tested. Before the series, we saw him say that we feel like we haven't really been tested, but maybe we're just good. I think it's the latter at this point. Maybe they're just good. That's something Ducalis, should be realizing right about now, that's for sure. I believe also you've chosen some points in this game, Lacoste, that you'd like to highlight for us.
Yeah, I really like the way that they played around Axe because he was on top of the network. He was the one that was causing quite a lot of issues for the enemy team, and this is relatively early on in the game. This is 12 minutes. If you look at his items, Phase Boots, Ring of Health, and casual armor item because he is laning against PL, and he finds one of the best calls that he could find. Like, I don't think it can get better than this at the start, and you can see others also immediately playing with him. Again, very good curse coming up from Ducalis. They're gonna get another chop for noticed, and then you see 9-class coming up from a different angle, understanding exactly where Malady is going to come from, which is going to be extra bit of a armor, extra bit of a gold coming into his pocket, and he's going to be snowballing that whole game. And there's going to be another one where he jumps over him, another smoke. You can see that 9-class again is playing with him. Shackle that he kind of read where he's going to go, immediately gets him, and again the trio, a lot of the time you see Invoker playing with the 2 supports. This time it was Axe because they have that global presence with the Sunstrike on top of that, and getting another kill. Enigma, he got ruined in the lane, and he got ruined throughout the whole game because he was unable to play against this Winter Wyvern who had his number.
Yeah, and if an Axe is that dominant early on in the game, then this idea that you have with PL as Yandex just isn't effective, because you think it's fine to pick PL versus Axe because the laning stage is good. You lose the laning stage, you're giving away kills, then all of a sudden this Axe is much stronger than he should be early on, and he sets up for every hero on his team in that sense. And Enigma, who's playing on the back foot, can't really make the same kind of plays if you're comparing him to Axe.
And infinite scaling, coats of blood coming noticed way with that Axe as well. A lot of dunks done by him for this one, and we had to give it to Noticed. It was a little bit point of debate, because if it was a 2-0, maybe would have gone for a different one. But no, this was definitely MVP Noticed for this series, Lacoste.
Yeah, absolutely. His gameplay definitely wasn't unnoticed by production and us, so we gave him MVP because in that first game, he really nailed it. They gave him, I would say, in this one, they gave him quite a lot of priority, last picking his hero overall. In the previous one, they gave him a little bit of priority as well, picking Axe on 18, but he kind of nailed it. Really loved the itemization in the first game, picking up Road of Athos into Aghanim Scepter, having that extra bit of a catch that was definitely needed. And again, just the whole squad is on the same page, and this guy has been crushing it. This tournament, my MVP, if I get to choose, because he was all over the place. Like every single game I see him own. There was one point of the tournament during the group stage where his KDA was like 30 or something, and he was sitting at the 0.6 deaths average per game. It did go up, but still less than 2 at the moment.
It just feels like he makes whatever you give him work, and that is such an asset to have in your offlaner. Like, he can play auras if you need him to, he can carry the game if you need him to, and because his hero pool is so big, whatever support that 9 class wants, you can kind of go for it, even though he's been playing a little bit more traditionally this tournament. But if you compare it to DM's hero pool this tournament, it was much smaller.
It really was. Also, speaking of 9 class, he gets to play in the grand finals tomorrow on his birthday. That's also kind of special and cool. We'll see if he gets the ultimate birthday present with taking the victory there. Of course, when there is victory on one side, there must also be losers on the other side. We are going to see Yandex again tomorrow in the 3rd, 4th place decider against ViCi Gaming. But we're also going to get some final words from Shira Jr.
Hey, I'm here with Shira Jr. of Yandex. You just lost your series. How are you feeling right now?
Bad.
Can you expand on that at all? I'm sure game 3 was really tough. It's very one-sided. First 2 games were very good. They were close.
I mean, I think every game was one-sided. Maybe because of heroes. Maybe we played bad, but it was hard to play map, I guess, because of they just hard. I mean, split pushing, shadow pushing. That's pretty much it.
What did game 3 feel like? So your laning stage was great. You were like way ahead. You had denies equal to his last hits kind of a thing. And then just the axe destroyed the map.
Yeah, not really on the axe. We didn't pressure them enough on mid. So we didn't speed up our game. And on late, we had chances if the game was even, but not like this.
Did you need to get kills on Invoker, then kill mid or something?
Yeah, not just pressure.
Gotcha. That must be very tough. You guys played a lot of really good matches at this tournament as a whole. You're a fantastic team. You've got 3rd place decider up tomorrow. I know that's a lot to think about until then, but how do you think you'll fare?
I mean, have to win.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, thank you for joining me. Sorry you lost, but good luck in your matches tomorrow.
Thank you.
It's heartbreaking. This is a team that was expecting to be in those grand finals, and for many people, they were the team that would take those grand finals. So a lot to process here for Yandex and Shira Jr. indeed. And we will see them tomorrow in those 3rd, 4th place decider. We can take a look at how our bracket is doing, because we are coming very close to crowning ourselves a champion, as we have set up our final 2 series of the day. We've got our finals, we got our 3rd place match, and today we had 2 bangers of a semi-finals, Effie.
We really did, and I can imagine tomorrow is going to be a bit nerve-wracking for any team that goes against PVISION after their showing today. They just looked ridiculously tough. BB team are very strong, and I believe that they're going to be able to put up a show, but right now, the way that I perceive PVISION, they're just significantly better than everybody else.
Yeah, they look like on a different level. BB, I think they're going to be screwing up nicely against them because of how strong this team is early on. Like all of their drafts, they always look good. Something that we've seen with PVISION. I think 2 of these teams had so far the best drafting at EWC, and it's gonna come down to like who can speed things up. And if we're talking about speed, BB team, they can play very, very fast as well.
Yeah, for the people that paid proper attention to the schedule just now, you would have noticed that we start an hour earlier tomorrow. So keep that in mind. We also will not start the grand finals before 3:30. So if you have any urgent errands, you can rest assured that 3:30 is the earliest the grand finals will be able to start. And that's, of course, our grand finals. And in the meantime, there has already been grand finals today. Not on Dota 2, though. We've had Free Fire end in an emotional victory, record-breaking game against Gun Dynasty Lion One. And they are the first non-Southeast Asian team to take a victory here for the Esports World Cup. Truly a great achievement. And they were allowed to place their key on the totem in their ceremony. But they are not the only team crowned champions today. We also had in MWI Vitality be the champion here in back-to-back victories. Incredibly important for Team Vitality because this is also giving them that win that they need to have if they want to do well in the club championship. 1,000 points on the board. We'll see where Vitality takes that one, and Vitality was able to beat Na'Vi in those grand finals. So congratulations to them as well. Now, if you think you know who's gonna take tomorrow's series, you can have a shot at it, you know? You can go to esportsworldcup.com/play and get your prediction in. There's also tons of quests and activities to do on that site, so make sure to check that out. But maybe you've already put in your votes and you voted wrong today. That's very unfortunate for you. I think today was very cool. I think maybe, Lacoste, we were expecting a little bit more of a back and forth in BB versus ViCi this morning.
Yeah, especially with the way ViCi played, like the way they came here, kind of being in the middle of the group and then eliminating one dub, then eliminating one more team as well. It just felt like they powered up, especially yesterday. But today, it seems like they kind of got figured out because they played so many matches. There was a lot of information what they did. The TikTok also, like the heroes, maybe the other teams also watched some of these TikToks and reels and got ideas what to build against them because it was very effective. And so far, we only had one series, Shiver, that was 2-1 in the playoffs, which is a bit of a surprising one considering like the competition. Well, maybe it comes down to teams being kind of equally matched in this one because you make a mistake, the teams are at so high level that they're going to punish it.
Yeah, the teams were definitely evenly matched in our second semifinals, Effie.
They were. I mean, it's a shame to not have it be repeated tomorrow, but I do think that we are going to get a very similarly matched skill level, I would hope, in the grand finals tomorrow. And BB team are a team that you can never write off, even if they don't look like the strongest in the tournament and just look like, you know, a second, third place team. Sometimes on that day, they can wake up and just prove everyone wrong.
Well, thank you so much, both of you, for your thoughts today. That was it from us from today. Our semifinals are done. We know our two finalists. We know who is going for the third, fourth place tomorrow. So 2 series coming your way tomorrow, an hour earlier than today. Looking forward to that one already, but we will not leave you empty-handed, of course. We'll see you tomorrow, but for now, enjoy the SDC recap of the day.